Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Voice of God by James Bryan Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this supernatural horror story. Voice of God. Jonah Hale had always been a skeptic, the kind of man who asked questions that most people were too polite to voice. His friends teased him constantly for it, calling him cynical, bitter, or just plain curious in the worst ways. But it was his curiosity that had landed him here, standing in front of a crumbling building at the edge of town, the kind of place most people avoided even during the day. The rain had begun to fall in sheets, blurring the dim glow of streetlights and sending slick reflections across the pavement. Jonah pulled the collar of his jacket tighter around his neck and adjusted the strap of his messenger bag, trying to keep his nerves in check. Tonight, he was no longer a journalist reporting from a distance. He was about to infiltrate a cult, a group of people obsessed with discovering a word they believed to be the true name of God. He had read about them, of course. The cult wasn't new. It had roots stretching back decades, woven into obscure histories and whispered legends. Newspapers had occasionally covered them, usually with sensationalized accounts of disappearances or small acts of violence, but nothing concrete had ever surfaced. The deeper Jonah dug, the stranger the stories became. The cult's followers were described as obsessively devout, yet they were fiercely secretive. Their rituals were cryptic, their practices unsettling, and their obsession with a single word bordered on madness. Some who claimed to have glimpsed it said the word had the power to erase fear entirely, transforming those who spoke it into fearless beings, detached from morality, reason, or self-preservation. Jonah wasn't sure what to believe, and that's exactly why he had agreed to come in person. He had spent the better part of the last week preparing. He studied their behaviors, memorized names, and even learned some of their symbols and gestures to avoid standing out. He knew that being careless could be fatal. Rumors of new recruits disappearing were common, and he had no intention of becoming one of them. As he approached the building, he could hear faint chanting through the rain. It was low and rhythmic, almost hypnotic, and it carried a weight that made his skin crawl. The voices were unidentifiable at first, merging into a single, almost musical sound that vibrated through the walls. Jonah could see movement behind the grime-covered windows. Silhouettes shifting, swaying, some bent-over objects that glimmered faintly in the candlelight. He paused at the entrance, taking a deep breath. Part of him wanted to turn back, to walk away and call it a night. But the journalist in him, the man who thrived on the unknown and the forbidden, pushed forward. He reminded himself of the story he was chasing, the truths that could never be told by anyone else. In this moment, he was both predator and prey, moving into territory where the rules of the outside world no longer applied. The door creaked under his push, revealing a narrow hallway lit by flickering candles. The smell hit him immediately, a mixture of incense, damp stone, and something tangibly metallic beneath it. Blood, perhaps, or at least the suggestion of it. Jonah's first impression of the cult was disorienting. The room was filled with hooded figures, all in dark robes, standing in precise formation. They faced a raised platform at the far end, where a single figure, presumably a leader, spoke in a low, commanding tone. His words were lost in the ambient chanting, but his presence was impossible to ignore. The figure moved with an authority that seemed almost unnatural, every motion calculated, deliberate. Jonah noted the way the members shifted subtly to mirror him, their bodies rigid, their eyes wide. The fear that normally governed human behavior had been replaced by something else, something unsettlingly calm, eerily precise. Jonah kept to the shadows, moving along the edge of the room. He observed their small rituals, subtle hand gestures, and muttered phrases that seemed meaningless to an outsider. A woman near the platform caught his attention. She was mid-30s, with a sharp, striking face framed by brown hair, and her eyes held a ferocity that made Jonah's stomach tighten. She was clearly second in command, the kind of presence that demanded obedience without needing to speak. Jonah memorized her movements, knowing he would need to identify the leaders quickly if he wanted to survive. This was Rachel, he noted silently. He had already gathered information on her from previous research, but seeing her in person, commanding attention without a word, was far more intimidating. The initiation rituals began subtly. A new recruit was brought forward, their head bowed, hands trembling slightly. The crowd watched in silence, all motionless except for the slight sway of their chanting. Jonah saw the nervous energy in the recruits' shoulders, the way they tried to maintain composure but failed under the weight of so many eyes. The leaders circled, inspecting, murmuring, correcting posture or tone. Jonah could feel his own pulse quicken, not just from fear, but from a strange fascination. There was an artistry to the way the cult operated, a terrifying, hypnotic precision that made even Jonah feel both small and vulnerable. He scribbled notes into a small, waterproof notebook, careful to be subtle. Every detail mattered. The way the chants started slow and gradually intensified, the specific hand movements, the way the cult seemed to create a kind of shared rhythm, a heartbeat that bound them together. Jonah could see the dangers immediately. If this word really existed, if it truly could remove fear entirely, then these people were on the verge of something catastrophic. He couldn't predict the outcome, and that lack of certainty made the hairs on his arms rise. Hours passed. Jonah remained hidden in the shadows, watching and listening. The room felt alive, pulsing with something beyond comprehension. Every now and then, someone would glance in his direction, causing Jonah to freeze. He had rehearsed what to do in such moments, but reality was more nerve-wracking than any imagined scenario. One member, a man with jagged scars running down his forearm, muttered something that made Jonah pause. The words were faint but had weight, a threat perhaps, or a test. Jonah averted his eyes, pretending to examine the floor, heart hammering in his chest. By the end of the night, Jonah had learned more than he could have imagined. The cult's obsession with the word was real, their devotion absolute. He had seen small acts of intimidation, threats veiled in ritual, and the first whispers of violence that were more than superstition. But what struck him most was how calm everyone seemed in the face of potential danger, how fearless they already were. It was unnerving. Jonah knew that the deeper he went, the more dangerous his journey would become. And yet, despite the dread curling in his stomach, he felt a thrill, a kind of dark excitement at the edge of terror. He left the building under the cover of rain, wet and shivering, clutching his notebook tightly. He knew the cult would not forget a stranger wandering through their space. The chants followed him in memory, and Rachel's piercing eyes haunted him even as he made his way back through the empty streets. Jonah had crossed the threshold, and there was no turning back. The story, and the danger, had only just begun. Jonah returned the next night, rain once again slicing through the dim streetlights as he approached the cult's building. This time, he was more cautious, more observant. He had learned from his first visit that the place demanded respect, attention, and careful movement. Even the faintest slip could mark him as an outsider, or worse. His pulse quickened as he pressed the hood of his jacket over his head, shielding his face from the few pedestrians still wandering the streets. He checked the strap of his bag, ensuring that his notebook and a small recorder were safely tucked away. Every step toward the building felt like stepping into a dream, or a nightmare, though he wasn't yet sure which. The air was thick with damp and the faint metallic tang of iron. Jonah inhaled slowly, trying to steel himself, and pushed open the door. The smell inside was stronger tonight, heavier somehow, as if the cult's collective rituals had impregnated the walls themselves with incense, sweat, and something more disturbing he couldn't yet name. His eyes adjusted to the dim candlelight, and he froze for a moment. The cult members were already gathered, standing in tight circles, whispering in tones that sounded simultaneously reverent and menacing. Their robes swayed in unison as they shifted weight, and the subtle rhythm of their movements reminded Jonah of the careful coordination of soldiers or dancers, but with a darkness beneath it that made his skin prickle. Rachel was at the center of it all. She moved with a quiet authority, and though she hadn't spoken yet, every glance she cast commanded attention. Jonah watched as she approached a young recruit, barely older than a teenager, and guided them through the motions of a chant. Her fingers hovered over their hands, adjusting posture and gestures, her eyes locked on them with an intensity that made Jonah's stomach twist. There was something frightening about the calmness in her face, the way she corrected mistakes without raising her voice. Even from across the room, Jonah could sense the fear she inspired. Not the ordinary kind that would make someone flinch, but the kind that made one obedient, pliable, and aware that every movement mattered. Jonah moved closer to the edge of the circle, pretending to examine the flickering shadows cast by the candlelight. His mind cataloged every detail: the tilt of a head, the slight twitch of a robe, the whispers of encouragement or admonishment. Some members were already starting to display the early signs he had noticed the night before. Their eyes sharp, their movements precise, almost eerily fearless. A few gestured toward Jonah for no reason he could identify, and his stomach nodded. He ducked behind a pillar, heart hammering, and reminded himself to breathe, to remain calm. Panic here could be fatal, and he couldn't let it show. The ritual began in earnest. Jonah watched as a circle formed around a small, carved altar, candles burning low, their wax dripping like frozen tears. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, a low hum vibrating through the wooden floorboards. He noted the intricate patterns on the altar, symbols and sigils he had only seen in photographs and old manuscripts. Each movement of the cult members was deliberate, hands raised, then lowered, synchronized swaying, knees bending. Jonah felt a shiver run down his spine. There was a rhythm here, one that bound the participants together in a hypnotic cadence, a heartbeat of devotion and danger. He scribbled notes furiously, careful to be inconspicuous, capturing as much as he could without drawing attention. Rachel stepped forward, addressing the group with a voice that was calm but commanding. She didn't shout, there was no need. Her words, low and deliberate, carried through the room like a magnet, pulling the members' attention toward her. Jonah strained to hear, catching fragments, references to fear, purity, and the word. He didn't understand everything, but it was clear that she was guiding them through a process meant to test limits, challenge courage, and perhaps even bend morality. Jonah's chest tightened. The energy in the room was thick, suffocating. Something dark and unstoppable was taking shape, and he was trapped in the middle of it. The recruit at the altar made a mistake, dropping their voice from the required tone. Jonah watched, frozen, as Rachel moved like a predator closing in. She touched the recruit's shoulder, a light, corrective gesture, but the intensity in her eyes could have cut through stone. The recruit flinched, but there was no cruelty in the correction, at least not in the ordinary sense. It was the kind of fearlessness that demanded obedience without overt threat, the kind that implied consequences far beyond the physical. Jonah scribbled notes, struggling to describe what he was seeing in words that would make sense later. He realized that no amount of description could capture the full terror and fascination of what it meant to be fully under Rachel's influence. He noticed a small group of men at the far edge of the room exchanging subtle signals. Their behavior was different, more aggressive, impatient. Jonah remembered his research. These were likely enforcers or senior members who had already internalized the cult's teachings, their fearlessness beginning to border on recklessness. One of them, a man with a prominent scar down his cheek, suddenly slammed his hand on the floor, startling the others. There was no overt violence, but the energy shifted immediately. Jonah felt it in his chest, the subtle vibration of power, aggression, and control. And he realized he was witnessing a controlled chaos, a dance of dominance and intimidation designed to both impress and terrify the recruits. As the ritual continued, Jonah became aware of his own breathing, his heart, and the tension coiling in his muscles. He had to remind himself constantly, he was not here to participate. Not yet, observation only. But curiosity gnawed at him. He wondered what it would feel like to lose fear entirely, to move through the world untethered by hesitation, doubt, or morality. He pushed the thought away immediately. Even entertaining the idea was dangerous. Jonah's notes became more frenetic, more desperate, as he tried to capture the precision of the movements, the expressions on faces, the small, almost imperceptible signs of fearlessness creeping into the members' eyes. Time stretched. Hours seemed to pass without Jonah realizing it. He watched as Rachel guided another recruit, correcting posture, encouraging focus, all with that same calm, unyielding intensity. The member complied perfectly, eyes wide, muscles taut, trembling slightly but unwilling to break the rhythm. Jonah's mind raced. The level of control Rachel wielded, combined with the cult's obsession with the word, was terrifying. He could see the beginnings of something unstoppable, something that could spiral far beyond the walls of this room. And yet, he was fascinated, drawn to the unfolding spectacle like a moth to flame. A sudden movement caught his eye. One of the enforcers reached for a ceremonial dagger, a ritualistic instrument he had seen in photos. Jonah froze, unsure if it was part of the ceremony or a threat to the recruit. The enforcer's expression was unreadable, calm but deadly, and the tension in the room thickened. Jonah's pulse raced. He ducked slightly behind the pillar, holding his breath. He could feel the words forming in the minds of the cult members, though he did not understand them. Something in the cadence of their chanting, the sway of their bodies, and the sharpness in Rachel's eyes suggested a power beyond comprehension, a power that fed on obedience, control, and fearlessness. By the time Jonah slipped out into the rain again, hours later, he was soaked, trembling, and exhilarated. He had learned more tonight than he had in weeks of research. Rachel's influence was absolute, her control terrifyingly efficient, and the cult's obsession with the word was far from idle superstition. He scribbled in his notebook, barely noticing the rain dripping from his hair. This was more than a story. It was a window into a psychological experiment, a human organism pushed to the limits of fear, obedience, and morality. Jonah knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was in deeper than he had intended, and the word, wherever it was, would change everything. The hallway smelled of damp stone and candle smoke. Each breath Jonah took heavy with the weight of the rituals performed within. He followed the soft rhythm of chanting, moving quietly along the walls, trying to blend into the shadows. Tonight was different. There was a test, whispered about in hushed warnings by those who had previously disappeared. Rumor held that new recruits were pushed to confront their deepest fears, a step meant to determine whether they could endure the word's influence without breaking. The fearlessness that the cult sought was not given lightly. Failure, it was said, could lead to humiliation, injury, or even death. Rachel stood at the center of the chamber, calm and unyielding, her gaze sweeping the gathered members. The flickering candlelight accentuated the sharp lines of her face, casting shadows that made her appear both commanding and terrifying. She gestured, and the recruits stepped forward, one by one, into a circle marked with symbols carved into the stone floor. Jonah's eyes followed their movements, noting every hesitation, every twitch of muscle, the subtle tremble in hands that betrayed underlying anxiety. Fear had not yet been eradicated from them. It lingered in quiet, delicate waves, and Rachel seemed to detect it instinctively. A young man stepped forward first, sweat gleaming on his forehead. He knelt at the center of the circle, head bowed, fingers tracing the etched symbols. His voice quavered slightly as he began the chant. Rachel approached, her hand hovering just above his shoulder, correcting his posture with small, precise movements. There was no need for harsh words. Her presence alone enforced discipline. Jonah marveled at how the room seemed to pulse around her, as if every movement, every breath, was synchronized to her will. Even the most hardened members deferred subtly to her authority, their fearlessness contained within the boundaries she established. An unsettling energy coiled in the air. Jonah could feel it prickling at the base of his neck, crawling across his skin. The rituals were designed not merely to inspire devotion but to probe the edges of fear itself. Members were asked to confront memories, hallucinations, or even physical discomfort, all orchestrated to test their composure and resolve. One recruit flinched at a shadow that stretched across the room. Another gasped when the scent of burning wax mixed with something more metallic, something reminiscent of blood. It was subtle, barely perceptible, yet deeply effective. Jonah's hand tightened around his notebook as he wrote, documenting the small but telling reactions, the quiet tremors of hesitation that betrayed humanity beneath the cultivated mask of fearlessness. Suddenly, the quiet rhythm of chanting was broken by a soft, almost inaudible scream. All heads turned in unison. A recruit had collapsed, convulsing slightly, eyes wide with panic. Rachel's movements were immediate but controlled. She knelt, adjusting his position, murmuring instructions that seemed incomprehensible yet commanding. The man struggled to regain composure, his chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. Jonah felt a chill run down his spine. This was no ordinary ritual. The boundaries between discipline and danger, between obedience and chaos, were razor-thin. One misstep could easily spiral into catastrophe. The enforcers, men like the scarred figure from the previous night, hovered along the perimeter, watching with cool detachment. Their calm was unnerving, their precision absolute. Any outward display of fear or weakness could attract their attention, and Jonah felt acutely aware of his own vulnerability. The room itself seemed to respond to this tension, shadows twisting with candlelight, the air thick with a sense of anticipation, a foreboding that pressed against the ribs like invisible hands. Even in hiding, Jonah could feel it pressing in, a weight that demanded recognition. At the center, Rachel began a series of intricate gestures, guiding the recruits through a progression that combined physical motion with vocal intonation. Each step was deliberate, precise, yet imbued with a subtle menace. Jonah observed how minor errors, an incorrect pitch, a hesitation in movement, were corrected not with punishment, but with a silent assertion of dominance. Fear was not eradicated entirely yet, but it was being reshaped, molded into something else, something pliable, something dangerous. The recruits' eyes glimmered with strain, some began to tremble under the mental pressure, while others stiffened, forcing themselves to comply. Jonah's mind raced with the implications. If the word was real, if it truly held the capacity to erase fear entirely, then these trials were merely the preparation. The cult wasn't just seeking obedience. They were manufacturing beings capable of acting without hesitation, without conscience. Even the small signs of aggression he had seen the night before now took on a more terrifying significance. Every subtle smirk, every twitch of impatience, every measured movement hinted at a potential for chaos that had yet to fully reveal itself. The ritual escalated. Candles burned lower, casting long, wavering shadows across the faces of the gathered members. One recruit was instructed to confront a memory of harm, the details whispered by Rachel in a voice that was soft but unyielding. The recruit's body tensed, and he spoke the memory aloud, his voice shaking. Jonah could see the collective reaction. Heads tilted, eyes narrowing, a subtle ripple of tension moving across the group. The fear that lingered in human hearts was being stripped away piece by piece, replaced with a strange, unnerving detachment. It was in that moment that Jonah realized the danger of his own presence. Observing was no longer safe. The enforcer's eyes swept the room, scanning for anomalies, subtle discrepancies. Jonah pressed himself against the wall, trying to disappear into the shadow, but a prickle ran down his spine. He was being sensed, not consciously, but through something more subtle. Awareness, perhaps, a sixth sense cultivated by those who had long existed without fear. He reminded himself to breathe slowly, to appear calm, to make no sudden movements. One wrong gesture, one misstep, and his cover would be blown. Rachel's focus shifted abruptly, her attention snapping to a new recruit who had faltered mid-step. Her expression softened for a fraction of a second, then hardened again. Her hand hovered near the recruit's arm, a gesture of guidance rather than threat, yet it radiated authority. The recruit steadied, voice firming, posture correcting. Jonah marveled at the precision of her control, the way fear was manipulated like clay, kneaded and molded into exacting obedience. There was no kindness here, no indulgence, only methodical shaping of minds, bending them toward a singular goal. The final trial of the evening was announced without words, a simple gesture from Rachel that sent a ripple through the room. Recruits were to step forward individually and confront an object concealed in a small box on the altar. No explanation was given. Jonah watched as the first volunteer approached, his steps hesitant yet deliberate. The box emitted a faint, metallic scent, and the recruit's fingers trembled slightly as they lifted the lid. Inside lay a small token, an object meant to provoke fear or unease. Reactions varied. Some flinched, some recoiled. Others held the object without hesitation, eyes blazing with determination. Jonah noted every reaction, realizing that this subtle escalation of stress and confrontation was already pushing them closer to the edge of fearlessness. By the time the ritual ended, Jonah was drained, his body tense from hours of observation, his mind crowded with images and sensations that would haunt him later. The recruits left quietly, some staggering, slightly from the intensity of the test, others walking with rigid composure, already showing early signs of the fearlessness the cult prized. Rachel remained at the center, her posture relaxed, her gaze sweeping the room one last time before she exited, leaving an eerie silence in her wake. The air was thick, heavy with the residue of ritual, anticipation, and unspoken danger. Outside, Jonah stood in the pouring rain, shivering, notebook clutched tightly. He could still feel the tension in the chamber pressing against him. the sense of power and danger lingering long after he left. The cult was not just a curiosity. He realized it was a machine, carefully crafted, designed to strip humanity from its followers one fear at a time. And at the center of it all was Rachel, a woman whose calm authority masked the potential for extraordinary violence. Jonah knew he had crossed another threshold. Observation alone was no longer safe. The next step might force him into participation, whether he wanted it or not. The thought was chilling, yet beneath it ran a dark thrill. Danger, after all, had always been part of the story he chased. But this danger was different. Here, fear had no purchase, and the consequences of failure were immediate and absolute. Jonah shivered, not just from the cold rain, but from the awareness that he had glimpsed the edges of something far larger, far more terrifying than he could have anticipated. The cult, the word, Rachel. Everything was intertwined in a web that promised to unravel with chaos and violence in its wake. And Jonah, caught in the middle, could do nothing but step forward, deeper into the unknown. The early morning fog clung to the streets as he made his way toward the building once more. A damp chill seeped through his coat, but it wasn't the cold that set his nerves on edge. It was the thought of what he had witnessed the night before. The discipline, the precision, and the subtle undercurrent of something far more dangerous than any ritual. Each step echoed softly, a reminder that the city was waking slowly, oblivious to the secret world operating at its edges. He paused for a moment at a corner, glancing back at the looming structure. Its windows were dark, unwelcoming, but within lay a world charged with unyielding devotion, fearlessness, and the word. He checked the small recorder in his bag, ensuring the batteries were charged and ready. Tonight, observation alone would no longer suffice. He needed information, confirmation of the legend he had been chasing for weeks. Inside, the air was thick and warm, laced with the scent of incense, wax, and something harder to name, an underlying metallic tang that hinted at the violent potential lurking just beneath the surface. The cult had gathered earlier than usual, the atmosphere more tense than on previous nights. Members moved with silent precision, their eyes glinting faintly in the candlelight, bodies swaying subtly to a rhythm that Jonah had begun to recognize as both hypnotic and dangerous. Rachel stood at the center of the room, her posture unshakable, her gaze sweeping the assembly. She spoke softly to a recruit kneeling at her side, and yet her voice carried weight far beyond its volume. Each word seemed deliberate, calculated, and even from a distance, Jonah felt its impact ripple across the room. A series of small boxes, identical in size and shape, had been brought out and placed on the altar. Jonah's stomach twisted at the sight. These were clearly part of the next stage in the initiation process. His notebook filled quickly with observations, sketches of the boxes, the positioning of the participants, and the subtle gestures that signaled obedience, compliance, or fear. The ritual was no longer just a test of composure. It was a demonstration of power, a subtle exercise in domination and psychological manipulation. Jonah's pulse quickened as he watched Rachel guide a recruit toward the altar, the young man's steps hesitant yet compelled. As the first box was opened, a wave of tension swept the room. Inside lay a small object, simple, unassuming, yet chosen to provoke unease. The recruit's reaction was immediate, hands shaking, eyes narrowing, a quick intake of breath that betrayed their internal struggle. Rachel's calm presence hovered over him, and the young man adjusted, forced himself to steady, to conform. Jonah scribbled notes furiously, aware that every subtle detail mattered. The interplay of fear, courage, and discipline was intricate, a dangerous ballet that left little room for error. Among the assembled, he noticed variations in response. Some members handled the challenge with practiced composure, their faces betraying no trace of hesitation. Others displayed faint signs of strain, tightened jaws, subtle shifts in weight, fleeting tremors of the hands. Jonah could feel the energy in the room intensifying, a current of anticipation that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The fearlessness he had observed the night before was evolving, taking on a sharper edge. The word, it seemed, was not just a concept. It was a catalyst, a psychological agent designed to reshape the boundaries of human behavior. Rachel moved among them, correcting posture, adjusting gestures, her presence both reassuring and terrifying. She spoke to a recruit in a low tone, barely audible. Yet the effect was immediate. The person straightened, voice steadying, body rigid with concentration. Jonah's eyes tracked her every movement. There was an artistry to her control, an exacting precision that could only come from years of experience and an innate understanding of human psychology. The cult's machinery was finely tuned, each participant a cog in a complex system, moving in a rhythm that blurred the lines between discipline, fearlessness, and coercion. He shifted slightly, taking note of a scarred enforcer standing near the back, arms folded, eyes scanning. The man's presence was a reminder of the ever-present threat of failure. Observing was dangerous, yes, but any overt mistake in judgment, any misstep, could invite scrutiny. Jonah's own fear, however controlled, felt heavier tonight, pressing against his chest like a physical weight. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, steady, recording every detail, every nuance of the ceremony unfolding before him. A subtle pattern emerged as the boxes were opened one by one. Each item was chosen to provoke a specific response, a memory, a fear, an instinctive recoil. The cult's obsession with the word seemed intertwined with this process, the promise of fearlessness dangling over the recruits like a razor's edge. Jonah realized that he was watching the transformation unfold in real time, witnessing the first steps toward what he could only describe as a profound detachment from ordinary human constraints. The implications were horrifying. If these individuals succeeded, they would no longer operate under the guidance of fear. Morality, hesitation, self-preservation, all of it could be stripped away. The candlelight flickered against the stone walls, shadows twisting and merging, creating an almost tangible sense of movement. Jonah noted the expressions of the members, eyes wide and alert, lips tight, muscles taut. The faintest shift in posture communicated compliance. A subtle twitch might indicate a failure to internalize the teachings. Rachel's eyes swept the room constantly, detecting errors and correcting them with minimal intervention. The energy she exuded was magnetic and terrifying, pulling members into alignment with the ritual's precise requirements. Jonah could see why fearlessness was not just cultivated. It was enforced, engineered, and observed with ruthless intent. The final stage of the evening involved a deeper challenge. One by one, recruits were instructed to verbalize a thought or memory that caused personal fear, holding it before the group, and in some cases before Rachel herself. The responses varied. Some stumbled, their voices quivering as the room's collective focus seemed to amplify their vulnerability. Others held steady, forced themselves into composure, eyes locked on the altar, ignoring the inner tremors that threatened to surface. Jonah's own breath caught repeatedly as he witnessed the intensity of the emotional strain. It was one thing to hear about fearlessness, quite another to see it being extracted and tested, piece by piece, in real time. A sudden scream pierced the ambient hum of chants and whispered guidance. Jonah's head snapped toward the sound. A recruit had collapsed mid-test, convulsing with terror, eyes wild. Rachel's movement was immediate yet controlled. She knelt beside the recruit, murmuring instructions that seemed incomprehensible yet effective. The enforcers adjusted subtly, their presence calm but unmistakably authoritative. Jonah felt the air thicken, heavy with tension, and for the first time truly understood the razor-thin line these individuals walked. One misstep, one hesitation, could tip the balance from order to chaos. By the end of the night, Jonah emerged into the cool fog once again, soaked and shivering, notebook bursting with observations. The rituals had escalated, the obsession with the word growing more evident, and the members' responses were taking on a frighteningly clinical precision. Rachel's control over the room, over minds and bodies alike, had become undeniable. The cult was no longer simply an isolated obsession. It was a force, methodically, constructing individuals stripped of ordinary fear, shaped into instruments of detachment and potential violence. Walking home, Jonah's thoughts churned. The word was real, that much he could already suspect. The cult's rituals, their tests, and their obsession with fearlessness were designed to prepare the mind and body for it. He felt the weight of it pressing into him. The potential for destruction, the inevitability of escalation, the human cost of tampering with such a profound element of consciousness. And yet, beneath the fear, a darker thrill ran through him, the drive to know, to understand, and to witness the transformation before it was too late. Rain fell in thin sheets as he circled the perimeter of the building, the slick pavement reflecting the dim glow of street lamps. Jonah's coat clung to his back, cold and damp, but his attention was elsewhere. The rituals he had observed so far had been unsettling enough, but tonight promised something deeper, a chance to see the inner workings of the cult's obsession with the word. He adjusted the strap of his bag and pressed closer to the shadowed wall. Every step toward the entrance felt like a descent into a controlled chaos, and yet he couldn't stop himself. Curiosity, fascination, and a professional obsession wove together in a dangerous combination. Inside, the air was thick with the familiar mixture of incense, candle wax, and something more metallic, sharper than before. The energy in the room was different, tense, taut, expectant. Members shifted in subtle synchrony, their bodies moving in unspoken rhythm, eyes glinting in the low light. Rachel stood at the center, serene, precise, a figure of calm authority that somehow made the rest of the room vibrate with suppressed energy. She gestured for the recruits to kneel, their robes brushing softly against the stone floor. Jonah's notebook was already open, pages nearly filled with the details of the rituals and behaviors he had recorded previously. Tonight, he intended to pay closer attention to the nuances he had barely caught before. The signs that indicated the influence of the word, and the first glimmers of recklessness. A young recruit, barely more than a teenager, approached the altar with a hesitant step. His hand trembled as he reached for the box Rachel had prepared. Jonah noted the slight rise in tension among the enforcers, the subtle shift of shoulders, the quiet tightening of fists. It was almost imperceptible, but he could see it in their stance, their awareness, the way the slightest falter would not be ignored. The recruit's fingers brushed the lid, hesitated, then lifted it. Inside lay a simple token, but its purpose was clear. It was designed to provoke a flicker of unease, to test composure and control. The boy's eyes widened as he recognized it, and he froze. Rachel's gaze fell upon him, steady, unflinching, yet radiating a quiet intensity that commanded immediate attention. Jonah felt the pull of the room's tension in his chest, each heartbeat amplified in the stillness. The recruit's lips parted slightly, as if to speak, and then he stammered, voice faltering under the combined weight of expectation and fear. Rachel stepped closer, her hand hovering above the young man's shoulder. There was no forceful correction, only the softest guidance, yet it conveyed absolute authority. The boy straightened, swallowing audibly, and whispered the phrase instructed, the cadence precise. Jonah could almost hear the collective exhale of the group, subtle but unmistakable. One failure, one misstep here, and the consequences were immediate, not necessarily violent, but psychologically punishing, a correction so thorough it reshaped behavior in real time. The ritual intensified. Members were instructed to confront increasingly personal fears, articulating memories, anxieties, or instincts that gnawed at their composure. Some did so with trembling hands, their voices quivering, muscles taut. Others showed no sign of hesitation, faces expressionless, yet Jonah could detect a subtle rigidity in posture, a mechanical precision that hinted at internal strain. Rachel moved among them, her eyes scanning for the slightest disruption, gestures minute but exacting, nudging participants back into alignment with the ritual's rhythm. Each movement, each sound, each gaze was calibrated to maintain control while eroding ordinary fear. Jonah's notes grew frantic, capturing every detail, the tilt of a head, the flicker of an eyelid, the tension in a jaw. He realized that the subtle manipulations of body and mind were not merely about obedience. They were about stripping away the filters that made people cautious, hesitant, or restrained. Fearlessness was being cultivated here, but it was not a natural state. It was imposed, enforced, and observed with meticulous scrutiny. And as he watched, he began to notice the earliest signs of recklessness. A recruit lifted the box carelessly, their eyes flicking around with something that was not fear but curiosity bordering on defiance. The enforcers shifted, silent but alert, correcting with an almost imperceptible tilt of the head or a tightening of stance. Rachel spoke quietly to the room, her voice carrying a rhythm that seemed almost hypnotic. The words were not fully audible, but the effect was clear. The participants stiffened, adjusted, and some even inhaled sharply as if the sound itself carried weight. Jonah scribbled notes furiously, trying to capture what he could. The patterns of behavior were becoming more pronounced. Those who had previously faltered now moved with deliberate precision, yet the hesitation he had seen before had transformed into something else, a small, dangerous spark of recklessness. As if the absence of fear was starting to embolden some beyond reason. He observed a pair of recruits near the back exchanging glances. The signal was subtle, a shared smirk, the almost imperceptible tension of shoulders preparing for movement. Jonah's stomach clenched. This was the first visible sign that fearlessness was beginning to manifest as impulsive behavior. The cult's teachings were effective. They were stripping away hesitation, but they were also igniting something else. A raw, untethered energy that could tip into aggression or worse. The implications were horrifying. In the wrong hands, the word could create agents of chaos, driven by instinct and compulsion rather than caution or morality. A sudden shift in movement drew his attention. One recruit, emboldened by the growing detachment, lifted their box with an exaggerated flourish. The enforcers reacted instantly, a silent correction that was more intimidation than physical intervention. The recruit's eyes flicked down, acknowledging the authority, yet Jonah could see the faint trace of exhilaration in the slight tension of their lips. It was dangerous, and yet fascinating. A first glimpse of the thin line between disciplined fearlessness and unbridled recklessness. Rachel stepped forward, moving like a shadow among the kneeling participants. Her gaze was precise, cutting through the dim light, and her hands adjusted posture, corrected vocal inflection, and guided focus with exacting subtlety. Jonah was struck again by the level of control she maintained, the way her calm presence exerted authority without force, yet left an unmistakable trace of power and danger in every interaction. Observing her, he could see how the word, though not yet revealed, was already affecting the group. The fearlessness it promised was no longer a distant idea. It was beginning to take root in small, unsettling ways. The room seemed to vibrate with latent energy. Jonah felt it in his chest, a low, constant thrum that pressed against his ribs. The recruits continued their tasks, each one a study in restraint and emerging impulse. Some moved mechanically, their faces blank. Others showed flashes of defiance, curiosity, or testing boundaries. Each action, each twitch, each subtle choice was observed and corrected, and yet a pattern was emerging. The absence of fear was creating not just obedience but a kind of anticipatory recklessness, a willingness to push limits that could quickly spiral beyond control. As the ritual neared its end, Jonah watched Rachel close the final box and gesture to the group. A hush fell over the chamber, a collective pause that held tension like a drawn bowstring. The recruits exchanged glances, postures tense, muscles tight. The enforcers were statues, motionless but alert. In the center, Rachel's presence dominated, serene yet intimidating, radiating authority that seemed to ripple across the room. Jonah felt the weight of it pressing against his own mind, the pull of the energy almost irresistible. Observation alone was no longer sufficient. The final test for the evening required participants to articulate a personal fear aloud, facing the group and Rachel directly. Some faltered immediately, voice trembling, hands shaking. Others spoke with precise cadence, voices steady, yet their movements hinted at inner tension. Jonah could see the first true signs of the word's effect, eyes wide but unafraid. Movements deliberate but tinged with impulsive energy, small sparks of recklessness embedded in otherwise controlled behavior. It was terrifying, yet mesmerizing, a study in the manipulation of human nature at its most fundamental level. By the time the session ended, Jonah was soaked, exhausted, and overwhelmed. His notebook was filled with observations, sketches, and tentative analyses. The recruits filed out silently, expressions blank or faintly strained. Yet he could see the early signs of the transformation taking hold. Fearlessness was being instilled, yes, but it was not without consequence. The smallest sparks of recklessness, subtle and nearly invisible, hinted at what would come when the word itself was revealed. Outside, the rain had eased to a drizzle. Jonah shivered, pressing the notebook to his chest. The cult was no longer just a mystery. It was a force actively reshaping human behavior. One ritual, one test, one meticulously guided action at a time. Rachel's control was absolute, and the promise of fearlessness carried with it a potential for recklessness and destruction that was already beginning to manifest. Jonah understood something he hadn't fully grasped before. The word wasn't just powerful. It was dangerous, capable of unshackling not only courage but something darker, something capable of violence that no one could yet anticipate. The night had grown heavy with mist, seeping into the cracks of the old stone building. Jonah lingered near the back, hidden in shadows that stretched unnaturally in the flickering candlelight. He could feel the energy in the room pulse like a living thing, subtle at first, then insistent, wrapping around each member like a coil. The cult's attention was fixated on the altar, where Rachel moved with methodical grace, her fingers tracing precise gestures, her gaze never leaving the participants. The boxes from earlier lay open, empty now, but the tension remained, thick and tangible, as if the space itself had absorbed fear and anticipation. A hush settled across the group, broken only by the faint sound of breathing and the soft shuffle of robes on stone. Rachel's eyes scanned the recruits, and a subtle nod signaled the beginning of the final trial. This one was different. More personal, more direct, and far more dangerous. The recruits were to demonstrate control not only over fear but over instinct itself, performing tasks that tested the boundaries of their impulsive tendencies. Jonah's pulse quickened as he realized that this stage would reveal the first signs of reckless behavior, the early sparks of aggression that fearlessness was beginning to cultivate. The first recruit approached the altar, a young woman whose expression was a mix of determination and apprehension. She knelt before the remaining box, lifting it with careful precision. Inside was a token designed to provoke a visceral reaction. A small, jagged piece of metal, worn with age, its edges unnerving to look at. Her fingers trembled ever so slightly, but she held it firmly, eyes meeting Rachel's without hesitation. Jonah noticed the subtle change in her posture, a faint stiffening in the shoulders, a tightening in the jaw. The fearlessness was there, cultivated and deliberate, yet beneath it ran a current of something else, curiosity, a dangerous thrill at confronting what had once provoked anxiety. Rachel spoke, her voice low and hypnotic, directing the young woman to speak aloud a memory tied to fear. The recruit hesitated for barely a moment before compliance took over. The words tumbled out, steady yet clipped, her tone measured. A ripple passed through the group, subtle but palpable, as others observed and internalized the demonstration. Jonah could see the effect immediately. The fear that once bound instinct and morality had begun to loosen. Small gestures betrayed it, the slight lean forward, the rapid blinking, the quick intake of breath as the young woman's courage flirted with recklessness. Another recruit stepped forward, older, taller, with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. He lifted his token, a tarnished dagger, and held it with a casual air that suggested he was testing the limits of the exercise. Jonah's stomach tightened. The enforcers at the edges of the room tensed instantly, subtle shifts in posture signaling that they had noticed the bravado. Rachel's gaze swept over him, and her eyes narrowed just enough to command correction. Still, the man's posture remained, slightly defiant, a flicker of thrill dancing in his expression. Jonah scribbled notes furiously. This was the first clear sign that fearlessness was manifesting as something dangerous. Boldness tinged with a reckless disregard for consequence. The energy in the room thickened further. The air felt charged, almost electric, and Jonah could sense it pressing against his chest. Small gestures, the quick glance of a recruit toward another, the tightening of a fist, the faint smirk, indicated that the discipline of fearlessness was beginning to unravel, replaced with early impulses toward aggression. One of the enforcers shifted slightly, catching Jonah's gaze out of the corner of his eye, and he pressed himself closer to the wall, holding still. Observation was becoming increasingly precarious. The boundaries between watching and participating were thinner than ever. Rachel moved to the center of the room, raising a hand. The recruits paused, suspended in anticipation. She gestured toward a new set of objects, concealed until now. The tokens were more provocative than anything they had handled earlier. Shards of glass, splintered wood, objects that carried a primal instinctive threat. Jonah's stomach churned as he realized that this stage was designed not merely to challenge composure but to test restraint itself. Fear had been stripped away gradually, replaced by raw, unshackled impulse, and tonight the cult was allowing that impulse to surface. The first recruit lifted a jagged shard, eyes wide but expressionless. She held it carefully, then brought it down on a piece of wood in a controlled motion. The sound cracked through the room, sharp and jarring. Another member flinched subtly, but no one intervened. Jonah's pen moved almost frantically, capturing every detail. The ritual had evolved. It was no longer simply about overcoming fear, but about introducing controlled acts of destruction, testing the moral boundaries of the participants. The thrill of action without fear was becoming palpable, and Jonah could see the effect in the subtle lean, the quickened pulse, the flickers of anticipation in the recruit's eyes. Then it happened. A taller recruit, emboldened by the display, lifted his object, a jagged shard, and swung it carelessly toward another participant, not aiming to hit but to test reaction. The contact was light, a brush of metal against fabric, yet the tension snapped instantly. Jonah's heart raced as he observed Rachel's reaction. A single step forward, a tilt of her hand, and the movement was corrected instantly. The participant froze, shoulders rigid, eyes wide, yet the spark of exhilaration remained. This was the first unmistakable sign that fearlessness, without careful discipline, could turn into recklessness and potential violence. The room responded collectively. Eyes darted, hands twitched, subtle movements shifted into microaggressions. Jonah realized that the next phase would be critical. The word's influence, once introduced, would likely accelerate this reckless energy exponentially. He could see it forming, the detachment from ordinary caution, the rise of impulsive reactions, the beginnings of aggression without conscience. The enforcers hovered near enough to intervene, yet allowed small incidents to occur, observing and cataloging, teaching without words, enforcing boundaries through presence rather than action. Rachel's voice rose, low and melodic, guiding the participants through a sequence of movements that combined ritualized gestures with moments of confrontation. Each recruit was forced to navigate the fine line between control and impulse. Jonah noticed one recruit, previously timid, now standing taller, eyes bright with a thrill that bordered on dangerous. A second flicked his gaze toward another member, a hint of challenge in the tilt of his head. Small signs, almost imperceptible, yet they hinted at the shift from obedience to recklessness, from structured fearlessness to unpredictable action. The final part of the ritual required each recruit to vocalize a fear once again, but this time, while performing a movement that carried a physical risk, stepping over sharp stones, balancing on uneven surfaces, interacting with objects that could cause injury if mishandled. Jonah's breath caught as he watched them comply. Some faltered, instinctively cautious, yet quickly corrected themselves under Rachel's quiet guidance. Others moved with ease, fluid and controlled, yet there was a dangerous gleam in their eyes, a flirtation with risk that was thrilling rather than frightening. Fearlessness was taking a tangible, physical form, and with it, the first dangerous sparks of impulsive violence. By the time the ritual concluded, Jonah felt drained, both physically and mentally. His notebook was nearly full, sketches and notes crammed into every available space. The cult members departed quietly, robes brushing stone, expressions calm yet tinged with a new energy. Rachel lingered, surveying the room, adjusting posture, correcting minor details with the same unyielding precision that had dominated the session from start to finish. Jonah stepped back into the misty night, notebook clutched tightly. The implications weighed heavily on him. Fearlessness was not merely a state of mind here. It was being cultivated, engineered, and tested through ritualized acts that skirted the edge of recklessness. The participants were learning to act without hesitation, to confront threats without fear, to push boundaries they had once recognized. And beneath the surface, the first flickers of impulsive aggression had emerged. Jonah realized that the word, when introduced, would likely accelerate this progression into something uncontrollable, something violent. He walked through the foggy streets, notebook pressed to his chest, mind churning. The cult was no longer merely an object of curiosity. It was a force reshaping human behavior with precision, discipline, and an unsettling disregard for the potential consequences. Rachel's authority was absolute, and the early signs of reckless behavior hinted at what would come next. Jonah's pulse raced with a mixture of fear and anticipation. He had glimpsed the edge of something far darker than he had imagined, a transformation that stripped away fear, morality, and restraint. leaving only raw impulse and the dangerous thrill of power unbound. The air inside the chamber was heavy, thick with a subtle metallic tang that seemed to cling to Jonah's skin, settling in the back of his throat. Candlelight flickered across the stone walls, elongating shadows until they seemed to writhe like living things. The cult was already assembled, but something had changed. The earlier precision, the disciplined choreography of rituals, had begun to falter. Subtle signs of strain and unpredictability were spreading among the members, a ripple moving through the once tightly controlled group. Fearlessness, cultivated so carefully, was now beginning to erode the social bonds that had maintained order. Jonah could feel it in every glance, every twitch, every whisper carried on the shifting air. Rachel remained at the center, poised, statuesque, but her calm authority was being tested. Jonah noticed her scanning the room more frequently, hands briefly raised in gestures of correction, eyes narrowing in ways he hadn't seen before. Even her usual fluidity of motion was interrupted by subtle hesitations, micro-adjustments in posture that betrayed awareness of the growing instability. She whispered to the enforcers near the back, their movements more animated, their gestures sharper, a subtle acknowledgement that discipline alone was no longer sufficient. Something was beginning to slip beyond their control. The first signs of fracture appeared among the lower-ranking members. A young recruit, previously timid and compliant, began shifting impatiently, tapping the floor with a foot in rhythm with an internal impulse rather than the ritual's pacing. Jonah's eyes tracked him, noting the slight lean forward, the quick darting of glances toward a neighboring member. The boy's hand reached toward an object on the altar, unnecessarily, impulsively, brushing another item in a way that would have been corrected instantly in the past. The enforcers stepped in with a near imperceptible tilt of the head, subtle enough that casual observation might miss it, yet the tension in the room spiked instantly. Another member, a middle-aged man with a broad frame, muttered something under his breath, a fragment of a sentence that sounded almost like a challenge, almost like defiance. The words were unintelligible to Jonah, yet their impact was unmistakable. Eyes flicked toward him, some narrowing in irritation, others betraying fascination. Rachel's gaze hardened for a fraction of a second, and the man's posture shifted instantly, shoulders straightening, but the spark remained. Fearlessness was spreading, but with it came impulsive thought, the beginnings of aggression, a willingness to test limits that had previously been strictly enforced. Jonah scribbled notes furiously. Patterns were emerging, subtle at first, but unmistakable. Where fear once restrained, hesitation once guided behavior, the absence of fear now produced cracks in the carefully cultivated social order. Microaggressions, minor breaches of etiquette, whispered challenges, all were precursors to something larger, a destabilization of the hierarchy that had maintained the cult's cohesion. The word itself had not yet been spoken aloud in front of him, yet its influence was apparent, spreading like a virus through thought and behavior. Movement in the room became less predictable. A young woman, previously compliant and cautious, stepped closer to a neighboring recruit, a slight smirk playing at the corner of her lips. She nudged him with a shoulder, a playful but unnecessary gesture, and he recoiled slightly, startled, yet did not retaliate. He was curious, testing boundaries. Jonah's stomach tightened. These small interactions, minor breaches of decorum, were the first tangible signs that the fearlessness was beginning to manifest unpredictably, that discipline alone could no longer contain the latent energy the word was generating. Rachel moved deliberately toward the center, a hand lifted, speaking in low, measured tones. Her voice was calm, but it carried a weight that seemed almost physical, pressing against the minds of the participants. She attempted to realign the group, to reassert order through the familiar rhythms of gestures and intonation. Jonah watched closely, noting the minute adjustments she made, the tilt of a head, the shift of a hand, the subtle pressure of a shoulder or an arm. But even her corrections were meeting resistance. The group now a mixture of compliance and impulsive energy, the equilibrium fracturing under the influence of fearlessness. Subtle sparks of aggression flickered across faces once placid. A recruit shifted suddenly, leaning closer than necessary, eyes glinting with curiosity or perhaps irritation. Another made a noise, a sharp exhale that carried just enough weight to draw attention. Jonah could see micro-tensions in the muscles of their arms, the subtle flexing of hands, the faint tremor in a jaw that indicated suppressed impulses. The word's influence was already evident, unspoken but palpable, eroding caution, loosening internal restraint. The calm social order that had once held the cult together was splintering quietly, dangerously. The enforcers moved with quiet vigilance, intercepting small disruptions with precision, yet even they seemed to operate on the edge of reaction rather than control. Their usual omnipresent calm had grown taut, tight with alertness, as if anticipating a spark too large to contain. Jonah realized that the cult's structure, once rigid and controlled, was under assault from within by the very fearlessness it had sought to instill. He felt a shiver of anticipation mixed with dread. This was the first stage where fearlessness began its more dangerous work, dissolving restraint, testing obedience, and preparing the ground for recklessness and aggression. One member, emboldened by observing these minor breaches, stepped forward unnecessarily, brushing another's shoulder while reaching for a ritual object. The contact was harmless, yet the ripple was immediate. Eyes shifted, glances darted, whispers almost imperceptible, and Jonah's pen raced to capture it. The subtle hierarchy, the implicit understanding of rank and control, was starting to blur. The careful choreography of interactions that had previously maintained peace was fracturing. Every small act of boldness, every minor breach, now carried the potential to escalate unpredictably. Jonah's own pulse quickened. He realized that he was witnessing the early stages of chaos, the fracture point where cultivated fearlessness could tip toward aggression. The word's promise of invulnerability, of fearlessness, was no longer a distant concept. It was already manifesting in behavior, in micro-actions that hinted at larger disruptions to come. Even without hearing it spoken aloud, its influence was spreading, subtle but undeniable. Rachel moved again, hands weaving through the air, voice rising softly to guide the room back toward alignment. She corrected a posture here, a gesture there, but the effectiveness of her interventions was waning. Members who had previously complied instinctively now tested limits, leaned into impulses, and acted with a reckless confidence that bordered on defiance. Jonah could feel it building in the room, a kinetic energy coiled beneath the veneer of ritual precision. The first cracks in obedience had formed, and he could sense the possibility of a larger rupture if the pattern continued. A quiet tension built as he observed a cluster of recruits exchanging subtle glances, the beginnings of unspoken communication, hints of challenge, curiosity, and tentative aggression. These small sparks, nearly invisible, were unmistakable to an observer trained to notice micro-behaviors. Fearlessness was evolving from disciplined composure into a potential powder keg of impulsive action. Jonah's mind raced. How much longer before these small fractures escalated into outright conflict, before minor breaches of decorum erupted into violence? The answer, he suspected, was soon. By the time the session began to wind down, the fractures were evident. Jonah could see it in posture, in fleeting expressions, in the almost imperceptible twitch of a hand. The social order, once maintained by fear, respect, and ritual, was weakening under the weight of fearlessness. Rachel's authority remained, but it was a taut thread stretched across a widening chasm. Members who had been calm and precise were now tinged with sparks of unpredictability. The room hummed with potential energy, quiet but potent, an undercurrent of instability that threatened to erupt without warning. Stepping back into the night, Jonah felt the chill of mist against his damp coat, notebook pressed tightly to his chest. The fractures were real. Fearlessness was spreading, but it was doing so unevenly, unpredictably, and the consequences would be dangerous. The social order, the hierarchy, the careful choreography of obedience, all were beginning to crumble. He understood now that this was only the beginning, the initial stage before the word itself would be revealed. And in that realization, a cold thrill ran through him. The danger was escalating, the potential for destruction was growing, and the first sparks of chaos were visible in human form. Fearlessness was not merely a psychological state, it was a catalyst, one that was already beginning to unravel everything he touched. Jonah knew that the next sessions would push these fractures further, and soon, recklessness and aggression would no longer be contained. The morning light had little effect on the building's interior. Shadows still clung stubbornly to the corners, and the air smelled faintly of candle wax mixed with damp stone and faint iron, a reminder of past rituals. Jonah moved quietly along the perimeter, notebook in hand, feeling more like a witness to a slowly unspooling catastrophe than an observer. The fractures from the previous night had widened. The tension in the room was no longer subtle. The cult members were visibly different, leaning forward too eagerly, eyes darting with uncontrolled curiosity, hands twitching in impatience or irritation. Fearlessness had begun its transformation, and impulsive recklessness was no longer contained. A low murmur spread through the group as members began interacting with objects on the altar in ways that were unnecessary, dangerous, even aggressive. Jonah could see it clearly. A young recruit, previously timid, now deliberately knocked over a small candle stand, letting it clatter to the stone floor. The other recruits barely flinched, some even smirking at the display, emboldened by the lack of consequence. The enforcers flinched slightly, ready to intervene. But Rachel held up a single hand, silent yet commanding. The act passed without reprimand, and the ripple of excitement and daring spread like wildfire. Small conflicts erupted almost immediately. Two members reached for the same ritual object simultaneously, a carved knife with a dull edge, and a brief struggle ensued. Hands collided, elbows struck, and a sharp exhale of frustration pierced the room. Normally, such incidents would have been quelled instantly by the enforcers or corrected by Rachel's precise guidance. But this time, the intervention was minimal, almost experimental. Jonah scribbled frantically as he watched the dynamics shift. Once docile participants were now testing each other, poking at limits, daring to provoke reactions without fear of consequence. One recruit, a tall man with a narrow face, shoved another lightly, and the reaction was unexpected. The other man did not flinch, did not step back. Instead, he retaliated almost immediately, not harshly, but with a sharp jab to the shoulder. The movement was controlled yet pointed, a testing of strength and resolve. Jonah's heart raced as he noted the evolution. Aggression was beginning to emerge alongside fearlessness. Small acts, carefully measured yet impulsive, were surfacing, controlled chaos with hints of real danger. Rachel moved with swift grace between the interactions, speaking in low, measured tones, her words soft but commanding. She corrected posture, redirected attention, adjusted gestures, and yet, the influence of the word, though still unspoken aloud, was now evident in every micro-reaction. The room had shifted from ritualized obedience into controlled anarchy. Jonah could feel the change in the energy around him. The participants moved with a dangerous curiosity, testing limits and boundaries, almost as if daring each other to cross them further. A sudden crash echoed through the chamber. A young woman had thrown a small statue across the room, sending it shattering against the far wall. The sound of ceramic breaking against stone rang sharply, punctuating the tension like a warning. Members around her paused, eyes wide with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. Then laughter began to ripple through the room, quiet at first and then louder. Jonah felt a shiver run down his spine. Fearlessness had tipped into mischief, but the thrill of destruction carried undertones of something darker. The energy was no longer simply reckless. It had the beginnings of outright aggression. The next incident escalated faster. A recruit, emboldened by the lack of consequence, lifted a wooden ritual rod and swung it toward the altar, not with intent to harm, but with a deliberate force that broke a nearby candle holder. Another recruit reacted instinctively, ducking, but then smirked, brushing the rod aside with a casual flick of the hand, not out of obedience but curiosity. Jonah's notebook filled with notes and sketches of movements, postures, and reactions. The interplay of fearlessness and impulsive aggression was accelerating, the group dynamic becoming unpredictable, volatile. Whispers and murmurs began to thread through the crowd, faint at first, then louder, punctuated with occasional laughter or low exclamations. Members tested each other with small provocations, a shove here, a jostle there, a challenge in the eyes. Jonah noticed the subtle shift in body language. Some leaned forward eagerly, ready for conflict. Others smirked at provocation, curious to see who would crack first. The balance that had once kept the group cohesive was dissolving. Fearlessness was no longer an instrument of control. It was a tool for exploration of chaos. Rachel's gaze swept across the room with precision, yet her corrections grew fewer and subtler. She seemed to be observing now, cataloging rather than controlling. The enforcers moved more cautiously, stepping in only when contact risked real injury. Jonah could see the strategy. Let the participants explore aggression within limits, allow impulses to surface, and guide only enough to prevent outright catastrophe. Yet even within these constraints, the room had become a crucible for the first sparks of true violence. Objects were broken, gestures sharpened, and small skirmishes emerged. Brief shoves, quick grabs, a hand flicked unexpectedly. Jonah's stomach churned as he recorded every action. Fearlessness had now mutated into a dangerous, thrilling power. Members who had once been compliant and cautious were now aggressive in subtle, experimental ways, learning the feel of strength, the taste of dominance, the exhilaration of doing without hesitation. Every interaction carried a potential for escalation, and Jonah could sense the tension building like a drawn bowstring, waiting for the release. A fight almost erupted when two recruits argued over a token. Voices rose sharply, breath quickening, fingers twitching as the dispute escalated. One of the enforcers moved instinctively, stepping between them, but even his presence did not entirely quell the tension. Jonah could see the excitement in their eyes, the thrill of risk, the draw of confrontation without fear of reprisal. The first hints of real danger were here: unrestrained energy, unchecked curiosity, and the nascent thrill of physical conflict. Jonah realized with growing horror that these incidents, while minor, were harbingers. The word's eventual influence would amplify every impulse, every spark of aggression, turning experimental skirmishes into fully realized acts of violence. Even now, the boundaries of the group's social order had been pushed beyond the point of stability. Members moved unpredictably, eyes glinting with dangerous curiosity, muscles coiled and ready. Every small provocation, every misstep, now carried a high potential for escalation. The enforcers finally intervened when a young man lunged carelessly at a shattered candle holder, almost injuring another member. Their hands gripped arms and shoulders, guiding the movement away from harm without a word. Jonah could see that this restraint was precarious, held only by the tension of authority, by the silent agreement that destruction must be contained. Yet the thrill of chaos had already spread. Jonah scribbled rapidly. The first full-scale acts of aggression had emerged, restrained but undeniable. Rachel stepped forward, her voice rising, calm yet cutting through the low hum of excitement. She spoke to the group in measured tones, emphasizing ritual, discipline, and composure. Some members obeyed, some flinched, others seemed only partially affected, their eyes bright with curiosity, testing the limits of her authority. Jonah watched, noting the delicate balance: authority versus impulsive behavior, order versus the burgeoning thrill of action without consequence. It was clear that the cult's social order, once maintained with fear and ritual, was fracturing faster than ever before. By the end of the session, Jonah felt the full weight of the changes. Minor violence had become an undercurrent. The air was thick with tension and unspoken challenges. Objects were broken, skirmishes had occurred, and the members' behavior had become unpredictable, impulsive, and tinged with aggression. Fearlessness had evolved into a dangerous energy, one that, if left unchecked, could spiral rapidly into chaos and true violence. Jonah's mind raced as he considered the implications. This was no longer about ritual or obedience. It was about unleashing the raw, untethered power that fearlessness brought with it. Outside, the mist clung to his coat, cold and insistent. Jonah pressed his notebook to his chest, shivering not just from the damp air but from the realization of what he had witnessed. The fractures had deepened, the impulsive aggression had begun to take shape, and the word itself, the unspoken, mysterious catalyst, was poised to push the cult further into chaos. The danger was no longer hypothetical. It was here, unfolding before him, and Jonah understood that the next steps would be critical. Any miscalculation, any spark, could ignite the controlled chaos into full-blown violence. The fractures were widening, the reckless energy was growing, and fearlessness was proving to be a far more dangerous force than anyone had anticipated. The chamber was quiet now, but the quiet carried a weight, an invisible tension that pressed against Jonah's chest as he moved along the shadowed perimeter. The minor skirmishes, the reckless gestures, the shattered objects. They had left an imprint in the air, a residue of unrestrained impulse that even Rachel could not fully erase. Members lingered in small clusters, speaking in hushed tones, eyes flicking with curiosity, tension, and the barely restrained thrill of mischief. Jonah's mind raced, replaying each movement, each microaggression, each spark of dangerous curiosity. The fractures in the social order were deepening. He stopped, crouched in a shadow near the altar, and observed Rachel as she moved among the members. Her calm authority remained intact, but there was a tension now, a subtle strain in her movements and gestures that had not been present before. She adjusted postures, corrected stances, whispered instructions, yet even her precision could not completely erase the rising impulsive energy. Jonah realized that this was no longer just about controlling fear. It was about shaping chaos, trying to harness the volatile energy that had been unleashed. But the energy had its own momentum now, subtle and pervasive, impossible to suppress entirely. Some members were standing apart, eyes bright, hands flexing, muscles coiled, twitching as though anticipating an event that no one could yet name. Jonah's pulse quickened as he noticed their subtle movements, the almost imperceptible leaning forward, the rapid blink of eyes, the faint tightening of fists. Fearlessness had mutated. What had begun as composure was now a dangerous curiosity, a thrill for testing limits, a latent aggression that might explode unpredictably. Every micro-gesture, every flicker of expression hinted at impulses no ritual could fully contain. Jonah stepped back slightly, keeping himself in shadow, notebook poised but pen trembling. He had observed the fractures, the reckless behavior, the minor violence, and now he faced a realization that chilled him to the core. The word, the object of obsession, the catalyst, was not a tool that could be contained once fully introduced. The influence had begun spreading like a contagion. Those who had approached it carefully, those who had once been obedient, were now flirting with impulsive violence. The social order was unstable, and the risk of extreme aggression was growing exponentially. He recalled the whispered rumors among recruits, the secretive chatter about the word itself, its power to erase fear entirely. Jonah's stomach tightened. Up to now, the word had remained unspoken, its effects manifesting indirectly through ritual and discipline. But the next stage, the actual utterance, promised to amplify all he had seen, the recklessness, the curiosity, the aggression. The sparks he had observed would ignite into a blaze, and Jonah understood that he might soon be faced with a choice: remain an observer and risk being caught in the chaos, or intervene and risk exposure to the word's direct effects. The first deliberate act of aggression surfaced suddenly. A recruit, emboldened by the previous skirmishes, struck a small ritual object against the wall with force, sending shards scattering. Another member laughed, then picked up a broken fragment, swinging it in a reckless arc that came close to striking a third recruit. Jonah's breath caught. In that instant, he understood the terrifying reality. Once fearlessness became untethered, once hesitation was gone, controlled aggression quickly devolved into dangerous, unpredictable behavior. The ritual had moved from training to experiment, from control to chaos. Rachel stepped forward, voice calm yet authoritative, hands weaving through the air, attempting to redirect the participants. She spoke quietly, correcting gestures and postures, and yet the gleam in some members' eyes betrayed a thrill that was impossible to suppress. Jonah watched as one man, previously reserved, grinned and tested a minor push against another recruit's shoulder. The other did not retreat. He pushed back, and a brief scuffle began, small and contained but unmistakable. Jonah's pulse pounded. This was the first clear proof that fearlessness, once internalized, encouraged not just recklessness but latent aggression. Jonah's thoughts turned to the word itself. Every incident he had observed now suggested that speaking it directly would remove all internal restraint. Caution, hesitation, morality, fear, all would dissolve instantly. The social cracks, the minor skirmishes, the subtle tests of strength and dominance, were merely the precursors to true chaos. The realization sent a chill through him. What would happen when someone spoke the word? How quickly would these early sparks escalate into full-blown violence, into acts that no ritual, no enforcer, no leader could control? He caught sight of a small group near the corner of the chamber, eyes bright, hands twitching. They whispered and gestured subtly, testing one another. Jonah's stomach turned. The energy was dangerous, palpable, ready to erupt. He noticed the subtle tension in their muscles, the lean forward, the almost imperceptible tightening of fists and jaw. Fearlessness had now begun to breed impulsive action, and the word, once uttered, would magnify it without mercy. The social order, fragile even under Rachel's control, was poised to collapse. Jonah moved closer, careful to remain unseen, notebook poised, pen racing to capture details. He noted each microaggression, each act of boundary testing, each subtle display of curiosity turned potentially dangerous. Fearlessness was now intertwined with recklessness, curiosity, and nascent aggression. The energy in the room was a living thing, coiled and vibrating, impossible to ignore. Jonah realized that the word's effects, once fully unleashed, could not be mitigated. The early manifestations he observed were merely the surface, a warning of the irreversible transformation waiting beneath. A young recruit suddenly lifted a heavy ritual object and swung it carelessly near another member, narrowly missing him. The action was reckless but deliberate, a testing of limits. Jonah's stomach clenched. The thrill of action without fear was now visible, almost tangible, in the participants' movements. Hands trembled slightly, eyes brightened, muscles flexed. The room itself seemed charged with anticipation, tension, and dangerous energy. Rachel moved quickly to correct posture and prevent contact, but even she could not erase the underlying thrill, the reckless curiosity that now animated the members. Jonah's thoughts turned inward. He could remain hidden, record the behavior, and report later. But the pull of understanding, the desire to witness the full effects of the word, gnawed at him. What would happen if he spoke it? Could he survive the detachment from fear? Could he control the impulses that the word would unleash? He pressed the notebook closer, mind racing. He knew intellectually that the answer might be no. Once spoken, the word would amplify aggression, recklessness, impulsivity. Yet the temptation to understand its effects, to witness its full potential, was irresistible. The room itself seemed to mirror his internal conflict. Sparks of aggression flared, hands brushed unnecessarily, shoulders collided, gestures became deliberately provocative. Jonah observed a man lean forward, eyes glinting with curiosity and a subtle challenge. Another matched his movement, and a brief scuffle erupted, light, contained, yet unmistakable. The patterns were clear. Fearlessness had dissolved caution, and the early experiments in aggression were accelerating. Jonah realized that even a single utterance of the word would magnify every spark he had seen into a wildfire. Rachel's voice rose, low and melodic, attempting to restore order. She moved deliberately between the members, correcting posture, adjusting gestures, guiding movements. But even her precision could not completely erase the rising thrill of reckless power. Jonah's stomach tightened as he watched members testing one another, laughing quietly at minor transgressions, leaning forward, flexing muscles, eyes bright with anticipation. Fearlessness, once cultivated, was now a living force, preparing the room for the irreversible impact of the word. He stepped back, pressed against the wall, breathing shallowly. The weight of understanding pressed down. The word's influence was unstoppable once introduced directly. The early signs of aggression, the reckless curiosity, the minor conflicts, the thrill of risk. Everything was a precursor to chaos. The social order had fractured irreversibly, the controlled environment had given way to latent instability, and the next step would push these tendencies into full manifestation. Jonah's mind raced with possibilities, with dread and dark fascination entwined. Could he intervene? Could he stop the cult? Or would speaking the word himself be the only way to fully comprehend its power and survive the transformation? The questions burned, pressing on him like the very tension in the room. Around him, members moved subtly, flexing, shifting, testing one another, each small gesture a microcosm of the chaos to come. Fearlessness had begun its irreversible work. As the session drew to a close, Jonah realized that nothing would be the same. The fractures were deep, the reckless energy had taken hold, and the word, unspoken but inevitable, was poised to amplify it beyond control. Every glance, every movement, every twitch of muscle hinted at the potential for violence, for chaos, for actions untethered by fear or hesitation. The irreversible nature of the word's effect pressed down on him, chilling and fascinating in equal measure. The night air outside was cold and damp, mist clinging to his coat. Jonah's notebook was filled, but his mind was heavy with visions of what was coming. The fractures had widened, Aggression was emerging, and fearlessness was evolving into dangerous recklessness. The word itself was no longer a mystery to him intellectually. Its effect was clear, inevitable, and irreversible. The thrill of understanding, the pull of curiosity, and the weight of impending chaos pressed him forward, toward the moment when he might be forced to choose, witness, intervene, or speak the word himself. The morning fog clung to the windows of the old chamber like a thick shroud, muting the sunlight and casting everything in a pale gray haze. Jonah moved cautiously along the stone walls, notebook clutched in his hands, every nerve on edge. He had spent weeks observing the subtle escalation, the reckless gestures, the minor fights, the shattered ritual objects, and he thought he understood the trajectory. But nothing could have prepared him for what happened next. It started with a low murmur near the corner of the chamber. Jonah's eyes flicked toward the sound, barely daring to breathe. Two recruits, previously restrained in their experimentation, were circling one another, the tension in their bodies almost palpable. Muscles flexed, fists tightened, and their eyes gleamed with an intensity that sent chills down Jonah's spine. This wasn't playful testing of limits. It was something darker, something driven not by curiosity or mischief, but by a complete absence of fear. He watched as one of them, a tall man with close-cropped hair, lunged suddenly, a knife, or perhaps just a ceremonial blade, its edge still dull, striking the other in a brutal arc. The other man barely reacted, meeting the strike with a kind of cold detachment, as though the blade's movement was simply another variable in the calculation. Then, with shocking efficiency, the first man twisted, stabbing decisively, repeatedly. Jonah's breath caught in his throat. The sounds of struggle, the metallic scrape, the wet smack of flesh against stone, echoed through the chamber. Those nearby froze. Some members gaped, uncertain, as if watching a private performance. Others leaned forward, eyes bright with fascination, murmuring encouragement or analysis under their breath. Jonah scribbled furiously, unable to fully comprehend the scene unfolding before him. A killing, intentional and brutal, right in front of him. This was no longer a matter of reckless experimentation. Fearlessness had escalated into murder. Rachel's voice rang out, sharp, commanding, but not in protest. She moved quickly through the chamber, her gaze assessing, calculating. She didn't scream or intervene directly, at least not yet. She allowed the act to continue, her expression unreadable. Jonah realized, with growing horror, that this was a test, an extension of the word's influence, the ultimate trial. The cult's obsession had reached the point where life itself was expendable, where boundaries were obliterated, and morality was a distant memory. The aftermath was immediate. The body collapsed onto the cold stone floor, motionless. A silence fell over the room, broken only by the ragged breathing of those present and the distant drip of water somewhere in the shadows. Jonah's stomach churned, his pen trembling as he tried to record the details. The killing was precise, deliberate, and horrifyingly clean in its execution. He realized that the fearlessness the word inspired removed hesitation entirely. There was no guilt, no remorse, no second-guessing. Only action, only execution. Then something even stranger happened. Instead of panic or retreat, some members approached the fallen man, examining him with detached curiosity. One reached out to touch the corpse, testing, probing. Another whispered a comment that made Jonah flinch. It was analytical, clinical, almost celebratory. The room had transformed from ritual space to experimental theater of the mind, where death was not tragedy but an extension of curiosity unchecked by fear. Jonah's chest tightened. He had never imagined this could escalate so quickly. Elias appeared suddenly, moving through the chamber with controlled urgency. His presence was commanding, yet he did not immediately reprimand or chastise. Instead, he surveyed the group, noting reactions, measuring responses, calculating. Jonah could see the wheels turning in Elias's mind. The chaos had to be contained, but only selectively. There was method behind the madness now, a deliberate strategy forming. The leadership was beginning to adapt, planning, perhaps, for ways to harness the escalating violence rather than suppress it entirely. Jonah stepped back into shadow, his mind racing. He realized that this was the first true manifestation of the word's power beyond theoretical influence. Minor reckless acts had given way to intentional, lethal action. Fearlessness, fully realized, was no longer a psychological tool. It was a weapon, and now it had been unleashed in its rawest form. The implications were terrifying. The moment the word was spoken, the threshold had been crossed. Morality, restraint, hesitation, they were all irrelevant. Jonah's mind struggled to keep pace, trying to catalog, analyze, and survive all at once. Suddenly, another disturbance drew his gaze. A small group of members had begun moving erratically, not toward the body but toward one another. Hands struck out, shoves collided, and laughter, dark, gleeful, almost feral, bubbled from their lips. The killing had ignited something within them, a thrill that combined curiosity, dominance, and violence. Jonah's pulse accelerated. The contagion of the word was spreading, quickening the pace of reckless, dangerous behavior in a way that no ritual or instruction could contain. One recruit, previously quiet and unassuming, lifted a heavy ceremonial rod and swung it with a wild abandon, narrowly missing another member's head. The swing carried force, precision, and absolute detachment, as if the act of hitting or killing was meaningless in the absence of fear. Jonah flinched, scribbling in frantic detail. The line between play and lethal intent had blurred completely. The room had become a crucible for aggression and unpredictability, each member testing limits in ways that grew more dangerous with every heartbeat. Rachel moved among them with astonishing grace. Her hands gestured subtly, adjusting posture, guiding gestures, speaking softly. But every correction seemed to enhance the recklessness rather than diminish it. Jonah realized she was not simply controlling the chaos. She was orchestrating it. Every subtle intervention, every nuanced command, was amplifying the members' willingness to push boundaries. Fearlessness was now intertwined with strategic escalation, a deliberate cultivation of lethal competence. Jonah's gaze returned to the body on the floor. The first kill, intentional and unhesitating, had shifted the group's entire dynamic. The air was charged with energy that was part fascination, part fear, part exhilaration. Members circled one another, tested limits, exchanged subtle provocations, and sometimes even laughed quietly at acts of violence. Jonah's mind struggled to absorb the complexity. This was no longer a cult practicing ritual. It was a system in which fearlessness had evolved into controlled chaos, aggression, and lethal experimentation. He stepped back further, pressing himself against the cold stone wall. The realization struck him like a physical blow. The word's influence, once fully activated, was irreversible. The first kill was only the beginning. The thrill, the detachment, the courage devoid of conscience, all of it would escalate. Jonah understood now that the next steps, for some members, would involve even greater acts of violence, driven not by necessity, not by revenge, but by sheer unrestrained impulse. The chamber grew darker as the day progressed, sunlight fading behind the thick windows. Jonah's eyes flicked from one member to another, noting subtle shifts in posture, minor acts of aggression, and moments of detached curiosity. Each small gesture carried weight, each twitch of muscle hinted at potential danger. The first kill had not shocked the group into order. It had sparked something far more dangerous. The members were learning to dance along the edge of lethal impulse, testing limits and discovering exhilaration in the absence of fear. Jonah felt a cold knot tighten in his chest. He had crossed a line as an observer. Seeing the first kill had made the threat real in a way that mere recklessness never had. And he realized, with dawning horror, that no ritual, no authority, no intervention could roll back what had begun. Fearlessness had evolved into aggression, aggression into action, and the first kill was only the opening act. The word, though still unspoken aloud, had begun its irreversible work, stripping humanity, erasing caution, and transforming curiosity into a lethal, unstoppable force. Outside the chamber, the world remained indifferent. Rain pelted the stone walls, wind rattled the windows, and Jonah felt the weight of the building pressing against him like the tension in the air itself. The first kill had changed everything. The social order of the cult was fractured. The thrill of unrestrained action had taken root, and the inevitability of further violence pressed against him with suffocating clarity. Jonah knew that the next time he looked inside, he might not just be observing. He might be facing the unrestrained, terrifying force of the word in action, and surviving it would be uncertain at best. The chamber reeked of iron and wax, the remnants of the morning's violence lingering like a heavy fog. Jonah pressed himself into the corner, notebook in hand, every muscle tense, trying to capture what had just occurred without drawing attention. The first kill had shattered any pretense of order, and now the energy in the room crackled with unpredictability. Even members who had previously seemed obedient moved with a subtle, restless eagerness, testing limits and daring one another toward dangerous acts. He jotted observations furiously, documenting each twitch, each leer, each flick of a wrist. Some members leaned too close to one another, hands brushing in a testing manner. Others gestured provocatively, challenging reactions. The fearlessness the word had instilled was no longer abstract. It was physical, visible, immediate. Jonah's chest tightened as he realized that even a small provocation could escalate into something lethal. He had been observing escalation for weeks, but nothing prepared him for the deliberate intensity now coursing through the group. Elias appeared, moving like a predator through the remaining members. His face, calm and controlled, betrayed nothing of the internal storm that Jonah suspected was brewing. The first kill had disrupted the hierarchy, loosened obedience, and shifted the balance of power. Jonah noticed the subtle way Elias measured reactions, a slight lean forward, a narrowing of his eyes, the almost imperceptible twitch of a jaw. He was studying the room, cataloging who would submit, who might resist, who could be dangerous if left unchecked. Jonah's stomach tightened as he realized Elias's next move was already forming. The first kill had not been suppressed. It had been observed and recorded in Elias's mind as a metric of risk and opportunity. Quietly, he began to whisper instructions to enforcers, guiding them to contain the most reckless individuals, while subtly manipulating others toward greater acts of aggression. Jonah caught fragments of his murmured words, noting how he paired encouragement with subtle threats. The strategy was clear. The chaos would be harnessed, shaped, and, if necessary, pruned with lethal precision. Around the chamber, the aftermath of recklessness played out in smaller skirmishes. A recruit shoved another into a table, toppling ritual objects onto the floor. The clatter echoed sharply, yet no one flinched. Some laughed quietly. Others stepped back to observe the consequences, their eyes bright with anticipation. Jonah recorded it all, heart-pounding, realizing that each incident was a microcosm of the broader pattern. The word's influence created fearless impulses that demanded action, and every act of recklessness emboldened the next. He shifted slightly, scanning the room. Two members were testing a ritual blade, moving it dangerously close to each other's arms, their expressions unreadable but undeniably thrilled. Jonah's breath caught. Even a minor slip here could result in injury or death, and yet no one seemed concerned. Fear had been eradicated in them. Consequence had no purchase. It was a terrifying evolution to witness, the slow transformation from reckless curiosity to deliberate, controlled danger. Elias moved again, this time stopping near a cluster of particularly restless recruits. His calm voice cut through the murmurs, soft but absolute, instructing them to engage in controlled exercises meant to test both skill and composure. Jonah realized that Elias was trying to restore some semblance of order while simultaneously pushing members further into aggression. The brilliance and horror of it struck him simultaneously. The leader was not quelling chaos but directing it, shaping it into a lethal, precise tool. Jonah's notebook was filled with observations, but the rapid pace of events left gaps he could not fully capture. One recruit, emboldened beyond measure, picked up a ceremonial knife and slashed a shallow line across a post, eyes flicking to another member who smirked in approval. The gesture was minor but deliberate, a quiet demonstration of control and recklessness. Jonah's stomach nodded. These small acts of aggression were the seeds of future violence, and Elias was orchestrating them silently, calculating which members could be dangerous if provoked and which could be trusted to follow lethal instructions. From the far side of the chamber, a sound of breaking glass drew his attention. A candle holder had been thrown in a reckless act of impulse. The crashing noise was almost celebratory in its effect. Other members grinned, hands flexing, eyes bright. Jonah realized that the culture of fearlessness was now self-reinforcing. The word's influence created reckless action reinforced the thrill, and the thrill demanded escalation. Every gesture, every spark of aggression, was part of an uncontrollable chain reaction. Elias paused at the center of the chamber, hands clasped behind his back, studying the room like a general surveying a battlefield. Jonah noted the subtle calculations in his posture, the slight shift of weight, the narrowing of eyes, the deliberate placement of enforcers near those most likely to act out. The leader's mind was working in layers: immediate containment, observation, long-term strategy. He had already begun plotting lethal purges to eliminate the most dangerous variables, a chilling realization that Jonah could not fully absorb without fear creeping back into his chest. Jonah observed one enforcer, a man with a scar across his temple, move among the more impulsive members. His presence was enough to prevent immediate catastrophe, but his eyes flicked constantly, scanning for subtle signs of insubordination or emerging aggression. Jonah realized that the enforcers were instruments of control, deployed selectively, and Elias was counting on them to prevent chaos from tipping entirely out of control while simultaneously testing the limits of the members' fearlessness. In the shadows, Jonah's thoughts turned inward. He had always observed the cult from a distance, documenting their rituals, analyzing behavior, and keeping himself separate from the madness. But now, watching Elias orchestrate controlled chaos and plan purges, he felt the weight of moral responsibility pressing down. Could he stop this? Could he expose the word's effects before lethal purges began? Or would his interference mark him as a liability, someone to be eliminated in the methodical chaos? The first visible purge began subtly. A member who had been excessively reckless was quietly guided to the edge of the room by an enforcer, hands raised in feigned compliance. Jonah's stomach lurched as he realized the enforcers were testing boundaries, and if a single action broke protocol, the outcome could be fatal. The lesson was clear. Fearlessness did not excuse recklessness. It exposed weakness that Elias was ready to eliminate with precision. The calculated cruelty was horrifying, yet executed with dispassionate efficiency. Jonah took careful notes, scribbling furiously as he tried to capture every detail: the subtle tensions, the microaggressions, the controlled chaos, and the hints of lethal strategy forming in Elias's mind. He realized that the room was a living experiment, fearlessness being pushed to extremes, measured, and directed toward outcomes that were both unpredictable and terrifyingly calculated. Every small act of aggression now carried weight beyond immediate observation, hinting at consequences that could escalate into full-blown carnage. The air in the chamber thickened as members tested one another further. A shove here, a mocking gesture there, subtle but deliberate. Jonah noticed the shift in eyes, the quick calculation in hands and posture. The thrill of power without fear was addictive, and the early acts of controlled violence had only magnified it. Every movement became a negotiation between chaos and authority, each decision carrying the potential for lethal consequences. By mid-afternoon, Jonah felt a cold dread settle over him. He had witnessed the first kill, observed reckless behavior escalating, and now he saw the leadership taking lethal measures to maintain order, all while encouraging further aggressive experimentation. The word's influence had permeated the group. Fearlessness was evolving into dangerous impulsivity, and Elias's quiet orchestration of purges and discipline hinted at horrors yet to come. The room vibrated with tension, anticipation, and calculated menace. Jonah understood, with growing clarity, that the cult was now a crucible of violence, a system designed to refine aggression, eliminate hesitation, and enforce obedience while pushing the limits of fearlessness. And in the center of it all, Elias was both arbiter and architect, a calculating force guiding chaos while plotting lethal consequences. The realization was terrifying. There was no going back. The member's transformation was irreversible, and the first kill had merely been the opening salvo. As the session drew to a close, Jonah backed toward the exit, notebook filled but mind racing. Every glance, every subtle motion, every whispered instruction he had recorded hinted at the potential for future violence, for purges, for total collapse of social order. The first kill had been a spark. Elias's strategy was a carefully hidden fuse. Jonah knew he had glimpsed the mechanics of destruction, and the next steps would be even more unpredictable, even more dangerous. Outside, rain-slicked cobblestones reflected the gray light of late afternoon. Jonah shivered, the tension from the chamber still pressing against his shoulders. He understood now that the cult was no longer a curious experiment. It was a living, breathing organism fueled by fearlessness and guided by calculated authority, ready to erupt into lethal chaos at any moment. And he, standing on the edge of observation, was caught between documenting history and surviving it. The air in the chamber had thickened into something almost tangible, oppressive and sharp, like the residue of too many whispered commands and suppressed screams. Jonah crept along the edge of the room, notebook clutched, eyes darting between shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The violence from earlier had not abated. It had metastasized, infecting the members with a reckless curiosity that no one dared restrain. At the center of the ritual space, a circle had formed. The surviving members, once hesitant, once cautious, now radiated an unsettling confidence, limbs tense, expressions flat yet gleaming with something like anticipation. Jonah's gaze was drawn to one of them, a young woman who had been docile in previous days. She knelt before a shallow, brass basin, hands trembling slightly, but her eyes were clear, hard, unflinching. On the floor beside her lay a series of small knives, ceremonial in design but capable of precise harm. Without hesitation, she picked up a knife, sliding it across her forearm in a slow, deliberate motion. The skin parted cleanly, a thin line of blood spreading quickly. Jonah's stomach churned, but he could not look away. The other members reacted not with alarm but with fascination. Some murmured quietly, noting technique and angles. Others stepped closer, hands poised as though to intervene or imitate. Rachel, standing at the perimeter, observed with a faint, almost imperceptible nod, her presence silent and commanding. Jonah realized the magnitude of what he was witnessing. The word's effect had evolved beyond reckless aggression into deliberate, self-directed mutilation. Fearlessness had become a tool not just for attacking others, but for testing limits of the body and psyche. Members were experimenting, not for survival, not for ritual, but for the raw experience of existing without consequence. Every gesture was calculated, precise, yet devoid of hesitation, dread, or shame. The scene shifted abruptly. Another member, a man Jonah had noted as previously timid, seized a knife and approached a kneeling peer. There was no warning, no hesitation. He plunged the blade into the other's shoulder. The victim's eyes widened, but there was no scream. Blood spilled across the cold stone floor, pooling with unnerving calm. Jonah's chest tightened. The first kill had been brutal, but this was orchestrated, methodical, and horrifyingly detached. The word had removed instinctive fear, leaving only pure, unrestrained impulse and the ability to carry it out without hesitation. A third member stepped forward, lifting another knife with both hands. His movements were deliberate, almost ritualistic. He traced intricate patterns across his own chest. Not erratic but precise, a choreography of pain and detachment. Jonah's pen shook as he scribbled, unable to capture every detail fast enough. The room vibrated with a perverse energy, fascination, dread, and exhilaration all layered together. Fearlessness was no longer merely psychological. It had become physical, enacted in grotesque displays that blended ritual, aggression, and experimentation with human limits. From the shadows, Jonah caught sight of Elias. He was quiet, almost serene. Yet Jonah could feel the weight of his calculation. Every act of mutilation, every stab, every deliberate cut was being catalogued, analyzed, and measured. Elias was not horrified, not alarmed. He was strategizing, assessing the capabilities of his followers in real time. Jonah's stomach sank. The leadership had evolved from guiding fearlessness to engineering chaos, using it to refine control while embracing the potential for death and disfigurement. One of the kneeling members, previously quiet, seized a fellow member's arm, forcing him down toward the basin. The knife was applied with exacting precision, slicing across muscle and sinew. Jonah gagged silently, turning his head slightly, but the soundless violence continued, the onlookers studying each detail like scholars. There was no hesitation, no plea for mercy, no recognition of pain beyond acknowledgement of fact. Fearlessness had dissolved empathy entirely, leaving only the mechanistic execution of impulse. Jonah moved back, pressed against the wall, his eyes scanning the chamber. Some members were experimenting with more extreme methods, slashing, puncturing, even carving small symbols into their own flesh. The ritual knives glinted in the dim light, tracing lines that were both aesthetic and horrific. Jonah noted the precision. No errors, no slips, no panic. Each action was deliberate, exact, and executed without hesitation. He realized then that the word had created something unnatural. Humans acting as both observers and instruments of violence, entirely untethered from instinctive restraint. A sound caught his attention. A low, wet noise, and Jonah turned in time to see a member collapse, clutching a wound inflicted by another. There was no scream, no cry for help, just the quiet sound of blood saturating the stone floor. Others stepped around him calmly, almost clinical, assessing the damage, noting angles, gauging effectiveness. Jonah's hand shook violently, yet he continued to record, unable to let go of the unfolding scene. The chamber was a theater of grotesque experimentation, a laboratory of fearless extremity, and he was caught in the middle, both observer and unwilling participant in his own terror. Rachel moved like a shadow among the chaos, correcting postures, adjusting grips, whispering phrases that were incomprehensible yet utterly commanding. Her influence was subtle but undeniable. Jonah watched as her presence caused even the most frenzied members to move with a strange precision, coordinating mutilation and aggression in ways that were horrifyingly methodical. The energy of the room was no longer chaotic. It was orchestrated, engineered, but lethal in its execution. Fearlessness had become a force with a momentum of its own, and Rachel was the conductor. Jonah's thoughts raced. He understood, with a chilling clarity, that the word's effect had gone beyond experimentation or rebellion. It had removed the barriers that restrained human action: empathy, caution, self-preservation. Each cut, each stab, each deliberate act of mutilation was proof. The word's influence was now irreversible, and every member present had become an instrument of potential chaos. Observation alone was no longer safe. Proximity to this level of unrestrained action carried lethal risk. The crescendo of the ritual approached. A member took a ceremonial dagger and moved toward the center, where a small effigy of the cult symbol lay on a low stone altar. With careful precision, he carved into his own shoulder, the motion deliberate, the rhythm exact, as though following an invisible guide. Blood mixed with wax, dripping onto the altar, leaving patterns both grotesque and strangely symmetrical. Jonah's mind reeled at the complexity of it. Violence, artistry, ritual, and fearless intent all combined into a single, terrifying expression. From the corner, Elias's voice cut through the chamber, soft yet absolute. "Observe and record," he instructed, and the members obeyed, pausing briefly but not ceasing their self-directed mutilations. Jonah noted the instruction with shaking hands. The leader's control was complete. Fearlessness had been weaponized, refined, and magnified into deliberate, dangerous performance. The first kill had been a spark, but this was the furnace. Jonah stepped back, pressed to the cold wall, understanding that what he had witnessed could not be undone. The group had passed a threshold beyond which restraint was irrelevant. Every member now acted with deliberate courage, their actions amplified by the word's influence, pushing toward extremes of self-harm and interpersonal violence that defied moral or natural law. The chamber had transformed into a space where human limits were tested without hesitation, and Jonah was a reluctant witness to it all. As the ritual finally drew to a close, the room was silent except for the dripping of blood onto stone and the shallow breathing of those who remained. Jonah's notebook was full, yet he felt it had barely captured the magnitude of the scene. He knew, with a cold certainty, that the word had corrupted the entire group. Fearlessness had evolved into recklessness, recklessness into deliberate cruelty, and cruelty into orchestrated mutilation. The process was complete. Humanity had been stripped from the members, replaced with an unflinching, dangerous force. Outside, the sky had darkened, the fading light reflecting off the rain-soaked streets. Jonah staggered toward the exit, notebook clutched tightly, stomach heavy, mind racing. The first kill had been a warning. The escalating violence, the orchestrated mutilations, and the strategic control exercised by Elias and Rachel had revealed a truth he could not ignore. The word was not just a catalyst. It was a weapon, and he was now fully aware of its terrifying potential. Every instinct screamed that the next step would be even more extreme, more unpredictable, and more dangerous. Survival was no longer guaranteed. Observation alone was a risk. Jonah paused at the doorway, glancing back at the chamber one last time. Members knelt, standing, moving, each action precise, fearless, horrifyingly calculated. The echoes of blades, the shimmer of blood in candlelight, and the quiet authority of Rachel and Elias combined into a scene that would haunt him indefinitely. The word had reached its peak influence. Fearlessness had consumed the group entirely, leaving a landscape of human instruments wielded by instinct and command, untethered by conscience or restraint. And Jonah knew, with an awareness that chilled him to the bone, that he had crossed a threshold. There would be no turning back. The chaos, the violence, and the deliberate mutilation were irreversible. Fearlessness, once a tool, had become the defining force of the cult, and the human cost was only beginning to reveal itself. He stepped into the rain, shivering, the weight of what he had witnessed pressing down, knowing the horrors yet to come would eclipse even this grotesque, unforgettable scene. Rain pelted the roof outside the chamber, hammering against stone with a relentless rhythm, echoing the chaos inside. Jonah pressed his notebook to his chest, trying to calm his racing thoughts as he watched the group move with an energy that bordered on frenzy. What had begun as fearlessness had morphed into something far more volatile, calculated recklessness intertwined with sudden, impulsive bursts of violence. Every corner held the potential for surprise. Every glance carried the possibility of betrayal. Elias entered the room, his expression unreadable, and with a subtle gesture, set the tone for what would follow. Recruits paused in mid-motion, knives still in hand, eyes flicking toward him. But the pause was brief. One member, a man with a crooked jaw, suddenly lunged toward another, attempting to wrest a ritual knife from his grasp. The action was both instinctive and deliberate, a dangerous mix of aggression and testing the boundaries of authority. The victim twisted, spinning the blade with precise force, striking back. Blood sprayed, but there were no cries, only a tense calculation of who would react next. Jonah jotted notes frantically, mind reeling from the speed and unpredictability of the violence. From the shadows, Jonah saw Rachel move among the chaos. She didn't intervene directly. Instead, she whispered to individuals, her words almost inaudible, yet the effect was immediate. A previously timid member lunged at another, but stopped just short, turning instead to assist with holding a ritual tool in an unexpected, cooperative act. Jonah realized the subtlety of her control. She was orchestrating chaos with invisible threads, creating a pattern of violence that could be manipulated at will. The first twist came without warning. One member, previously unnoticed in the corner, suddenly seized a candle holder, smashing it against the stone floor. The shattering glass and spilling wax startled the group for a fraction of a second, but that fraction was enough. Jonah's eyes widened as several members reacted in unison, each testing the limits of their own fearlessness. Small confrontations erupted like sparks, cascading quickly into wider skirmishes. A pair of members collided, pushing over a table of ritual objects. Another seized a knife, swinging it carelessly, narrowly missing Jonah. His heart pounded as he realized the room had become a living, unpredictable trap. Jonah ducked behind a column, scribbling notes while trying to remain unnoticed. Every turn of events seemed engineered to test both skill and composure. Yet some chaos was spontaneous, emerging from the unbridled recklessness of the word's influence. One member suddenly attacked another with a ferocity that shocked even the most seasoned observers. Jonah noted the fluidity with which fearlessness translated into physical aggression. The energy in the room was like an electric current, unpredictable, alive, and dangerous to anyone standing too still. Elias moved closer to Jonah's hiding spot, scanning the room with sharp eyes. Jonah froze, wondering if he had been detected, but the leader's gaze passed over him without pause. Jonah realized that Elias was not searching for mistakes in the moment. He was calculating the long game, identifying weak links, plotting potential purges, and determining how to exploit the group's reckless energy. This awareness was chilling, for it meant that every small eruption of violence was potentially a controlled test, a step toward something far more deadly. Then came an unexpected development. One member, a young woman with dark hair, suddenly fell to the floor, clutching her chest. Jonah froze, thinking she might be gravely injured, but before he could react, she jumped to her feet, smiling with wild eyes, and lunged at another member with a ritual dagger. The attack was both playful and deadly, a contradiction made possible only by the complete absence of fear. Jonah's stomach turned as he realized that the word had not just removed fear. It had warped perception, blending thrill with menace in ways he had never imagined. From the far side of the chamber, another twist, a series of whispered commands, previously ignored, now triggered a chain reaction. Members who had been passive suddenly seized knives and other tools, moving in coordinated but chaotic patterns. Jonah struggled to keep up with his notes, each scribble barely capturing the velocity of events. The boundaries between order and disorder had dissolved, leaving only the momentum of fearless action. A sudden crash drew Jonah's gaze upward. The ceiling above the altar had been struck by a loose beam, falling directly into the midst of a skirmish. By pure luck, no one was critically injured, but the disruption caused a ripple of panic-free reactions. Members leapt, dodged, and countered with near-manic precision, turning the hazard into a spectacle of recklessness. Jonah's mind raced. The room had become a battlefield of improvisation and impulsive strategy, yet all actions were driven by a terrifying clarity. The chaos escalated further when Elias issued an almost inaudible command. Several members immediately split into pairs, each engaging in mock duels that quickly evolved into real attacks. Jonah observed as a previously submissive recruit executed a perfect strike, disarming a more aggressive member and forcing him to kneel. The room held its breath, not literally, of course, but in the tense stillness of anticipation. Each participant gauged the next reaction. The word had instilled fearlessness, but it had also sharpened instincts and aggression to a razor's edge. Jonah noticed another twist. Two members who had previously acted in concert now turned on one another, motivated by no discernible reason beyond the thrill of testing limits. The fight was brutal but precise, each move calculated to push the other's endurance, reflex, and composure. Jonah's hand shook as he wrote, noting how the word not only removed fear but created a dangerous obsession with proving oneself, with escalating risk beyond any rational measure. Rachel observed silently, occasionally stepping between dueling pairs, adjusting grips, whispering instructions, and moving on. Her influence was subtle yet absolute. Jonah realized that she was no longer controlling the group in the traditional sense. She was shaping chaos itself, feeding it, directing it, and ensuring that the reckless energy would both destroy and refine. The dynamics in the chamber were evolving in unpredictable ways, each twist a test of both endurance and human instinct untethered from consequence. The final escalation came when a member, an older man, previously quiet and compliant, picked up a ceremonial dagger and moved toward a kneeling pair. Without warning, he plunged it into the floor between them, forcing both to jump apart, then seized the chance to strike one and pin the other. Jonah's breath caught. The violence was deliberate, the aggression amplified by the word, and the unpredictability of allegiance and action was complete. There was no longer any semblance of social order, only a controlled chaos orchestrated through skill, fearlessness, and instinct honed to lethal precision. Jonah backed away, pressed against the wall, realizing he had witnessed a turning point. The group had fully embraced the word's influence. Fearlessness had become reckless aggression. Reckless aggression had morphed into strategic violence, and every participant was now both predator and prey within the same room. Elias's subtle interventions, Rachel's silent guidance, and the word's unstoppable effects had transformed the chamber into a living experiment in human extremity, where rules no longer mattered and consequence was irrelevant. As the session finally drew to a close, the room was littered with broken objects, faint trails of blood, and exhausted but unflinching members. Jonah's notebook was crammed with observations, yet he knew it could never fully convey the intensity, unpredictability, or horror he had witnessed. The twists of the day, the sudden attacks, improvised duels, near accidents turned into deliberate tests, and spontaneous alliances and betrayals, had pushed the group further than he had imagined possible. Outside, the rain had slowed to a drizzle. Jonah stepped onto the wet cobblestones, heart pounding, notebook pressed to his chest. Each twist, each sudden eruption of violence, had left him reeling. The word's influence was no longer contained. The group had fractured, evolved, and grown more dangerous in ways he could not yet predict. He knew the next session would escalate further, and the unpredictability of human behavior without fear meant that any brutal, chaotic, or grotesque turn was possible. Jonah shivered in the gray light, understanding fully that the cult was no longer just a study or a threat. It was an uncontrollable force of chaos and human extremity, poised for destruction. Jonah crouched behind a toppled table, the sharp scent of blood and wax mingling in the air, sticking to his throat. The room was no longer a chamber of ritual. It had transformed into an unpredictable battlefield where instinct and fearlessness collided with lethal precision. Every shadow hit a sudden attack, every movement demanded split-second reactions, and Jonah's pen trembled as he tried to record the unfolding mayhem. The first eruption came with startling suddenness. A member, previously calm and almost invisible, seized a chair and swung it with full force at a pair of dueling recruits. The impact sent both sprawling, knives clattering across the floor. There was no hesitation, no cry of pain, only the immediate continuation of violence, as each participant recalibrated in real time. Jonah scribbled furiously, the words barely keeping pace with the chaos. The unpredictable nature of the attacks had evolved. No longer reactive, now members were preemptive, striking with calculated recklessness. Elias moved through the room with a predator's ease, eyes scanning, assessing, and mentally cataloging. Every act of aggression was noted, every tremor of hesitation, every unexpected movement evaluated. Jonah realized the leader's subtle hand was shaping the violence itself. Each eruption, while seemingly spontaneous, was part of a larger experiment. Elias was testing limits, observing patterns, refining control even as the room descended into bedlam. Jonah's chest tightened at the thought. This was not just chaos. It was meticulously engineered terror. Suddenly, a new level of danger emerged. One recruit grabbed a fallen ceremonial dagger and lunged at an older member with a ferocity that startled Jonah. The older man dodged, but only barely, stumbling into a shelf of ritual implements. Knives, candle holders, and small brass objects tumbled to the floor, creating obstacles that fueled further collisions. The room became a deadly obstacle course, where fearlessness translated into improvisation with lethal consequences. Jonah's pen moved faster than his thoughts, trying to capture the escalating sequence of attacks, near misses, and impulsive strikes. Then, something unexpected. A pair of members broke from the general skirmish to form an impromptu alliance, simultaneously attacking another group. Their coordination was sharp, precise, almost as if they were choreographed, but there was no instruction, only instinct amplified by the word. Jonah's mind raced. The word had not just removed fear, it had catalyzed creativity and violence, improvisation and aggression, and opportunistic collaboration that no training could explain. Jonah glanced to the far corner and froze. Rachel was observing again, moving like a shadow yet commanding the room with an invisible force. She whispered instructions to a pair of reckless members who, moments before, had been fighting each other. Instantly, they shifted, turning on a third member instead, executing a complex sequence of strikes and counters. Jonah's stomach churned. Fearlessness had become a force that could be directed, redirected, and magnified, and Rachel had become its unseen conductor. A sudden, shocking twist occurred when one member deliberately tripped another into the shallow basin used for rituals. The victim landed with a wet, sickening splash, dripping blood onto the surrounding stone. Instead of alarm or retreat, the attacker laughed, a quiet, sharp sound devoid of emotion, and leapt aside, ready to strike again. Jonah's mind struggled to process the combination of calculated cruelty and reckless abandon. Each member's actions were no longer bound by rules, morality, or empathy. The word had transformed them into unpredictable vectors of aggression. Elias's influence grew more apparent. He was no longer merely observing. He began to whisper to selected members, quietly orchestrating lethal scenarios. Jonah caught snippets of his instructions, impossible to fully understand but clearly designed to escalate both violence and obedience. Members moved like chess pieces, attacking, defending, and improvising, each action amplified by fearlessness and the instinctive desire to test limits. Jonah realized that the next purge Elias envisioned could be catastrophic. Unexpectedly, one member, previously timid and overlooked, hurled a knife into the ceiling. It lodged in the stone above, startling the entire room. A chain reaction began. Members shifted positions, knives were brandished in rapid response, and a sudden melee erupted in the center of the chamber. Jonah scribbled feverishly, barely able to keep pace. Each twist, each unpredictable eruption of aggression, highlighted the word's insidious effect. Not merely the absence of fear, but the creation of a culture of calculated, chaotic experimentation. The room seemed to shrink around Jonah. Every movement was a threat. A tall member barreled into a stack of ritual objects, sending them crashing into another recruit. Sparks flew from overturned candles, setting a small portion of the floor ablaze. Smoke began to curl along the edges of the chamber. Jonah realized with dread that fearlessness had removed not just restraint but the recognition of danger. Members continued to attack, improvise, and experiment even as fire crept toward them. Amid the chaos, Jonah glimpsed a horrifying detail. Several members were beginning to weaponize the environment itself. They grabbed shards of broken glass, snapped off knife tips, and even hurled heavy objects with precision. The room had become a deadly landscape of improvisation, where fearlessness drove innovation and violence. Jonah's stomach lurched. Each twist, each new eruption, each unanticipated escalation revealed the terrifying, uncontainable potential of the word. Rachel moved to the center of the chamber again, raising her hands just enough to demand attention without touching a single person. Miraculously, the chaos slowed, but only momentarily. Selected members obeyed her silent commands, forming new sequences of aggressive acts, while others continued to improvise, testing boundaries, experimenting with lethal precision. Jonah's mind reeled at the complexity of control combined with unrestrained freedom. Then, the final shock of the session, Elias called out, quietly, almost conversationally. Immediately, a small group began systematically separating the more reckless members from the improvised duels. Jonah watched in stunned silence as they were herded into a corner. But instead of punishment, Elias orchestrated a series of tests, encouraging extreme, self-directed acts of violence and aggression. Fearlessness had evolved into strategic weaponization of human behavior, and Jonah realized that the word's full potential was only now being unleashed. By the time the session ended, the chamber was littered with broken implements, shallow pools of blood, and the quiet hum of adrenaline-fueled fearlessness. Jonah's notebook overflowed with observations, yet he knew it barely captured the nuance, unpredictability, and horrifying ingenuity he had witnessed. Every twist, the sudden attacks, spontaneous alliances, improvisations with lethal effect, and the weaponization of environment, had escalated the cult's chaos beyond anything he had previously imagined. Outside, the rain had ceased, leaving the cobblestones slick and reflective. Jonah pressed his back against the damp wall, shivering. His mind replayed every sudden eruption of violence, every improvisation, every controlled yet unpredictable escalation. He understood now that the word had created something beyond recklessness, a culture of human unpredictability, amplified aggression, and lethal creativity. The next session would almost certainly surpass this chaos. He could only wonder what horrors awaited. The chamber was a war zone. Broken chairs, overturned tables, shards of glass, and streaks of blood littered every corner. Jonah's eyes darted from one unpredictable act to the next, his notebook filling with scribbles that could never fully capture the sheer madness around him. What had started as ritual practice had now evolved into something monstrous. The word's influence was complete. Fearlessness had mutated into a total psychopathy. Members no longer flinched, hesitated, or considered consequences. Morality had evaporated, leaving only instinct, aggression, and perverse curiosity. A scream, high, sharp, almost celebratory, cut through the chaos. Jonah followed the sound and saw a young man, previously mild-mannered, standing over a broken kneeling recruit. His grin was wide, unhinged, teeth flashing as he smashed a ceremonial knife into the floor mere inches from his target's head. The kneeling recruit flinched but did not cry, did not resist. Jonah's stomach churned. This was no longer testing limits or demonstrating courage. It was pure, deliberate cruelty, executed without conscience. Rachel moved through the chaos with the precision of a surgeon and the detachment of a predator. She whispered to one member, who immediately grabbed another's arm and twisted it with enough force to break bone. A second member, standing nearby, laughed softly at the pain, the sound hollow, unnervingly calm. Jonah scribbled furiously. Every member had become a potential weapon, a reckless, psychopathic vector, capable of creating horror at a moment's notice. The word had stripped away empathy entirely. The first unexpected twist came when Elias raised his voice, not in command, but in a low, almost conversational tone, and a group of 5 members split off to corner a previously passive recruit. Jonah could hardly believe what he saw next. The recruit's fearlessness had allowed him to fight back with cunning precision, using improvised tactics to strike first and disarm his aggressors. The attack wasn't motivated by self-preservation. It was a challenge, an exercise in testing limits. Jonah realized with a sickening clarity that the word not only removed fear but amplified competitiveness, turning even subtle conflicts into highly dangerous confrontations. From the far side of the chamber, 2 members suddenly seized one of the ritual braziers and hurled it across the room. It crashed into a wall, sending flames licking the ceiling. Jonah froze, heart hammering. Instead of chaos halting, the fire became a tool. Members leapt over, around, and even through it, using its danger to demonstrate daring, to provoke reactions, to escalate aggression. One older woman caught a flaming fragment and swung it at another member like a weapon, missing narrowly but eliciting an eerie round of laughter from the group. The entire room had become a stage for psychopathic improvisation, where danger itself was celebrated. Jonah's gaze fell on Elias. He was smiling faintly, eyes calculating. It was clear now. The leader's strategy was not to suppress this madness but to amplify it, to see how far the word could push human behavior. Jonah scribbled furiously. If the word could make them all this dangerous, how much further could it go? How many more boundaries would shatter before someone, or everyone, died? Another unpredictable event unfolded. One member, a young woman with dark hair and sharp features, suddenly attacked another, tearing at the man's clothing with an intensity that seemed more playful than violent. Her victim responded with equal energy, and soon they were locked in a bizarre, almost ritualized struggle that drew cheers from surrounding members. Jonah realized that fearlessness had fused with thrills seeking to produce psychopathy. Violence became entertainment, experimentation, and obsession all at once. There were no rules, no constraints, and no regard for morality. Only the drive to escalate, to dominate, to survive without hesitation. Then came a sequence that chilled Jonah to his core. A group of 3 members cornered a fourth and began systematically stripping the room of objects they could use as weapons. They hurled shards of glass, snapped knife tips, overturned tables. The cornered recruit did not panic, did not resist conventionally. Instead, he used one of the broken knife handles as a lever to strike the aggressor closest to him, then rolled into the chaos of overturned chairs and smoldering candles. Jonah's notes became almost incoherent, trying to capture the violent choreography of psychopathy. Impulsive yet deliberate, chaotic yet terrifyingly effective. Rachel's interventions were subtle but decisive. At one point, a member lunged at another with a jagged piece of glass. Rachel's hand moved between them, barely touching either, yet the attacker paused, smiled, and redirected the strike toward a wall, carving it as if testing technique. Jonah's mind reeled. The word had unleashed complete psychopathy, but Rachel was shaping it, turning raw, unrestrained aggression into controlled, unpredictable spectacle. Each member was a weapon, a danger to anyone and anything, but she manipulated even their madness with invisible threads. The next twist struck Jonah with sudden horror. One of the older, previously quiet members picked up a ceremonial dagger and plunged it into the floor between 2 dueling recruits. The floor splintered, knives bounced unpredictably, and blood sprayed, not in panic, but in calculation. Jonah realized the act had no emotional weight for the attacker. It was a test, an experiment, a way to provoke escalation and observe reactions. Psychopathy had reached a level of intellectual engagement. Violence was both play and study, and Jonah's mind could barely comprehend the level of detachment from morality. Then came the grotesque, final escalation for the session. A young man seized a ritual knife and, with a wild grin, slashed at his own forearm before turning to an unsuspecting member. The recipient flinched, then grabbed the young man in response, initiating a spiral of violence that involved improvised weapons, brutal grabs, and reckless maneuvers through shattered tables and smoldering candles. Jonah's pen struggled to keep up. Every move was a mixture of impulsive thrill, skill, and psychopathic detachment. No one paused, no one feared, no one hesitated. There was only action, violent, extreme, and entirely unconstrained. Jonah pressed his back against the damp stone wall, chest heaving. Sweat ran down his face as he scanned the room. Every member had become a psychopathic force, indifferent to pain, consequence, or morality. The word had erased fear entirely and replaced it with an uncontainable drive for action, domination, and chaos. He realized, with dawning terror, that this was irreversible. Speaking the word, observing its effect, or even attempting to intervene could unleash horrors beyond comprehension. Rachel stepped into the center, silent, commanding. The chaos did not stop entirely, but members realigned subtly, instinctively following her invisible guidance while continuing acts of extreme recklessness. Jonah understood fully. The word had created a culture of psychopathy. Rachel had become its conductor, and Elias was orchestrating its evolution. Any attempt to restrain them now was futile. Outside, the storm had passed. Jonah emerged into the cold night, notebook clutched tightly, limbs shaking. He replayed the events in his mind. Every slash, every impromptu duel, every gleeful display of reckless aggression. The twists had been constant, the violence extreme, and the psychopathy complete. Nothing would ever return to normal. The cult, now fully unbound by fear or morality, had become a living experiment in human extremity, with Jonah trapped in the observation point. Every step Jonah took away from the chamber was heavy with dread. The word's influence had now created something unstoppable. Psychopathy wasn't just a trait. It was contagious, evolving, and uncontainable. He had glimpsed the edge of human behavior stripped of restraint, and he understood something chilling. No one was safe, and nothing could prepare him for the next escalation. The twists, the unpredictability, the violence, they were only beginning. The air in the main chamber was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid stench of burned candles. Jonah pressed himself against the cold stone wall, his eyes flicking from one violent tableau to another. What had once been a disciplined but dangerous ritual space was now a war zone. The fragile hierarchy of the cult, carefully constructed over years, had begun to splinter, and the rupture had a single epicenter: Rachel Lorne. Her transformation into complete fearlessness had been gradual, almost imperceptible, until now, when it erupted with brutal clarity. She moved through the chamber like a storm, her every motion fluid and precise, yet powered by an unpredictable ferocity. Her gaze fixed on Elias Trent, and in that moment, it was clear to Jonah that authority had shifted or was about to be violently contested. Elias, usually composed and calculating, stiffened at her approach. His eyes narrowed, a shadow of doubt flickering across his face. Jonah felt a shift in the air, a charge of tension that made every breath in the chamber feel sharp, electric. The first clash came without warning. Rachel's hand shot out, grabbing a ceremonial dagger from a fallen table. In one seamless motion, she disarmed a nearby member, using the weapon to strike across Elias's chest. He deflected instinctively, but the sheer force of the attack sent shards of wood and metal skittering across the floor. Members froze for an instant, shocked, unsure which side to follow, but the hesitation lasted barely a heartbeat. Fearlessness had erased caution. Loyalty was irrelevant. Chaos was now the rule. Rachel advanced, her movements a blur of speed and precision. She struck another member who tried to intervene, sending him crashing into a stack of ritual bowls, which shattered under the impact. The sound reverberated, loud and hollow, like a drumbeat announcing the collapse of order. Jonah scribbled furiously, heart hammering. He had witnessed aggression escalate before, but this was different. Rachel's actions were not impulsive. They were calculated, yet terrifyingly unrestrained. Every strike, every motion, radiated psychopathy, the total absence of fear or empathy. Elias retaliated. He lunged, catching Rachel's dagger hand and twisting violently. For a moment, Jonah thought he had regained control. But Rachel's body was lightning quick, coiling like a spring before she broke free, spinning and sending Elias sprawling across the floor with a force that splintered wooden flooring beneath him. Members surrounding them recoiled slightly, but only to reposition themselves, evaluating potential targets with cold, calculated interest. Fearlessness had not only removed hesitation, it had amplified aggression, creativity and violence, and unpredictability. Every single member was now a potential threat. The first deaths occurred almost immediately. A younger recruit, attempting to intervene on Elias's behalf, misjudged Rachel's next move. She pivoted, knocking him into a heavy table. The table collapsed, pinning him beneath its weight, and Rachel's foot came down with deliberate force. The boy's screams were cut short. The sound was stifled by the chaos surrounding him. Jonah's stomach twisted as he wrote, trying to document the action without becoming part of the carnage. Death had arrived in its rawest, most casual form. No hesitation. No remorse. No second thought. Psychopathy had become a weapon. Around Jonah, the room erupted. Members attacked each other spontaneously, improvising weapons from shattered furniture, twisted metal, and broken ceremonial implements. Some moved in temporary alliances, only to betray each other moments later. Jonah watched a tall, thin man seize a candlestick and swing it at two others simultaneously, forcing one to duck and the other to stagger backward into the corner, where Rachel dispatched him with a sharp, controlled strike. The choreography of violence was breathtaking in its unpredictability and horrifying in its intent. Elias tried to reassert authority, shouting commands and attempting to physically restrain Rachel. But the words held no power. She laughed once, short and cold, the sound slicing through the chamber. Each time he tried to intervene, she anticipated, countered, and escalated further. Jonah's pen could barely keep pace. Every movement, every strike, every improvisation became a lesson in fearlessness turned into psychopathic mastery. Even those who had previously been obedient were now unpredictable vectors of violence, acting without consideration for themselves or others. Twists emerged rapidly. One member, previously silent and reserved, seized a ritual brazier and swung it like a weapon, sending fire across the chamber. The flames licked the walls, scorching robes and hair, but none of the participants hesitated. Another member grabbed shards of broken glass, hurling them at both friend and foe alike. Jonah had never witnessed such unfettered cruelty, the kind that was not born of anger but pure psychopathy, a demonstration of skill and thrill without any moral restraint. The ground itself became a weapon. Members tripped over debris, sending broken implements flying. Rachel used this unpredictability to her advantage, launching herself into combat with fluid, terrifying grace. Elias attempted one last coordinated counterattack, gathering 3 loyalists to surround her. Jonah held his breath as Rachel reacted with preternatural speed. She spun, intercepted 2 members with sweeping strikes, and used the momentum to send Elias crashing into a stone pillar. His groan was brief. Rachel's dagger hovered, poised, a shadow of a second away from ending him. And then came the final escalation for the session. Rachel, Elias, and a handful of the most fearless members formed a vortex of violence. Jonah could only watch in awe and horror as chairs, knives, broken ritual implements, and fire were wielded with lethal artistry. Every act was unpredictable, shocking, and entirely devoid of hesitation. Jonah realized the word had done more than remove fear. It had created a psychopathic culture where creativity, aggression, and violence fused into an unstoppable force. By the end, the chamber was unrecognizable. Dead lay scattered, burned objects and shards littered the floor, and the air was thick with the smell of iron, smoke, and sweat. Rachel stood over the last remaining combatants, chest heaving, eyes alight with controlled ferocity. Jonah's hands shook as he wrote, every observation, every detail, every unpredictable twist. He understood fully now. The word was no longer contained. The cult's collapse had begun, but it was not chaos. It was evolution into unrestrained, psychopathic violence. Outside the chamber, Jonah paused in the damp night air. Rain had begun again, washing over the stones, but it could not cleanse the images burned into his mind. Rachel Lorne, fearless and unbound, had shattered the hierarchy and revealed the terrifying, inhuman potential of the word. Jonah realized the fight for survival, understanding, and perhaps escape was only just beginning. The twists, the lethal improvisations, the total psychopathy, everything would escalate, and he had no choice but to follow, document, and survive. Jonah's pulse throbbed in his temples as he moved silently through the wreckage of the compound. The once ordered halls were now a theater of absolute chaos, the smell of smoke, blood, and scorched wood choking the air. Furniture lay shattered across the floors. Ritual implements were bent, broken, or tossed aside in the wake of the cult's uncontrolled violence. Cult members moved through the space like predators, their actions unrestrained, improvisational, and terrifyingly clever. Each step Jonah took could place him in the line of fire, yet he could not look away. The notebook in his hands became both shield and burden, his pen scribbling notes as quickly as his mind could process the ever-evolving carnage. At the center of it all was Rachel Lorne. Her transformation into pure, unrestrained fearlessness had become complete, and she wielded it like a weapon. She was moving among the cultists with fluid, predatory grace, directing their attention, but not in any way recognizable as leadership. Instead, she provoked, challenged, and teased, exploiting the psychopathy that had spread like a contagion. Jonah observed her knock a young recruit into a pile of ritual candles, only to catch the flickering flames and redirect them toward an attacker with deadly precision. The screams that followed were brief, stifled by the chaos, and Rachel's eyes flicked to him with a sharp, assessing glance, almost daring him to react. The hallways were alive with improvised violence. Two men swung a heavy banner pole at each other, narrowly missing Jonah as he ducked behind an overturned shelf. Shards of glass rained down from broken windows, and the metallic clang of weapons striking furniture echoed through the corridors. A fire had begun to spread in the northern wing, consuming wooden shelves and books, yet no one attempted to escape. Instead, members leapt into the flames to strike one another, flames licking their robes, hair catching briefly, only to be extinguished in a puddle or a wall of debris. Jonah's stomach churned as he recorded the scene. Every act was a demonstration of creativity and violence, each member improvising lethal maneuvers without fear, without hesitation, and without mercy. One cultist, previously quiet and unassuming, seized a heavy candelabra and swung it with surprising accuracy at two others engaged in a melee. The collision sent both men sprawling across the floor, their limbs entangled in broken chairs and scattered ritual tools. Jonah ducked as the candelabra clattered near him, sparks flying from smoldering candles embedded in the base. He scribbled notes feverishly, trying to catalog the escalating chaos. The patterns of violence were unpredictable, the scale growing with each passing second. Rachel was in constant motion, striking, redirecting, provoking, and occasionally intervening with surgical precision. She shoved one member into a pile of shattered shelves, knocking him unconscious, and then immediately turned to intercept another cultist about to attack someone else. Her movements were so fast, so fluid, that Jonah could barely follow them, let alone the improvised choreography of violence erupting around her. The firelight danced across her face, highlighting the intensity in her eyes. A mix of exhilaration, calculation, and complete detachment from empathy. Outside, Jonah heard the sound of breaking glass and splintering wood as another group of cultists vandalized the outer buildings. They had overturned carts, ripped down doors, and set fire to storage rooms, hurling books and debris in every direction. Jonah could see them from a shattered window, moving like predators through the chaos, testing each other, testing the environment, improvising attacks. One member picked up a length of chain, swinging it with practiced precision, while another used a heavy candlestick to strike a prone opponent. The ingenuity and inventiveness of the attacks were horrifying, made more terrifying by the complete absence of fear or restraint. Jonah's attention snapped to a corridor where a barricade had been hastily constructed. 3 members were trapped behind it, hoping to survive by positioning themselves defensively. Rachel approached with 2 others, weapons in hand, and with a cold, effortless gesture, directed the 2 cultists to attack. Jonah watched, horrified, as improvised projectiles were thrown. Shards of wood, splintered bookshelves, even jagged shards of glass from broken windows. The cornered members flailed desperately, trying to defend themselves, But the attackers anticipated every move. Jonah scribbled frantically, knowing that hesitation meant death, and that the word had transformed these people into predators whose only measure of survival was the ability to out-psychopath the next person. The twists escalated rapidly. In the courtyard, Jonah witnessed a fire begin to consume the north wing entirely. A group of cultists had intentionally started it, but instead of fleeing, they used it to further their attacks. One cultist dragged another into the blaze, releasing him only when he had suffered serious burns. Two others fought over a piece of metal pipe, swinging it with such force that the impact sent shards of masonry into the crowd. Rachel moved like a conductor of chaos, orchestrating the violence without pausing, her fearlessness radiating outward, infecting the members around her. Jonah noticed a particularly horrifying improvisation. A member wrapped a length of rope around the ankles of two struggling combatants, then swung them into a set of shelves. The shelves toppled, crushing a pile of ritual objects and sending debris everywhere. The victims groaned, but continued to fight, striking wildly at whoever approached. Jonah's mind raced as he recorded every action. This was not mere violence. It was psychopathy elevated to a form of artistry, each individual inventing new ways to harm others without any concern for consequence or morality. Another group had turned a fountain into a weapon. Jonah observed cultists shoving one another into the stone edges, laughing, striking, pushing, and pulling with gleeful aggression. The water splashed, mixed with blood from bruised and cut members, and created a slippery battlefield where every movement could be lethal. Jonah stumbled back to avoid a lunge from a particularly agile member and nearly fell into the pool, heart hammering. Psychopathy had become environmental. Members weaponized every object, every surface, every potential hazard, using them with improvisational cunning that rivaled the most skilled martial combatants. The chaos escalated further when a cultist set fire to a secondary storage room. Flames roared, sending sparks into the courtyard. Jonah could see members using the flames as cover, rushing through the smoke to strike those who had previously been dominant in the melee. One cultist grabbed a fallen ladder, swinging it like a bat at two others, and then vaulted it over a railing to crush a third. Jonah's notebook was already crumpled with sweat and frantic scribbles. The density of events was almost impossible to capture, yet he forced himself to write. Every action, every improvisation, every twist mattered, because each was a step deeper into full psychopathy unleashed. In the hallway adjacent to the chapel, Jonah ducked behind a partially collapsed wall as Rachel herself intervened directly. Two of the cultists had cornered a group of weaker members, intent on punishing hesitation or incompetence. Rachel moved between them with preternatural speed, striking, redirecting, and throwing her own weight into the melee. Bodies collided, furniture splintered, and Jonah felt the heat of the fire drawing near. He scribbled every detail: Rachel's control, her fearlessness, her calculated violence, the way she encouraged improvisation in her followers. The final twist came as Jonah peered into the central chamber. A cluster of cultists had begun to use broken pillars and heavy furniture to construct makeshift traps, anticipating attacks and redirecting them for maximum effect. One trap sent a member flying into a wall. Another caused two members to collide violently, sending them both tumbling to the ground. Jonah realized fully, the word had not just removed fear, it had created a culture of psychopathic innovation. Every member had become a lethal, unpredictable machine. Even the hierarchy had dissolved. Survival depended not on skill, courage, or alliance, but on being as creatively violent and unrestrained as everyone else. Jonah retreated into the shadows, barely breathing, sweat and grime coating his skin. The compound was lost, the psychopathy absolute. Rachel Lauren had shattered any last vestige of order, and now the members operated with frightening autonomy. Improvised weapons, environmental hazards, fire, and sheer ingenuity and cruelty had merged into a living organism of destruction. Jonah realized with chilling clarity, observation alone was no longer safe. He could only watch, document, and survive as the chaos stretched outward, unpredictable, lethal, and utterly psychopathic. Jonah crept through the overgrown perimeter of the compound, the smoke from the fires behind him mingling with the cold night air. The distant shouts and screams had evolved into something more sinister, a relentless, predatory chaos spreading outward. The cult members, once contained within the walls, had now breached every boundary. Jonah's notebook felt heavier in his hands, the weight of the horrors he had documented pressing on his conscience. Outside, the trees were splintered from desperate scrambles, fences torn apart, and the ground littered with debris, broken rituals, and the bodies of those who had hesitated even for a moment. The first external victims appeared almost immediately. A small group of travelers, unaware of the cult's escape, approached the perimeter in a haze of confusion. Jonah froze behind a toppled cart, watching as Rachel emerged from the shadows. Her eyes glinted with that same exhilaration and precision he had seen inside the compound. She did not hesitate. With a swift, almost elegant movement, she disarmed one of the travelers and shoved him to the ground. The others panicked, their screams swallowed by the cacophony of destruction. Jonah's pen moved frantically, recording the methods, the intensity, the utter lack of hesitation. Fearlessness had evolved into total psychopathy, and these outsiders were the first to experience it firsthand. Two cultists, previously docile, now operated like predators on instinct. They cornered a man against a fence, using broken branches and jagged metal pipes as improvised weapons. He tried to reason, pleaded, even attempted to run. But instinct had been obliterated in these followers. One grabbed him, slamming him against the fence while the other used the pipe to strike at limbs, not to kill immediately but to torment, testing reactions, savoring chaos. Jonah noted every strike, every improvisation, every gleeful movement. The word had not only removed fear, it had amplified cruelty, creating human instruments of chaos. Rachel moved fluidly between groups, orchestrating attacks without obvious coordination. Yet her presence alone seemed to provoke improvisational violence. Where she walked, destruction followed. A small farmhouse had been targeted by a trio of cultists who smashed windows, overturned tables, and destroyed anything of value inside. Jonah ducked behind a collapsed wall, watching as the members dragged a terrified couple into the yard. The screams were sharp, loud, and unrelenting. Jonah's stomach churned as he documented the events. Each member had become a singular agent of psychopathy, innovating methods of intimidation, terror, and injury. In the open fields, Jonah saw them move in packs, but not coordinated packs, chaos packs. Individuals were unpredictable, testing their limits, improvising attacks, and creating new forms of violence from whatever materials were at hand. One cultist had strapped a plank of wood to a broken wheelbarrow, using it like a battering ram against anyone in the path. Another had fashioned a makeshift sling from rope and rocks, hurling projectiles at fleeing villagers. Jonah's pen raced, trying to capture the scale, the ingenuity, the utter disregard for life. Every movement, every escalation, was proof that the word's effect had moved beyond simple fearlessness. It had created a lethal culture of total psychopathy. A particularly unexpected twist came when Jonah witnessed members turning on one another for the first time outside the compound. Two individuals, previously aligned, suddenly collided violently, using improvised weapons against each other while their former allies watched with detached amusement. Rachel intervened with surgical precision, striking one backhandedly, causing him to stumble into the other, amplifying the chaos. The group had no loyalty anymore, no morality, no caution, only the compulsion to act, experiment, and dominate. Jonah scribbled in disbelief, realizing that psychopathy was not just behavioral. It was social, contagious, and self-propagating. The horror escalated as the cult targeted a nearby village. Jonah watched from the tree line as members tore through fences, smashed doors, and attacked indiscriminately. They were inventive in cruelty. A member used a wheelbarrow full of debris to block escape routes, then forced the trapped villagers into a makeshift trap involving overturned furniture and splintered wood. Another created a distraction by setting a barn ablaze, drawing attention only to strike from behind with precision and violence. Jonah's eyes darted constantly, his notebook overflowing with observations, diagrams, and notes. He knew he could never record everything, but he had to try. This was the evolution of psychopathy in motion. Rachel's actions were central, yet subtle in her manipulation. She did not strike recklessly. She provoked, redirected, and escalated. When a group of villagers attempted to fight back, she intervened, disarming, shoving, striking, and then stepping aside to allow her followers to improvise. Each movement was calculated, yet the effect was purely chaotic. Jonah realized that the word had not just removed fear. It had empowered individuals to act without hesitation, morality, or consequence. Every external interaction was a test, every improvisation a demonstration of psychopathic evolution. By nightfall, Jonah witnessed an unimaginable escalation. Fires burned across the village, trapping both the innocent and the cultists in mazes of smoke, flame, and debris. Rachel moved through the chaos with predatory grace, her followers improvising lethal attacks with whatever they could grab. Improvised weapons included broken tools, stones, boards, and even livestock. Jonah ducked behind a fence post, heart-pounding, recording as two cultists forced a trapped villager into a shallow ditch and began experimenting with methods of intimidation and control. The screams, the laughter, the improvisation, all merged into a chaotic symphony of psychopathy unleashed. Another twist emerged. The cult had begun to weaponize environmental hazards. A member shoved a burning barrel toward a group of trapped villagers, while another created a series of trip hazards from rubble, forcing victims to stumble directly into improvised attacks. Jonah noted the evolution of creativity and violence. Previously, the attacks had been spontaneous. Now they were experimental, almost scientific in method. Fearlessness had become psychopathy, and psychopathy had become an art form of destruction. Jonah's mind raced as he realized the broader implications. The word had not only corrupted the initial group, it had created agents capable of spreading fearlessness and psychopathy beyond the compound. Every external victim was an experiment, every improvisation a replication of the same pattern of chaos. Rachel's influence was central, yet she did not micromanage. She provoked and escalated, leaving the rest to innovate in psychopathic methods. Jonah's notebook was now an archive of human depravity, an almost unbearable record of what fearlessness could become when untethered from morality. In the forest beyond the village, Jonah saw Rachel corner a small group of fleeing travelers. Without hesitation, she disarmed them and demonstrated the improvisational brutality expected of the cult. One follower swung a wooden beam with precise force, another used a broken chair to strike limbs, and a third shoved a stone, testing the reactions of the victims. Jonah's pen barely kept pace. The word's effect was absolute. No fear, no hesitation, no moral compass, only creative, unrelenting aggression. By the time Jonah retreated to the tree line, the village was nearly destroyed. Fires raged, bodies sprawled across the fields, and the screams of the terrified mingled with the laughter of psychopathic cultists. Rachel Lorne moved through it all like a conductor of chaos, her eyes scanning, assessing, provoking, and amplifying. Jonah's hands shook as he wrote, realizing that observation alone would not suffice. The word had now fully escaped the confines of the compound. Its effect was systemic, contagious, and terrifyingly irreversible. The final moments of the night revealed the word's most horrifying twist. The cultists, acting without direction, began to hunt the villagers systematically, using improvised signals, traps, and environmental advantages to isolate and dominate. Jonah realized that fearlessness had become a weapon, but one entirely divorced from strategy or reason. It was psychopathy in its purest form, adaptive, improvisational, and horrifyingly efficient. Rachel's presence magnified this effect, but even those without her guidance were deadly. Jonah retreated into the darkness, heart-racing, notebook filled with observations that might never be understood, yet essential to record. The horror had spread beyond the original boundaries. Fearlessness had become psychopathy, and psychopathy had become a contagion. Rachel Lorne, at the center, remained the spark, the guiding force, and the ultimate catalyst. Jonah knew one truth with absolute certainty. The world beyond the compound would never be safe again. Fearlessness, once a human trait, had become something monstrous and unstoppable. The village square had become a theater of unimaginable carnage. Flames licked the rooftops of shattered homes, their light reflecting off pools of blood, splintered wood, and twisted metal. The air smelled of iron, smoke, and burned flesh, thick and choking, and each breath burned Jonah's lungs. He pressed himself behind a fallen cart, trying to make sense of the scene unfolding before him. But sense was impossible. Order had been obliterated. Fearlessness had metastasized into pure psychopathy, and the cult was now an apex predator in a human ecosystem. Rachel Lauren moved through the chaos with fluid, horrifying grace, her presence drawing a silent orbit of destruction. She had fashioned a crude ceremonial mask from fragments of glass and scraps of cloth, but it did not obscure her eyes. They burned with an intensity that seemed to demand obedience, worship, and terror simultaneously. In one hand, she carried a jagged blade she had sharpened against stone. In the other, a small vial of dark liquid, whose contents she poured with deliberate precision onto the altar of a demolished statue. Members gathered around her, performing ritual gestures in synchrony, chanting in a low, guttural murmur. The combination of ceremonial reverence and graphic brutality created a dissonance that made Jonah's stomach twist. A man, once mild-mannered and obedient, now kneeled willingly on a makeshift altar of splintered wood. Rachel approached him, tracing the edge of his throat with her blade without cutting, a cruel demonstration of precision. She whispered commands that Jonah couldn't fully catch, yet the man complied, eyes wide, face pale, yet completely unafraid. Around them, other cultists began to enact their own grotesque rituals. Piercing, slashing, and smashing, each act treated as a form of offering. The screams were sharp and immediate, but there was no hesitation, no pleading for mercy. Fear had vanished, only chaos remained. A group of cultists circled a captured villager, improvising weapons from the remnants of buildings. One used a broken chair leg as a club, striking with fluid accuracy, while another swung a plank with nails hammered into the end, laughing as it connected. Jonah crouched behind a ruined wall, the notebook trembling in his hands, unable to look away. Every strike was deliberate, every improvisation inventive, yet all were devoid of caution or empathy. The word's effect had transformed them into entities capable of sustained, adaptive psychopathy. Flashes of fire illuminated the scene as a ritual of blood commenced. Rachel's followers knelt before her, their faces streaked with ash and gore. One member, a young woman, had been instructed to strike a ceremonial blow on the chest of a volunteer victim. The knife sank deep, yet the victim did not flinch, not because they were unafraid, but because the word had obliterated the instinct for self-preservation. They remained pliable, a conduit for ritual and violence simultaneously. Jonah's pen moved feverishly. The blending of reverence and brutality had reached a level he had never witnessed. Each action seemed designed to amplify the contagion of fearlessness and psychopathy. In another corner, two cultists began fighting each other in what appeared to be a ritual of dominance. They swung improvised weapons, ducked under attacks, and executed coordinated strikes without verbal communication. Rachel stepped between them only once, redirecting one attack with a swift shove that sent her follower crashing into a pile of rubble. She did not punish, she curated. Her interventions were subtle, yet every motion magnified the chaos around her. Jonah noticed that even without her direct interference, the cultists had internalized improvisational violence as a form of devotion. A particularly grotesque tableau emerged near the remnants of the town fountain. A group had captured a villager and suspended him between two posts, using ropes and splintered boards. Cultists took turns performing ritual strikes with knives, each blow measured to provoke maximal terror and bloodshed. Jonah's stomach heaved. The man did not resist, not from compliance, but from the absence of fear. Rachel circled them, nodding approval, her eyes scanning the gathered members like a predator inspecting its brood. Each act of violence, each improvisation, was both ceremonial and nihilistic, blurring the line between ritual and unrestrained bloodlust. Unexpected twists kept unfolding. A group of cultists began using debris from collapsed buildings as shields and weapons simultaneously, improvising siege tactics against one another and the few surviving villagers. Jonah scribbled diagrams furiously, attempting to catalog these innovations. Broken doors became battering rams, fallen beams were slung like clubs, and jagged roofing tiles were hurled with precision. Fearlessness had not merely eliminated hesitation, it had enhanced creativity and cruelty. Psychopathy had become adaptive. Jonah's gaze caught a young cultist experimenting with a cruel device, a broken wheelbarrow with jagged planks positioned inside. They lured two villagers into the trap, then released the planks with a push, sending both victims sprawling into debris. Laughter erupted among the cultists. Jonah felt bile rise in his throat. He realized fully that improvisational psychopathy was now the rule. The word's effect had become self-reinforcing. Each act of violence emboldened the next. Each improvisation inspired another. Rachel's presence was catalytic. Even the most seemingly detached cultist followed her cues instinctively. She intervened, redirected, and provoked constantly, never overtly controlling, yet amplifying every act of chaos. Jonah observed a member about to strike another too violently. Rachel's touch redirected him, not with punishment, but with a subtle demonstration of control that intensified the aggression rather than restraining it. She had become the axis of psychopathy, a force that shaped chaos without ever dictating it fully. The ceremonial killings escalated in both creativity and depravity. Jonah saw a tableau where multiple members were suspended over a shallow pit, knives and improvised weapons poised above them. Rachel circled, watching their precision, the rhythm of their strikes, the coordination born not of fear, but of adaptive, ruthless psychopathy. The suspended victims were unafraid, their reactions minimal, their compliance a direct result of the word's eradication of instinctual dread. Jonah's pen moved frantically, capturing diagrams, gestures, and sequences of violence. Twists continued to unfold unpredictably. Outside observers, villagers who had fled, were dragged back into the square by cultists. Improvised restraints, twisted ropes, and debris were used to channel them into violent encounters with other captives. One woman wielded a shard of metal like a sword, striking without hesitation. Another cultist forced a terrified villager into a trap that flung him into a pile of rubble. Jonah's mind reeled. Psychopathy was not only contagious, it was now inventive, improvisational, and lethally adaptive. The sky turned dark, smoke mingling with stars and the glow of fires. Jonah's exhaustion weighed heavily, yet he continued to follow the chaos. Rachel Lorne remained at the center, observing, approving, and amplifying. No plan, no strategy, no morality constrained the cultists. Only the word, and their twisted devotion to it, guided them. Improvised violence had become an art form, ceremonial killing a ritual of both reverence and sadistic experimentation. Jonah realized that this was no longer a group of humans acting violently. They had become a self-organizing machine of psychopathy, a contagion with Rachel as its spark. As the night progressed, Jonah saw the culmination of improvisational nihilism. A massive bonfire had been constructed from the remains of homes and ritual spaces, and cultists began using it both as spectacle and weapon. Villagers were corralled near its edge, forced to navigate debris and flames. Improvised weapons flew through the air, bodies collided, screams echoed, and the chaos reached a fever pitch. Jonah scribbled as much as he could, aware that what he was witnessing was beyond comprehension. Fearlessness had become psychopathy, psychopathy had become creativity, and creativity had become pure, unrestrained destruction. By the time the first light of dawn began to pierce the smoke, Jonah could see that the cult's nihilism had achieved full scale. Bodies lay sprawled across streets and courtyards, some still moving in the frenzy, others lifeless. The fires burned down the structures, leaving only twisted remnants. Rachel Lorne stood atop a pile of debris, surveying the devastation, eyes bright with exhilaration. Jonah realized that she had become not merely a leader, but the embodiment of the word's full effect, a fearless, unflinching catalyst of chaos, psychopathy, and creative destruction. The magnitude of horror was almost too much to comprehend. Jonah's hands shook as he scribbled notes, trying to capture the innovations, improvisations, and sheer adaptability of psychopathic behavior unleashed. The cult was no longer human in any recognizable sense. The word had transformed them into instruments of chaos, and Rachel Lorne was the conductor of this orchestra of death. Jonah could only hope to survive, document, and understand, because the world beyond the square had already begun to change irreversibly. The village lay in ruins. Smoke and ash swirled in the early morning light, painting the streets in a sickly orange glow. Jonah ducked behind the remains of a collapsed wall, trying to move silently. Corpses were strewn across the cobblestones, some freshly killed, others torn apart in the frenzy of the previous night. Among them, survivors huddled, shaking and bleeding, their eyes wide with the terror that the cult had stripped from its members long ago. Jonah's notebook trembled in his hands as he scribbled observations, trying to catalog the improvisational methods of the cult's psychopathy, the ways they had evolved beyond simple violence into something adaptive and horrifying. The first unexpected scene struck Jonah with brutal clarity. A group of cultists had corralled a pair of villagers into a half-destroyed shop. They smashed furniture to block the exit, improvised spikes from shards of metal, and began a game of terror. One cultist wielded a rusted pipe, striking objects near the villagers, testing reactions. Another forced the survivors to stagger across broken glass, laughing as they cut their feet, the sound mingling with their screams. Jonah's stomach churned, but his pen did not stop. Every improvisation, every instance of adaptive psychopathy, was crucial to understanding the full effect of the word. Nearby, Rachel Lorne orchestrated a new level of chaos. She moved fluidly, almost invisibly, stepping among her followers, provoking them with subtle gestures. A single nod from her sent a cultist lashing out at a survivor with a broken broom handle. Another tilt of her head directed two members to trap a fleeing woman in a narrow alley, using debris to form a makeshift cage. Jonah watched, horrified, as fearlessness had now become a contagion of cruelty, every act reinforcing the next, every improvisation spreading among the group. A particularly grotesque tableau appeared when a young man, previously docile, began experimenting with fire. He tore boards from a partially destroyed building, constructed a crude flamethrower using soaked rags and a broken oil container, and advanced on a group of huddled survivors. Jonah's pen moved frantically, sketching diagrams and noting the methods. The innovation of violence, adaptation without hesitation, was the new norm. Fearlessness had evolved into psychopathy, and psychopathy had evolved into improvisational genius and cruelty. Even the terrain became a weapon. Cultists used fallen trees, rubble from destroyed homes to create traps. Jonah saw one follower fashion a swinging pendulum of a plank with nails driven through it, timed to crush anyone who stepped incorrectly. Another used a broken cartwheel as a rolling trap, sending it barreling toward a group of survivors who scrambled in terror. Jonah realized that the word's influence extended beyond mere courage. It had made them innovators in chaos, able to analyze and exploit environmental hazards instinctively. Among the corpses and trapped survivors, Jonah witnessed another horrifying development. The cultists were now experimenting with interpersonal dynamics. They forced victims to witness the torment of others, using this as a method of amplifying terror. A villager was made to drag another across broken glass while a cultist adjusted the weight and angle, calculating maximum pain and humiliation. Jonah's stomach turned, but he continued documenting. Each moment was an insight into the adaptive psychopathy unleashed by the word. A sudden noise made Jonah freeze. He glimpsed a young girl, barely more than a child, attempting to escape. Two cultists, improvising weapons from twisted metal rods, cornered her near the ruins of a house. Rachel Lorne stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with approval. Without a word, she demonstrated an efficient method of control. One cultist tripped the girl while another struck her with a metal rod, not to kill immediately, but to provoke compliance and study reactions. Jonah's hand shook, but he wrote it all down. The meticulous cruelty, the improvisation, the fearlessness of the perpetrators, and the terrifying absence of hesitation. The chaos was relentless. Jonah observed cultists experimenting with each other as well. Conflicts broke out spontaneously, not from dissent but from psychopathic curiosity. Two members began sparring violently with improvised weapons, while another joined, escalating the fight into a full-scale melee. Rachel's presence was subtle, a nod here, a gesture there, amplifying the violence without directly intervening. Jonah realized that leadership had shifted from instruction to provocation, and the group had internalized improvisational psychopathy to an astonishing degree. A grotesque innovation emerged when a member used a collapsed well as a trap. They lured a terrified man toward it, then dislodged debris into the opening, forcing him to fall into jagged stones below. Another cultist followed, improvising a spike from a broken board to ensure compliance. Jonah scribbled diagrams and notes frantically, understanding that the word's effect was now creating a self-reinforcing cycle. Every act of cruelty emboldened further improvisation, and the survivors' terror amplified the psychopathy. Unexpectedly, a group of villagers attempted to fight back. They grabbed debris and improvised weapons, but Jonah watched helplessly as the cultists responded with ruthless efficiency. One follower swung a plank like a lever, knocking several attackers to the ground, while another hurled stones with precision. Rachel orchestrated from the shadows, subtly redirecting attacks, ensuring maximum chaos. Jonah's pen could barely keep up. The innovations in violence and improvisation had reached an almost scientific level. Even the dead became part of the horror. Cultists used corpses as barricades, trip traps, and improvised intimidation devices. Jonah observed a member suspending a corpse from a partially collapsed roof, using it to threaten and manipulate survivors below. Another dragged a body into the path of fleeing villagers, forcing them into ambushes. The line between life, death, and improvisational cruelty had blurred completely. By midday, Jonah had moved cautiously among corpses and survivors, documenting as he went. The improvisational violence was everywhere. Fires, improvised weapons, traps, psychological terror, and ritualized cruelty all combined into a chaotic system. Rachel Lorne remained the nucleus, provoking and amplifying while allowing her followers to innovate freely. Jonah realized fully that the Word had created not merely fearless humans, but adaptive, improvisational agents of pure psychopathy, capable of escalating horror without oversight. A particularly terrifying twist occurred when cultists began experimenting with groups of survivors. They forced individuals to act violently against one another, testing reactions, improvising methods of coercion, and measuring compliance. Jonah's pen flew, trying to capture the social contagion effect, the way fearlessness and psychopathy reinforced one another, creating a self-propagating system of chaos. The day ended with Jonah hiding in a ruined barn, the shadows of the burning village stretching across broken beams. He watched as Rachel orchestrated a final demonstration of control. A group of survivors was trapped, and cultists began a complex ritual of intimidation and improvisation. Knives, fire, and debris were used in concert, each act simultaneously violent and experimental. Jonah's stomach turned, but he continued documenting. Every action, every improvisation, every escalation was proof of the Word's transformative power and the terrifying evolution of psychopathy. By nightfall, the village was nothing more than smoldering ruins, corpses, and terrorized survivors. Jonah had captured detailed notes on every improvisation, every experiment in cruelty, and the hierarchy of chaos. Rachel Lorne remained at the center, unscathed, unafraid, and exhilarated by the demonstration of the Word's effect. Jonah realized one horrifying truth. What had begun as fearlessness had become adaptive psychopathy, capable of replicating, improvising, and escalating beyond anything he had previously imagined. Night had fallen fully, and the village was a labyrinth of smoke, shattered walls, and flickering fires. Jonah moved silently, keeping low, feeling the weight of each step against the debris-strewn streets. His eyes darted to every shadow. Every distorted silhouette could conceal a cultist primed for improvisational violence. The scent of burned wood, blood, and charred flesh clung to everything, and the occasional scream of a survivor cut through the night air like a blade. Jonah had long since learned that the Word had not only eradicated fear but amplified psychopathy into adaptive, creative savagery. Every action the cult took now had the precision of instinct, the calculation of cruelty, and the creativity of a predator. Movement caught his attention. Rachel Lorne appeared atop the ruins of a partially collapsed house, silhouetted against the flames behind her. She carried a jagged blade in one hand and a makeshift staff adorned with shards of glass and twisted wire in the other. Her mask, constructed from the remnants of the village, reflected firelight, but did nothing to conceal the gleam in her eyes. Jonah froze, realizing that she had already spotted him. The angle of her head, the slight tilt, and the flare of her nostrils conveyed recognition without a word. She was unflinching, fearless, and entirely unbound by any moral constraint. The first of her traps was subtle, almost invisible. Jonah's foot shifted slightly on loose gravel, and a loud clatter echoed. Immediately, two cultists emerged from the shadows, swinging improvised weapons with lethal precision. Jonah dove behind a fallen cart, narrowly avoiding a jagged plank that embedded itself where his head had been moments before. Rachel's voice, soft but cutting, carried across the chaos. A single word, a command, and the cultists adapted instantly. Their movements were fluid, anticipatory, and terrifying in their efficiency. Jonah's pen could not capture the speed of their improvisation, only his frantic notes attempting to describe it. He ducked into the ruins of a burned-out house, hearts racing, lungs burning. Shadows moved across the walls. Cultists experimented with trap setups using rubble, beams, and improvised weapons. One had attached a jagged piece of metal to a rope, rigged to swing at any motion in the doorway. Another had arranged splintered wood to fall in sequence, creating a deadly corridor. Jonah moved with utmost care, aware that the word had created a breed of humans for whom fearlessness meant total disregard for consequences, for themselves and anyone else. A sudden shriek drew his attention to the center of the village square. Rachel had cornered a young man who had attempted to flee. The cultist's face was pale, but unafraid, his hands trembling with exertion but not hesitation. She demonstrated the first step of her improvised trap. One hand raised, a nod to the man on her left, and two cultists flanked the target, improvising weapons from broken debris. Rachel approached the young man, blade raised, whispering instructions that were more suggestion than threat, yet carried the weight of absolute control. The man complied instinctively, executing a series of motions that bound him into position, preparing him for the next stage of the ritual. Jonah's stomach churned as he scribbled notes. This was more than recruitment. It was methodical, psychopathic teaching. The tension escalated when a survivor tried to intervene. A woman charged at the trap, brandishing a broken chair leg. Rachel's eyes tracked her instantly. A slight motion of her hand, almost imperceptible, signaled to a nearby cultist, who adapted the moment's geometry and redirected the woman into a narrow alley. Improvised spikes and loose debris ensured the outcome. She screamed, fell, and scrambled painfully but survived, terrified and compliant. Jonah realized Rachel's brilliance lay in her subtle orchestration of chaos. She did not need to attack directly. Fearlessness made her cultists not only lethal but adaptive, improvising at every moment in response to unpredictable variables. Jonah backed into a ruined doorway, heart hammering, as Rachel herself moved toward him. She stepped over rubble with impossible grace, eyes locked on his. Each step carried confidence, a fearless precision that amplified the terror radiating from her presence. Around her, cultists reacted instinctively to every gesture. A flash of motion, a plank swung, a piece of metal launched, all coordinated with invisible signals. Jonah realized that the word's effect had not merely created fearless killers, it had created a hive mind of improvisational psychopathy centered on Rachel. Desperation drove him. He darted between structures, attempting to stay hidden, but every route was anticipated. Traps had been set in advance, or so it seemed, and every improvisational threat was met with instinctive adaptability. Rachel's voice called his name once, softly, almost mockingly, yet Jonah felt its weight in every nerve. She advanced, and the square became a theater of improvisational danger. Collapsing beams, swinging debris, fires, and cultists using every object at their disposal. Jonah felt the words reach now. It was as if the environment itself had become an extension of their psychopathy. At one point, he stumbled into the remnants of a cart filled with broken glass. Two cultists were behind him in an instant, improvising a mechanism that drove him toward a fire pit. He rolled, narrowly avoiding the lethal setup, and scrambled to regain his footing. Rachel's shadow loomed in the flickering firelight, closer now, her eyes gleaming with both amusement and predatory focus. Jonah understood fully. Hesitation would be fatal, yet any action risked falling into an even more complex improvisational trap. Rachel's tactics were inventive and unrelenting. She began combining psychological torment with physical traps. A small group of cultists herded Jonah toward a corridor lined with corpses. Improvised spikes and debris created the threat of immediate injury, while Rachel's calm voice whispered directions to the others. Jonah could feel the word's effect radiating from her presence alone. His instincts screamed fear. But there was no rational response. He had to think creatively under threat of death, adapting in real time to a psychopathic improvisational system. He darted into a half-collapsed building, catching sight of a survivor cowering beneath rubble. Jonah had to make a choice, risk intervening or leave them to the cultists. Before he could decide, Rachel's voice pierced the chaos. A single sharp command, and two cultists lifted debris to expose the survivor. Improvised weapons were drawn, yet before a blow could land, Jonah snatched a loose beam and swung, forcing the cultists to react, improvise, and adapt instantly. Jonah's own improvisation mirrored theirs. Fearlessness, when balanced against terror, became a survival necessity. Rachel advanced methodically, cornering him at last in a ruined courtyard. Flames licked around the edges, illuminating twisted debris and fallen cultists who had experimented with their own improvised violence. Rachel's expression was almost serene, her eyes unflinching, her blade poised. She spoke softly, inviting him to join them, to embrace fearlessness fully. Her words were insidious. They promised power, freedom, and understanding of the word. Jonah's hesitation betrayed him. A single flicker of indecision, and the cultist swung a jagged plank dangerously close. He dove behind a pile of rubble just as the trap activated. Improvised mechanisms designed to crush, impale, or entangle were everywhere. Yet he adapted instinctively, moving with calculated precision under extreme duress. Each moment was a brutal lesson in psychopathy and improvisational survival. Rachel circled him, her presence magnifying every threat, yet never directly striking. The intimidation, the fearlessness, and the improvisational coordination of her followers created a living, breathing net of violence that Jonah had to navigate with every ounce of cunning. Finally, Jonah spotted an opening. A loose beam could serve as both shield and weapon if wielded properly. Timing, angle, improvisation, all needed to align. Rachel stepped closer, smiling almost imperceptibly. Her eyes glimmered with amusement, deadly precision, and the thrill of testing him. He lunged, parrying a swinging spike with the beam, rolling past a cultist, and narrowly avoiding a second improvised strike. Every motion was a deadly negotiation, every second a balance between survival and improvisational adaptation. Jonah's escape was barely accomplished. He sprinted across the ruins, the sounds of chaos following, laughter, screams, and improvised violence echoing in every direction. Rachel's voice called out, a single, terrifying note of approval at his ingenuity, her presence both predator and teacher. Jonah realized the word had created a fully adaptive, improvisational system of psychopathy, with Rachel as its epicenter. The encounter left him exhausted, bloodied, and aware that survival required more than caution. It required creativity, speed, and near-complete immersion into improvisational adaptation. By dawn, Jonah had documented the encounter, every trap, every improvisation, every act of psychopathy. Yet the knowledge brought no relief, only the awareness of what full fearlessness could create. Rachel Lauren remained unscathed, unbroken, and terrifyingly alive, the center of a network of improvisational psychopaths who could adapt, innovate, and escalate without moral or physical constraints. Jonah understood that nothing in the world could contain them now. The sun had barely risen, but the town was already unrecognizable. Buildings were gutted, flames licking at the walls, windows shattered, and the acrid stench of smoke and blood hung in every street. Jonah moved through the chaos, crouched low, dodging debris and the occasional corpse. The cult had abandoned any pretense of secrecy. Fearlessness had now metastasized into total anarchy, and every member operated without conscience, improvising violence and chaos with chilling creativity. A street to his left erupted in screams. Jonah peered through the wreckage and saw two cultists hurling a man against a wall, testing how far they could push the body before bones shattered. When one struck him again with a jagged plank, they laughed, clearly thrilled by the display. A nearby woman, once compliant, now wielded a broken chair leg, using it to batter anyone who moved too slowly or hesitated. The rules of society, of morality, of fear, had been completely obliterated. Jonah's pen moved frantically, sketching diagrams of improvised weapons and noting patterns in the chaos. In the town square, the carnage was worse. Jonah crouched behind the remains of a collapsed fountain, watching his cultists advance with terrifying coordination, though their coordination was chaotic, improvisational, and unpredictable. Fires blazed around them, and the survivors who had not already been killed were either screaming or hiding, forced into lethal improvisations just to survive. Some cultists had taken corpses and set them upright, using them as scarecrows or weapons, throwing them at fleeing villagers to block escape routes. Jonah realized the word's effect had created not only fearless individuals but a self-reinforcing system of improvisational psychopathy, escalating continuously without external control. A sudden crash drew his attention to a small alley. A cultist had thrown a metal barrel into a group of survivors. The impact crushed one, while the others stumbled into improvised spikes set up moments before. Jonah shivered at the ingenuity. The survivors' terror was feeding the improvisational psychopathy, and the cultists adapted instinctively, calculating angles, timing, and psychological effect on the victims. Each moment in the chaos was both study and experiment, each action a methodical application of fearless brutality. Jonah's gaze shifted upward. Rachel Lorne appeared on the roof of a burned building, silhouetted against the rising sun. Flames reflected off shards of glass in her makeshift crown, and she held two jagged knives like extensions of her own arms. Her followers moved beneath her with a terrifying combination of improvisational coordination and complete unpredictability. A single nod sent them scattering, attacking, or improvising with whatever materials were at hand. Jonah had long since stopped thinking in terms of morality. This was pure observation of adaptive psychopathy. As he advanced through the ruins, Jonah saw what had once been a small market completely transformed into a killing ground. Broken stalls were used as barricades, improvised weapons hung from ropes, and the surviving townspeople were being herded and tested. One cultist had attached a chain to a discarded cart and swung it like a pendulum, forcing people to dodge while others hurled debris. Jonah realized the word's power lay not in magic but in its psychological effect, total removal of fear, replaced by improvisational cruelty and reckless innovation in violence. A sudden commotion to his right caught his attention. A group of cultists had cornered a mother and her child. Improvised tools, metal rods, shards of glass, debris, were being employed to create a cage. One cultist used a broken board to trip the mother, forcing her toward her child, while another improvised a barrier with overturned crates. Jonah's pen barely kept up, recording the inventive cruelty. He could see the improvisational psychopathy extending to every member. No hesitation, no remorse, just immediate, adaptive responses to the unfolding chaos. Everywhere he turned, the town had become a laboratory for fearless violence. Cultists experimented with each other, with survivors, with the environment itself. They improvised traps, combined weapons, and calculated attacks in real time, demonstrating the word's capacity to produce a living system of psychopathy. Jonah realized that the original cult hierarchy had dissolved. Rachel Lorne remained a nucleus, but the group now operated as a network of improvisational psychopaths, each member amplifying chaos while innovating new methods of destruction. Jonah moved cautiously, ducking behind a partially collapsed wall. Across the street, a group of cultists were testing psychological improvisation. They forced a man to stand between two fires while holding a jagged piece of metal above his head. Each cultist added a layer of improvisation, moving objects, adjusting fire, applying psychological stress, until the victim was screaming, terrified, and desperate to comply. Jonah noted every action, recognizing the terrifying evolution. The word had removed fear and replaced it with inventive, reckless cruelty. In a nearby building, a cultist had used ropes and debris to create a pendulum of destruction. Villagers who tried to flee were swung into walls, thrown into broken furniture, or struck by makeshift projectiles. Another improvised method involved a trap of sharpened stakes hidden under rubble. Survivors were forced to step carefully, improvising just to survive. Jonah's mind raced, documenting how the fearlessness from the word translated into adaptive, creative violence. Psychopathy had become innovation. Jonah caught movement in the shadows. A small group of cultists were experimenting with the dead, using corpses as barricades, obstacles, and psychological instruments. They dragged one across a street as bait, luring survivors into improvised ambushes. The improvisation was constant, evolving with every reaction, every scream, every attempt at escape. Jonah scribbled rapidly, trying to keep pace with the unfolding horror. By mid-afternoon, the town had become a living nightmare. Fires raged unchecked, blood soaked the streets, and improvised traps were everywhere. Jonah observed survivors improvising desperately, mimicking some of the cultists' fearless creativity to survive. Rachel Lauren moved freely among the chaos, her eyes gleaming with approval at the improvisational psychopathy of her followers. Every action was calculated to escalate fearlessness into destructive, adaptive innovation. Jonah realized that the word had spread beyond the cult itself. The survivors' improvisational responses, instinctive reactions born of terror, were inadvertently amplifying the cultist psychopathy. Fearlessness had become a feedback loop, and the chaos was self-perpetuating. Improvisation had become a form of intelligence, adaptive, ruthless, and lethal. The entire town was a laboratory, the cultists both predators and students, learning from every act of violence, every reaction, every scream. As night approached, Jonah crouched in the ruins of what had been the town hall. Fires burned around him, cultists continued their improvised carnage, and the screams of survivors echoed like a chorus of despair. He realized with grim clarity, the word had no divine power. It was a psychological virus, eradicating fear and replacing it with adaptive, improvisational psychopathy. He scribbled feverishly, documenting methods, patterns, and potential weaknesses. But survival was paramount. Every step, every breath, every action was a negotiation with death itself. The cultists had destroyed their own sanctuaries, repurposing them into arenas of improvisational death. Jonah saw structures rigged to collapse, improvised weapons set in sequence, and traps designed to be unpredictable. Fearlessness had evolved into improvisational innovation, psychopathy into a system of lethal experimentation. The word's effect was total. There was no morality, no hesitation, only endless escalation of violence. Jonah paused, taking in the full scope. The streets, buildings, and plazas were now instruments of psychopathic improvisation. The cult's influence had spread through the town like wildfire, touching every survivor and every structure, creating a living system of fearlessness and chaos. Improvised brutality, adaptive cruelty, and fearless innovation were the new laws. Jonah understood that the human psyche had been fundamentally altered here. Fear removed entirely, leaving only calculated, reckless, adaptive destruction. By the time Jonah moved to the edge of the burning town, the sun had set fully. Fires continued to roar, screams echoed from every corner, and the improvisational psychopathy of the cult had become self-reinforcing and unstoppable. He had recorded it all, yet the knowledge brought no comfort, only the awareness that fearlessness, unchecked, created not just killers, but living systems of chaos, intelligence, and improvisational brutality beyond comprehension. Smoke curled in thick, suffocating ribbons above the ruined streets, twisting into the sky as though the town itself were crying. Fires licked at the edges of collapsed buildings, their heat warping metal and glass, creating a shimmer over pools of blood that reflected flickering flames. The air was heavy, saturated with the coppery tang of gore and the acrid stench of charred wood. Chaos moved like a living organism, morphing, adapting, improvising, and ruthlessly exploiting every human weakness. A scream pierced the haze, followed by a metallic crash. Cultists had trapped a small group of survivors between overturned carts and jagged rebar. One of the fearless maniacs swung a rusted pipe, striking a fleeing man with precision born not of thought but of instinctual cruelty. Another grabbed debris to block his escape, improvising in real time to ensure total containment. The victims, frozen in terror, made mistakes that the cultists immediately exploited, their actions blending chaos and ingenuity in a horrifying symphony. From the rooftops, Rachel Lauren observed the carnage with calm scrutiny, her eyes calculating. Her movements were graceful yet lethal, fluid and predatory. With a slight tilt of her head, she directed a cluster of cultists toward a ruined square where survivors had fled. Improvised traps went into motion. Overturned barrels, dangling chains, spikes hidden under rubble. Every response from the cultists was adaptive. Hesitation had vanished entirely. The word's influence had stripped them of fear, leaving only reckless intelligence and inventive psychopathy. In a narrow alley, a cultist tested a pendulum of jagged metal, swinging it toward anyone who moved too slowly. The device shattered a wooden stall, sending splinters flying, one embedding in a man's shoulder. He cried out, but his terror made him predictable, easy prey. Another cultist grabbed him, twisting his arm with precision, using the fear of pain to manipulate movements that forced him into the next trap. Each act was improvisational, but it also followed a terrifying logic, a logic born from complete fearlessness. Glass crunched underfoot as another cultist stomped through a shattered window frame, dragging a survivor along. Improvised weapons littered the floor, jagged metal, splintered wood, twisted pipes. Every object was used efficiently, every movement calculated for maximum effect. The survivor flailed instinctively, but the absence of fear in the attackers meant there was no mercy, no hesitation, only ruthless application of lethal innovation. A fire spread across a nearby street, feeding a sequence of destruction. One cultist kicked a burning plank into a pile of rubble, diverting fleeing survivors into a makeshift spike trap. Another hurled a body into a narrow corridor, blocking escape and forcing improvisation. Each act built on the previous one, the violence compounding into a feedback loop of fearless experimentation. Jonah, hidden in a collapsed doorway, scribbled notes frantically, recognizing that this was not mere cruelty. It was adaptive, improvisational psychopathy. Children and elderly, caught in corners, became instruments in the cultists' improvised games. One small boy was coerced into triggering a rigged cart that sent jagged metal flying toward a group of panicked adults. The adults reacted predictably, instinctively, fearfully, feeding the attack his creativity. Every terrified action became a tool for the psychopathic intelligence of the fearless, each improvised trap an experiment in human behavior under duress. On a ruined balcony above the chaos, Rachel Lorne manipulated a network of cultists as if conducting an orchestra. Her gestures directed the flow of mayhem, improvisational yet precise. Survivors were funneled into zones where improvised traps awaited them. Swinging chains, debris poised to fall, sharp objects hidden under rubble. Each reaction from the humans was calculated, adapted to, and exploited instantly. The word had not made her divine. It had made her a nucleus of adaptive, fearless psychopathy, amplifying the chaos around her. Meanwhile, smaller clusters of cultists experimented independently, innovating with methods of killing and terror. One had tied ropes to the legs of a makeshift barrier, swinging it like a pendulum to knock down anyone attempting escape. Another improvised a wall of corpses, dragging dead bodies to block paths and create psychological terror. The improvisation was constant, unpredictable, lethal. Fearlessness had become an adaptive mechanism for destruction, evolving in real time. As night approached, the town had become a machine of improvisational horror. Fires cast long, flickering shadows, exaggerating the movements of cultists as they attacked, trapped, and executed with terrifying creativity. Jonah observed survivors mimicking the fearless behavior of their attackers, not to harm others, but to avoid death, adding a new layer of complexity to the chaos. Fearlessness had infected every layer of the environment, shaping improvisation into an unstoppable, self-reinforcing system of psychopathy. By the time Jonah climbed to a vantage point on the edge of a ruined church, he could see the full scale of the transformation. Streets had become experimental arenas, fires illuminating clusters of improvised weapons, bodies used as barricades or psychological tools, traps designed with increasing ingenuity. The word had done more than remove fear. It had transformed violence into an adaptive intelligence, creating a self-perpetuating ecosystem of cruelty. Every act of improvisation inspired another. Every scream was a data point. Every desperate movement fed the psychopathic feedback loop. Jonah realized, with grim clarity, that the word held no mystical power. Its effect was purely psychological, yet absolute. Complete eradication of fear, replaced by reckless, inventive psychopathy. He could understand it, document it, perhaps even predict it, but surviving it was another matter entirely. The question that gnawed at him was whether he could, or even should, attempt to use the word himself, risking the same adaptive psychopathy that had transformed the cult into this engine of destruction. The night deepened. Fires raged unchecked, screams echoed across ruins, and the improvisational psychopathy of the cultists grew more inventive, more lethal, more horrifyingly adaptive. Jonah crouched low, pen in hand, heart pounding, knowing that observation alone might no longer be enough. Survival would require more than fear. It would require ingenuity, deception, and a courage he was not sure he possessed. Flames tore through the remnants of the town like living serpents, their tongues licking across the ruins, consuming everything in sight. Windows that had survived the initial chaos now shattered under the heat, spraying sparks and shards across streets littered with debris. Every surface reflected the twisted, flickering light of destruction, creating a hall of mirrors that distorted the horror into something almost surreal. Screams echoed from alleys, punctuated by the sharp crack of improvised weapons colliding with bone or stone. Fearlessness had fully consumed the cult, and the consequences were absolute. A group of cultists had turned the remnants of a town square into a maze of lethal experimentation. Bodies of the dead were stacked like obstacles, spikes and jagged beams rigged to collapse with the slightest pressure. Fire barrels rolled to funnel survivors into traps. One cultist, a young woman with wild eyes and a grin that did not falter, used a mirror shard to reflect sunlight into fleeing survivors' faces, blinding them while another cultist swung a chain over their path. Improvised brutality and adaptive psychopathy intersected at every turn. The survivors' instinctive reactions only amplified the effectiveness of the attacks. From the rooftops, Rachel Lorne orchestrated a terrifying ballet of chaos. She moved with the grace of a predator, her gestures subtle yet commanding, directing fearless maniacs to experiment with every possible form of lethal improvisation. A flaming rope, a swinging metal beam, a trap of sharpened debris. Each device was timed and executed with ruthless efficiency. Her followers had become extensions of her own unyielding psychopathy, each action adaptive, improvisational, and devoid of fear or restraint. In the ruined streets, Jonah watched a man cornered against a crumbling wall. Two cultists approached him, but instead of simply striking, they engaged in an improvised psychological game. One created a swinging pendulum of jagged metal while the other yelled instructions that forced the man to predict and dodge with impossible precision. Each misstep was exploited to inflict pain, but never carelessly. It was calculated chaos. Jonah's hands ached from scribbling notes fast enough to record every innovation. He realized that the word had transformed fearlessness into a form of adaptive intelligence, a psychopathy that learned, evolved, and multiplied in real time. A scream erupted from a nearby alley where two cultists had cornered a woman with a child. One cultist improvised a trap, suspending debris from above with ropes, while the other used jagged boards to direct movement. The child cried out, but the woman's instinctive protective actions were exploited by the attackers, forcing her into the path of spikes concealed under rubble. The improvisation was relentless. The word's effect had erased not only fear but morality, creating a terrifying feedback loop of adaptive cruelty. Everywhere, improvised weapons were in play. Barrels filled with debris were rolled, chains swung from rooftops, sharpened poles thrust at targets, fire used to manipulate movement, all without hesitation. Even survivors who tried to fight back were caught in the web of adaptive psychopathy. A man wielding a crowbar swung at an attacker but missed. The cultists immediately adjusted, cutting off escape routes, improvising a sequence of attacks that led him into a trap of jagged rebar. Fearlessness, Jonah noted with grim fascination, had become a weapon far beyond normal comprehension. Rachel Lorne's voice rang out from above, calm yet commanding. Her words were few but precise, guiding groups of maniacs through improvisational attacks that combined physical ingenuity with psychological manipulation. One cultist set fire to a barricade, forcing survivors into a narrow alley. Another swung a heavy beam from above, creating a timed obstacle. Each action compounded the effects of the last, escalating the chaos exponentially. Jonah understood that this was no longer just a killing spree. It was an engineered system of psychopathy, adaptive, evolving, and entirely without restraint. A young cultist experimented with corpses, stacking them to create a bridge over a narrow gap for attacking survivors. Each step, each shift of weight, required improvisation and adaptation. When the bridge collapsed partially, the cultist adjusted instantly, reinforcing the structure with nearby debris. Fearlessness had erased hesitation entirely, leaving only reckless ingenuity. Jonah's stomach churned as he documented it all, realizing that this adaptive violence was a form of intelligence, terrifyingly efficient and horrifyingly creative. The air was thick with smoke and ash as Jonah navigated a street where a group of cultists had converted an old fountain into a trap. Water had been drained, leaving jagged stone exposed. Chains and ropes dangled above, one attached to a swinging metal spike. Survivors who tried to flee were forced into a sequence of dangers that the cultists continuously modified based on reactions. Jonah recognized the feedback loop. Every movement, every panic response, every attempt to survive became data that the fearless adapted to exploit with lethal precision. In a burned-out theater, Jonah observed improvised rituals of violence. Cultists arranged survivors in forced tableaus, using improvised instruments, broken glass, fire, jagged metal, to elicit screams that fed into the next set of improvisational attacks. Each act was both experimental and intentional, testing limits of fearlessness and adaptability. Jonah realized that the word's effect had removed fear entirely, replacing it with a system of psychopathy that could innovate cruelty in real time, and every scream, every struggle, was feeding the evolution of violence. Outside, a fire had spread across the main street, forcing survivors into a deadly corridor. Cultists used it to improvise, directing people towards spikes, swinging chains, and makeshift projectiles. Jonah noted the combination of instinct, improvisation, and fearless ingenuity. The chaos itself had become a learning organism, adapting and escalating with every human reaction. He saw how even small actions, like dropping debris in a certain pattern, could create cascading effects that led to lethal outcomes. Rachel Lorne descended from the rooftops, knives in hand, her followers forming an adaptive perimeter around her. Every member had become a force multiplier, improvising lethal actions as needed. One cultist swung a chain to block a path. Another rolled a burning barrel into a narrow street. Another forced a survivor into an improvised spike trap. Jonah's eyes could barely keep pace with the fluid, adaptive psychopathy that unfolded before him. A man, barely surviving, tried to flee across a rubble-strewn plaza. Two cultists adapted instantly. One dropped debris to block his path. The other swung a jagged beam. The man stumbled into a rigged pit, but the cultists adjusted, pulling him from one trap into another, improvising a sequence of lethal interventions that could not have been predicted in advance. Fearlessness had created improvisational, adaptive intelligence in pure psychopathy. Flames reflected off shattered glass as Jonah witnessed a young woman using corpses to construct a barrier, manipulating positions and weight in real time to create a trap for survivors. She moved with a terrifying combination of calculation and improvisation, testing angles and force as she adapted to the environment. Every scream, every struggle, every misstep of the victims fed into the system, improving its efficiency. From a vantage point on a partially collapsed clock tower, Rachel Lorne directed a final wave of attacks. Her followers acted in perfect improvisational synchrony, exploiting every escape route, every instinctive reaction, every shred of human hesitation. The town had become an arena of adaptive psychopathy. Fires, corpses, improvised weapons, and creative cruelty all working. In a terrifying feedback loop, as night fell completely, Jonah found a brief moment to pause. The scale of destruction was unimaginable. Streets strewn with bodies, fires consuming buildings, survivors improvising in desperation, and the cultists orchestrating chaos with fearless ingenuity. He understood the horrifying truth. The word had no divine power. Its only effect was psychological. Yet that effect had unleashed a self-reinforcing, improvisational system of psychopathy that was both intelligent and merciless. Survival would require more than fear. It would require cunning, adaptability, and the willingness to engage in improvisation at a level that matched the cult's psychopathy. Jonah scribbled furiously, documenting every improvisation, every adaptation, every creative act of violence. Fires flared nearby, illuminating a group of cultists experimenting with swinging debris and improvised traps, while Rachel Lorne herself moved through the chaos like a conductor, orchestrating death with fluid precision. Improvisation had become an art form, psychopathy its canvas. Fearlessness was the brush, cruelty the pigment, and chaos the masterpiece. By the end of the night, the town was a laboratory of adaptive psychopathy. Fires still burned, screams echoed, and the cultists, fearless and inventive, continued their improvised carnage. Jonah realized with grim clarity that the word had not created followers. It had created an evolving, self-reinforcing system of destruction. Every act of violence fed the system. Every scream became data, and every survivor's attempt to evade death contributed to the next iteration of improvisational cruelty. The sun rose dimly over the shattered remnants of the town, its weak light falling on streets littered with bodies, rubble, and the detritus of improvised carnage. Smoke still curled from scattered fires, sending ribbons of black into the sky, and the air vibrated with the faint echoes of groans, screams, and the sharp, metallic sounds of brutal combat. Fearlessness had mutated into self-destructive chaos. The cult, once unified under Rachel Lorne's ruthless command, now tore itself apart with an intensity that surpassed even the previous night's horrors. In the main square, a group of cultists, once allies, turned on each other without hesitation. Improvised weapons were wielded with surgical precision. Sharpened metal, splintered wood, and even fragments of masonry became instruments of methodical slaughter. One member had wrapped a length of chain around their arm, swinging it with deadly arcs, smashing through skulls and limbs alike. Others had constructed makeshift projectile traps from debris, rigging them to trigger with the slightest movement. Each strike, each improvised maneuver, demonstrated not just the absence of fear but an adaptive intelligence in their psychopathy. A tall cultist with jagged scars across his face lunged at a companion who had briefly hesitated, ripping into the other with a jagged shard of metal. The victim's blood sprayed across the street, painting flames and rubble in grotesque patterns. Nearby, two cultists fought over control of a flaming barrel, each improvising new ways to use it as a weapon. Sparks ignited the debris around them, creating additional hazards that were instantly exploited by the surrounding combatants. Chaos had become self-perpetuating. Hesitation or weakness was immediately punished, and every action generated opportunities for lethal improvisation. Bodies moved, twisted, and collapsed in endless permutations of violence. A cultist had fashioned a rig where the legs of the fallen were tied to a swinging beam. When another approached, the beam swung like a pendulum, striking limbs and forcing opponents to react in predictable ways. Those reactions were instantly calculated, exploited, and amplified by others. Blood ran in rivulets down streets, pooling in gutters, mixing with fire and ash to create a macabre river that reflected flickering, distorted shadows of the combatants. In the alleys, smaller skirmishes unfolded with equally deadly improvisation. One cultist had taken a broken table and flipped it as a shield, then used nails protruding from its underside to pin a struggling opponent against a wall. Another had rolled a cart filled with stones, forcing survivors and combatants alike to scatter or be crushed. Improvised traps multiplied with horrifying creativity, and every action provoked a reaction. Every reaction became data for the psychopathy that now defined the group. Rachel Lorne, perched atop the ruins of a collapsed building, watched the self-destruction with detached calculation. Her eyes swept over the carnage, taking in patterns, noting how fearlessness had evolved into improvisational. Violence without direction. Allies had become enemies, and the same adaptive intelligence that had made the cult so lethal was now accelerating its disintegration. She allowed herself a grim smirk as she observed the escalation, a predator noting how even the strongest prey could be undone by its own instincts. Explosions of improvised violence occurred in rapid succession. A cultist improvised a tripwire of barbed metal. Another, charging with a makeshift spear, triggered it accidentally, flinging themselves into a wall. Blood sprayed the scorched stone, igniting nearby debris. Moments later, a swing of a heavy chain severed a leg, sending the victim's body crashing into a fire. The energy of violence fed itself. Each horrific act inspired others to improvise further, escalating both intensity and lethality. Small pockets of survivors were caught in the middle, struggling to avoid the expanding maelstrom. Some attempted to hide beneath rubble. Others ran into traps improvised by members who had previously been comrades. A woman, cornered by two fearless cultists, was forced into a sequence of death. First a swinging metal pipe, then a collapsing wall of debris, then finally into the path of a sharp spike. Each improvisation exploited natural human responses, and every misstep became lethal. Fearlessness had transformed cruelty into an adaptive, predictive engine. In the remnants of a church, improvised shrines became battlegrounds. Cultists used the altars as cover, swinging weapons from above or below, while corpses were repurposed as barricades, projectiles, and psychological weapons. The interplay of fire, blood, and metal created a chaotic choreography, each member's improvisation building upon the others. Jonah, hidden in the shadows, noted the patterns. The word had removed fear entirely. But in doing so, it had amplified psychopathic intelligence to a terrifying degree. Amid the carnage, a cultist had set fire to a pile of bodies and debris, creating a wall of flames that forced fleeing members into improvised traps. Chains, barbed wire, and broken beams had been positioned so that every instinctive reaction played directly into the killer's hands. Jonah watched as a young man stumbled through, limbs snagged and twisted, blood sprayed, screams echoing. Yet the same individual instinctively adapted mid-struggle, avoiding some dangers, only to fall into the next. The feedback loop of improvisational psychopathy was unstoppable. The central square became a crucible. Cultists fought not for territory or ideology anymore. They fought for the sheer expression of psychopathy. One man took a sharp shard of metal, fashioning it into a hook, using it to swing a neighbor into a flaming pit. Another improvised a trap from a shattered cart, rolling it unpredictably into clusters of combatants. Each act was creative, brutal, and entirely fearless. Survivors who attempted to intervene were immediately exploited. Their instinctive hesitation made them targets. From the upper floors of a ruined hotel, a small group of cultists observed and directed improvisation, coordinating attacks without hesitation. A thrown barrel, a dislodged beam, a swinging rope, all were timed and executed with a terrifying combination of instinct and ingenuity. Jonah realized that this was no longer just unbridled violence. It was an adaptive system, evolving in real time with each victim's reaction. One of the most horrific improvisations came when a cultist used a broken mirror to blind a fleeing opponent while another swung a weighted chain. The victim staggered unpredictably, exactly as intended, into a spike-laden corridor. The system of adaptive cruelty functioned like a living organism, self-correcting and refining its lethality with every iteration. Blood, fire, and screams combined into a sensory overload. Yet the killers moved with precision born not of fear, but of reckless intelligence. The self-destruction of the cult accelerated as more fearless members turned on one another. Improvised weapons became extensions of the body. Beams swung, debris flung, chains cracked. One man dragged a fallen comrade into a fire, forcing another to intervene, only to be swung into the same flames. Patterns repeated, escalating in intensity until the streets were a river of adaptive violence. The town was unrecognizable, a laboratory of nihilistic psychopathy where improvisation dictated survival and destruction alike. The air trembled with chaos. Fires flared, debris shifted, and screams echoed in overlapping layers. Cultists experimented with novel forms of lethal improvisation. Hanging spikes, swinging chains, rolling debris, and even the dead as weapons or psychological tools. Each victim's instinctive response created new opportunities for creativity, driving the psychopathy to new heights. Jonah's notebook could barely keep pace, each page filled with observations of adaptive cruelty, improvisational killing, and fearless intelligence applied to destruction. By midday, the town had become an arena of complete, unrelenting chaos. Structures collapsed under the weight of fire and improvisation. Corpses were repurposed, improvised traps expanded, and the surviving cultists adapted their methods continuously. Rachel Lorne, perched above the destruction, remained calm, calculating, a nucleus of adaptive psychopathy. Every action reinforced the system, every scream fed its growth, and every improvisation taught others new methods of death. Even small gestures of survival were exploited instantly. A man attempting to climb over rubble triggered a chain reaction of falling debris, which another cultist used to block a secondary escape route. Improvised attacks compounded with brutal precision. Fearlessness had not only eliminated hesitation, it had created a self-reinforcing ecosystem of adaptive violence, one that escalated with every iteration, every reaction, and every scream. The feedback loop of chaos continued into night. Fires cast long, flickering shadows across streets that had become rivers of blood. Improvised weapons were everywhere. Jagged metal, debris, chains, and even corpses used as instruments of terror. Survivors were trapped in a constantly evolving maze of improvised death. Fearlessness had unleashed a system that was creative, adaptive, intelligent, and utterly merciless. By the end of the day, the cult had destroyed itself almost entirely. Survivors were rare, the town lay in ruin, and the streets were a testament to the adaptive intelligence of psychopathy unleashed by the word. Jonah, from a hidden vantage point, realized the horrifying truth. The word did not give power. It erased restraint, leaving human intelligence unchecked by fear, morality, or empathy. The self-destruction had been inevitable once the system reached critical mass. The town had become a landscape of grotesque experimentation. Streets were slick with blood, pools reflecting broken sunlight filtered through smoke, ash, and the scattered remnants of once familiar buildings. Entire blocks had been reduced to skeletal frames. Rooftops had collapsed under fires and weight, creating jagged mazes of steel and timber. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred wood, melted metal, and iron-rich blood. Surviving members of the cult moved like predators, improvising every action, using the terrain, corpses, and even fire as weapons. One cultist had set up a trap in a narrow alley, a cascade of jagged beams suspended from above, triggered by tripwires woven into the rubble below. A survivor attempting to flee stumbled. The trap swung down with brutal precision, impaling the man and pinning him to a crumbling wall. Others in the alley reacted instinctively, but their fearlessness removed any hesitation. They ran, jumped, and countered, turning their escape into a sequence of improvisational maneuvers. Every movement fed into the psychopathy of the attackers, each action calculated to extract maximum chaos from the environment. On the outskirts of the main square, fire spread into a small plaza. A group of cultists had gathered here to improvise new forms of lethal experimentation. One used a suspended chain to swing over flames, hurling debris with exacting precision at anyone in proximity. Another constructed a crude but deadly spinning barrier from jagged metal sheets, forcing survivors to navigate a deadly corridor. When one member misjudged the timing and collided with the structure, the chaos amplified, creating an unpredictable feedback loop where every action immediately provoked another improvisation. Inside the gutted remains of a grocery store, improvised violence had become experimental art. A cultist used broken shelving to funnel survivors toward improvised pitfalls, while another swung chains to enforce movement in precise directions. The chaos unfolded like a grimly choreographed dance, every survivor's instinctive movements analyzed and exploited in real time. One man attempted to hide under a collapsed counter. His position was immediately noted, and debris was rolled strategically to flush him out. Each reaction was a lesson for the fearless attackers, refining their adaptive psychopathy as they went. In the central streets, survivors moved through improvised hazards with desperate intelligence. Fires were used to funnel movement. Swinging beams and jagged metal forced them to improvise constantly, and corpses became both psychological weapons and physical barriers. A man tried to drag an injured companion across the street. Another cultist intercepted, using the fallen as a projectile to strike both. The adaptive intelligence of psychopathy had reached a level where it could predict, exploit, and amplify instinctive human behavior. Rachel Lauren moved through the carnage with surgical calm. She coordinated improvised attacks from a high vantage point, using signals, gestures, and brief shouts to direct multiple groups simultaneously. Each group responded instantly, improvising lethally without hesitation, exploiting terrain, fire, debris, and the reactions of survivors. Blood, sweat, and ash coated their bodies, yet their actions remained precise. It was as if the absence of fear had unlocked an instinctual genius for lethal creativity. A group of cultists experimented with vertical improvisation. Ropes and chains suspended from partially collapsed buildings were used to swing between floors, hurling debris at anyone attempting to escape. One survivor, cornered on a rooftop, tried to jump across to another building. A cultist anticipated the trajectory, swinging a heavy beam to intercept and redirect him into a trap below. Each improvisation built upon previous failures, each scream feeding data into the system of psychopathy. In a burned-out theater, the cultists had constructed a labyrinth of corpses, debris, and improvised weapons. Fire had gutted the floor, leaving weakened beams that shifted unpredictably. Survivors attempting to navigate the structure were forced to improvise continuously, yet their improvisation was anticipated, exploited, and escalated by the fearless attackers. A man stepped on a weakened beam. It collapsed partially, flinging him into a spike-laden pit. The cultists adapted instantly, adjusting traps, swinging chains, and hurling debris to maintain lethal dominance. Outside, the streets were a living battlefield. Fires roared along the ruins of houses, chains swung from rooftops, jagged beams and improvised projectiles were everywhere. Survivors attempted to flee through narrow alleys, only to be funneled into traps that the cultists continuously modified. A woman tried to climb over a fallen wall. Another adjusted a swinging chain midair, striking her shoulder and forcing her into a debris-filled corridor. The feedback loop of violence was endless. Every action exploited, every instinct refined for maximum lethal efficiency. The improvised ingenuity of the cult reached grotesque levels. One cultist had taken a corpse, tied it to a chain, and swung it as a pendulum, creating a lethal obstacle that forced survivors into secondary traps. Another had rigged a stack of rubble to collapse when touched, using the sound of approaching footsteps to trigger timing. Adaptive psychopathy had become an evolving organism, thriving on chaos, human reaction, and improvisational violence. In a partially collapsed church, cultists were experimenting with multi-stage attacks. Fire barrels were rolled strategically to funnel survivors toward spike traps. Chains swung from broken rafters to redirect movement. Improvised tripwires forced instantaneous reactions. Each element exploited instinct, amplified chaos, and refined the adaptive intelligence of the attackers. Every scream, every flinch, every desperate move fed into the system, teaching the fearless how to escalate violence with creativity and precision. Outside, a man tried to escape across a bridge of debris. Two cultists adapted instantly. One triggered a falling beam. The other swung a chain to force him into a pit below. His survival instincts delayed the inevitable, but the feedback loop had anticipated even the subtle adjustments, amplifying lethality with every iteration. Fearlessness had transformed every individual into both predator and instrument of adaptive psychopathy. Even small actions by survivors were exploited. Attempting to hide beneath rubble only invited improvised attacks. Moving through streets forced them into chained corridors. Reacting instinctively to threats made them predictable targets. Improvised traps evolved constantly. One moment a pile of corpses blocked a passage. The next, debris was thrown to redirect survivors into burning rubble or swinging spikes. Each act was an iteration in the system of chaos. By mid-afternoon, the town had become a theater of continuous adaptive violence. Fires roared across multiple streets. Corpses and debris formed lethal obstacles. Improvised weapons were everywhere, and surviving cultists improvised instantaneously. Every reaction, every scream, every struggle was processed and exploited, increasing the scale and precision of psychopathy. Jonah's notebook overflowed with observations, documenting the evolution of fearlessness into lethal adaptive intelligence. From a rooftop, Rachel Lorne orchestrated an improvised climax. Fires had formed natural corridors. Debris and corpses redirected movement. Swinging chains, projectiles, and spikes created a continuous gauntlet. Her followers adapted with terrifying precision, improvising sequences of attacks that forced survivors to fail in predictable ways. Every instinctive reaction became data for the next iteration, each death teaching new methods of improvisation. By evening, the town was almost unrecognizable. Smoke and ash filled the air. Buildings teetered on collapse. Corpses and debris were repurposed as traps. Fire continued to spread unpredictably. Survivors who had evaded capture until now were forced into a final gauntlet of improvisational, adaptive violence. Every trap, every swing, every burning obstacle had been refined through observation of instinct, exploiting human behavior to maximum lethality. The feedback loop of psychopathy had reached its apex. Fearlessness had erased hesitation, morality, and empathy, leaving human intelligence unchecked in the service of adaptive violence. Jonah recorded patterns, noting the grotesque creativity of the killers, the precision born of fearlessness, and the horrifying escalation of improvised carnage. Every scream, every instinctive movement, every misstep fed the system, increasing both brutality and inventiveness. By nightfall, the town was a crucible of total psychopathy. Fires burned unchecked. Corpses served as obstacles and projectiles. Improvised traps covered every street, and survivors were hunted in a relentless gauntlet. Fearlessness had become adaptive psychopathy in motion, an evolving, self-reinforcing system of death that thrived on chaos, human instinct, and improvisation. Jonah realized the horrifying truth. The word had not only erased fear but had created an entirely new, self-sustaining intelligence of violence. The town was no longer a town. Its streets were jagged scars in the earth, lined with smoldering rubble, shattered metal, and the remains of walls that had once held lives. Fires flickered across the ruins, throwing grotesque shadows across pools of dark, coagulated blood. The screams of the dying and the wails of the injured were punctuated by the clang of improvised weapons smashing against flesh, bone, and stone. The cult, having turned entirely inward and outward in psychopathic frenzy, had become an ecosystem of destruction, one that continuously evolved, learned, and amplified the lethality of its members. Survivors, scattered and desperate, navigated a labyrinth of chaos. Every instinctive movement was anticipated and exploited. A man darted across a debris-filled street, only to have a beam swing from a collapsed roof, knocking him into a hidden pit lined with jagged metal shards. Another survivor attempted to crawl beneath a toppled wall. The rubble had been rigged to collapse with the slightest pressure. Improvised death was everywhere, and each act of violence produced immediate feedback. The fearless killers adapted in real time, turning every human response into an opportunity for lethal creativity. A group of cultists had converted a burned-out warehouse into a trap chamber. Hanging chains, spikes, and sharpened beams created a gauntlet that forced survivors into specific paths, exploiting fearless improvisation. The survivors' instinctive reactions, ducking, jumping, twisting, were precisely predicted, and the attackers used them to escalate brutality. One man grabbed a falling beam to stabilize himself. Another swung a hooked chain, catching him mid-motion and hurling him into a pile of burning debris. Every death became a lesson, every action a refinement of psychopathic methodology. Outside, the central streets were a continuously shifting battlefield. Fires spread unpredictably, igniting debris that had been strategically positioned by fearless killers. Corpses were repurposed, set alight, or used as pendulums to strike the living. Improvised projectile weapons were everywhere, nails embedded in boards, swinging chains, and collapsing beams. Every movement was observed, every instinct anticipated. Adaptive psychopathy had become a self-learning system, an organic network of destruction fueled by fearlessness, instinct, and creativity. Rachel Lorne, perched atop the remnants of a fire-damaged building, surveyed the carnage like a conductor. Her gestures directed waves of violence, and her followers moved with fluid, terrifying precision. They exploited terrain, fire, and the reactions of survivors with instantaneous efficiency. One cultist swung a spiked chain, forcing a man into the path of a rolling, burning barrel. Another triggered a tripwire that caused a partially collapsed wall to fall, pinning 3 victims while sending debris into a secondary cluster of survivors. Each act of violence amplified the chaos, creating cascading opportunities for improvisation and killing. In a narrow alley, a particularly gruesome improvisation unfolded. 2 cultists had rigged chains across the passage, and as a survivor attempted to jump over, a swinging beam struck midair, hurling him into another improvised trap, a pile of corpses whose combined weight pinned him against a metal fence lined with spikes. Nearby, another cultist manipulated a pulley system, dropping burning debris with perfect timing. Adaptive psychopathy had transformed the killers into instinct-driven machines capable of predicting and exploiting human behavior with devastating accuracy. A small plaza had been transformed into a slaughterhouse. Fires roared in strategic locations, forcing survivors into pre-planned kill zones. Chains swung from collapsed beams, metal shards projected unpredictably, and corpses blocked escape routes. One survivor attempted to climb over the remains of a burned vehicle. Another cultist, using nothing but instinct and improvised tools, managed to trip him with a dangling chain, sending him into the path of flaming debris. Every improvisation escalated both the intensity and the precision of the killing. The soundscape was a symphony of destruction. Explosions, screams, the crunch of bone, and the tearing of flesh combined with the roar of fire and the shattering of masonry. Even attempts at stealth were futile. Fearless killers anticipated, adapted, and improvised, exploiting every noise and movement. A man attempting to hide behind a wall was impaled by a swinging hook, while another, fleeing from improvised flames, stumbled into a pit rigged with sharpened beams. Survival was no longer possible. Only improvisational engagement with psychopathy could provide the slightest chance of avoiding immediate death. From the remains of a church, cultists orchestrated multi-stage attacks. Swinging chains directed survivors towards secondary traps. Debris was displaced to control movement. Fires were used as both barrier and weapon. The interplay of obstacles, instinctive reactions, and adaptive violence created an evolving ecosystem where each death taught the killers new methods. The town itself had become an instrument of improvised psychopathy, a living, breathing, self-reinforcing machine of destruction. One particularly gruesome improvisation involved a rigged staircase. A man attempted to descend, unaware that every step had been strategically weakened. Chains swung from above, forcing him to adjust mid-motion. He fell into a pit lined with corpses and broken metal, only to be impaled on a spiked beam. Nearby cultists adapted instantaneously, creating secondary traps as his scream echoed through the streets. Every instinctive human response became data. Every misstep exploited. Every failure elevated the system of fearlessness-fueled violence. Outside, bridges and collapsed rooftops were weaponized. Cultists used chains to swing debris into paths of fleeing survivors, while fire channeled movement into kill zones. Corpses were suspended, rigged to swing, or used to barricade escape routes. Every improvisation was refined in real time. Each scream, flinch, or hesitation became a lesson, amplifying the lethality of every attack. Adaptive psychopathy was now total, a system where creativity, intelligence, and psychopathic instinct converged to annihilate human instinctive behavior. Rachel Lauren remained the unchallenged nucleus of chaos. Perched on high, she directed improvisational sequences with subtle gestures and precise timing. Her followers executed lethal maneuvers without hesitation. One cultist swung a corpse into a cluster of survivors, another triggered a falling beam to funnel movement, while a third deployed a chain to strike the fleeing. Each death fed the feedback loop, creating new opportunities for improvisation and escalating psychopathic ingenuity. Survivors attempted desperate countermeasures. They scrambled through debris, attempted to set traps of their own, or tried to hide under rubble, but every move was anticipated. Improvised attacks evolved continuously. A pile of corpses meant to shield one survivor became a springboard for another cultist's deadly strike. Fires were redirected, debris moved, and swinging chains adapted to instinctive evasions. Each human action increased lethality and inspired further improvisation. By nightfall, the town had reached its apex of destruction. Fires burned uncontrollably. Corpses had become tools of both physical and psychological terror. Improvised weapons were everywhere, and the few remaining survivors were funneled into lethal gauntlets of escalating ingenuity. Adaptive psychopathy had reached critical mass. Fearlessness had eradicated hesitation, morality, and empathy, leaving intelligence in the service of pure, evolving violence. Jonah observed from the shadows as the last vestiges of the culted community tore itself apart. Bodies were flung, traps triggered, and improvised weapons wielded with absolute precision. Every scream, every instinctive response, every struggle refined the killer's adaptive psychopathy further. Rachel's calculated presence remained the heart of the system, guiding improvisation, amplifying lethality, and ensuring that fearlessness had become synonymous with unrelenting, adaptive, psychopathic intelligence. By the early hours of the next day, the town was a wasteland. Fires had burned to embers, rubble dominated the streets, and corpses had been used, reused, and repurposed to perfection. Adaptive psychopathy had reached completion. Fearlessness had transformed into a self-sustaining engine of destruction that operated without pause or hesitation, fueled by instinct, intelligence, and human reaction. The survivors, few and broken, moved like ghosts through the ruins, knowing any misstep could be fatal. And in the distance, the first rays of light illuminated Rachel Lauren standing atop a crumbled building, surveying the annihilation she had orchestrated and perfected. Fearlessness had not only eradicated fear, it had created a lethal intelligence, a living, evolving system of chaos and death. Every scream, every flinch, Every instinctive reaction had been exploited, honed, and weaponized. The word had achieved its final, horrifying form: unbound, adaptive, psychopathic perfection. The town's skeleton lay bare beneath the pale dawn, streets scorched, buildings half collapsed, and the scent of smoke and iron heavy in the air. Jonah moved through the ruins silently, careful to avoid broken beams and the remnants of makeshift traps. Each step carried a new risk: an unpredictable chain swinging from a shattered roof, a puddle of blood concealing jagged debris, or the sudden flash of movement where a cultist had taken refuge. The silence was deceptive. Every shadow seemed to flicker with menace, every sound amplified by the hollowed streets. High above, Rachel Lorne moved like a predator surveying her prey, her calm precision contrasting with the surrounding chaos. She was no longer a human constrained by hesitation or morality. Fearlessness had elevated her instincts, honed her intelligence, and welded it to psychopathic creativity. From the ruins of the town hall, she orchestrated the remnants of her followers, directing improvised assaults on anyone still alive. A single hand gesture sent one cultist swinging a chain to knock a survivor into a pit lined with jagged metal. Another follower hurled a burning beam into a makeshift barricade, forcing the trapped humans to scatter into open ground where more traps awaited. Each kill refined the ensemble of death that Rachel conducted. Jonah ducked behind the fractured wall of a collapsed shop, gripping his notebook tightly. Observing was no longer enough. Every corner, every doorway might conceal another psychopathic killer. Every beam might swing at the slightest touch. He noted the staggering efficiency of the cultists, how every improvisation built upon the last. In the alley behind him, a survivor tried to crawl past a mound of rubble only to have a chain swing down, hurling him into a burning barrel. Jonah flinched at the sickening crack as metal struck bone, yet he scribbled every detail, knowing he had to understand the pattern before he could hope to escape. A sudden movement caught his eye. Two cultists had dragged a body across the plaza, dismembering it with a feral rhythm that seemed almost musical. Limbs flailed, blood splattered, and the remaining survivors screamed, frozen in shock before being forced to flee into another kill zone. Jonah swallowed bile, forcing himself to continue documenting the scene, noting the mechanics of terror, how the fearless had weaponized human instinct. Nothing was random. Every act of violence was deliberately adaptive. Further down the street, a grotesque tableau unfolded. A group of cultists had tied survivors to spiked beams and were rotating them like macabre puppets, timing every rotation so that a swinging chain would strike at the exact moment. Jonah calculated the coordination. The timing was precise, almost choreographed. A terrifying fusion of human instinct and psychopathic intelligence. One survivor, screaming, lunged blindly, only to trigger a tripwire that sent a burning cinder from a nearby fire into their shoulder. Jonah shuddered, recording every second, every scream, knowing that once the pattern of this psychopathy was understood, survival might be marginally possible. The chaos did not stop. From the shadows of a partially collapsed cathedral, cultists emerged like a living tide of violence. They moved with fluidity, improvising attacks at every turn. Jonah noted one particularly horrifying adaptation. A cultist swung a corpse into the path of fleeing survivors, using its weight and momentum to crush bones and funnel the living into preset traps. The survivors' screams echoed through the stone, blending with the crackle of flames and the clash of metal. Rachel's presence guided the flow, her hands occasionally flicking to signal subtle course corrections to maximize carnage. Jonah ducked behind a toppled beam as a chain whistled past his head. He realized the survivors' instinctive reactions were being exploited more ruthlessly than he had ever imagined. Each dodge, each jump, each step was anticipated. Improvised traps grew exponentially more lethal, often using corpses and debris as components in an evolving death machine. One man tried to leap over a pit only to land on a hidden spike, while another was pinned by a swinging beam set precisely to catch someone in motion. Every moment amplified fearlessness fueled chaos. In a central plaza, the most disturbing scene unfolded. A makeshift altar had been erected amidst burning debris. Rachel directed her followers in a ceremonial sequence that was part ritual, part improvisational slaughter. Cultists carved symbols into the air with weapons, each slash punctuated by screams from survivors caught in lethal choreography. Jonah noted the precision, the timing, the angles. the synchronization of instinctive human reactions with psychopathic anticipation. It was a living, adaptive system, one that turned each survivor's panic into fuel for the next act of violence. The sky darkened with smoke, and flickering light cast grotesque shadows across the walls. Jonah noticed that the surviving cultists had begun attacking each other as well, not from necessity, but from the sheer thrill of fearless improvisation. A scuffle erupted on a burning roof, chains tangling, blood spilling, and screams echoing across the plaza. Rachel seemed to revel in it, orchestrating both survivor and cultist mayhem simultaneously. Her commands were subtle, often just a glance, yet they directed carnage with unparalleled efficiency. Jonah pressed against a wall, heart hammering. He realized the word's influence had escalated far beyond the original cult members. It was an algorithmic intelligence in the flesh, a self-propagating system of psychopathic violence. Survivors, cultists, even structures themselves were now tools of this evolving, adaptive organism. He noted how fearlessness had not merely removed hesitation. It had re-engineered thought and action, leaving only instinct fused with calculated psychopathy. Every movement was a potential kill, every breath a challenge to survive. Suddenly, a collapse shook the ground. A previously intact building had been weakened by fire and previous attacks. Debris rained down, crushing both cultists and survivors indiscriminately. Jonah ducked, barely avoiding a falling beam that would have pinned him against rubble. He scrambled forward, pen in hand, recording the chaotic geometry of the collapse. The chain reactions, the cascading effects of human panic amplified by fearlessness. Each structural failure became an additional instrument of death, incorporated seamlessly into the carnage. Elsewhere, survivors who tried to hide in basements or abandoned vehicles were systematically flushed out. Chains, debris, fire, and swinging beams had been adapted to flush movement toward predetermined kill zones. The ingenuity of psychopathic fearlessness had transformed every corner of the town into a calculated gauntlet of death. Jonah's stomach churned at the realization there was no longer safety anywhere. The town itself was now a living system, adapting in real time to maximize casualties and suffering. At one intersection, Jonah observed a particularly twisted improvisation. A cultist had rigged a series of ropes and pulleys to fling survivors across a fire pit if they attempted to escape. Each victim's reaction fed the killer's next move, creating an iterative cycle of lethality. Rachel, overseeing from above, adjusted positions imperceptibly, shifting the focus of attacks to maintain maximum efficiency. Jonah's notes grew frantic, his mind racing to catalog every nuance, every brutal calculation. Even as chaos reached a fever pitch, Jonah realized something more horrifying. The psychopathy was contagious. Those who witnessed the violence closely, the terrified and desperate survivors, were beginning to act with reckless aggression. One man, trapped between a swinging chain and a burning barrel, grabbed a fallen beam and attacked a cultist without hesitation, instinctively improvising, echoing the very chaos that had consumed the town. Fearlessness was no longer isolated. It was a viral algorithm of destruction. The sky turned crimson as the fires consumed the remaining structures. Jonah observed that the final layer of the word's influence was now complete. Adaptive, psychopathic, fearless, and self-propagating. Survivors had become killers, killers had become machines, and the town itself had merged with the psychopathy, a perfect ecosystem of chaos and violence. The screams, the crackling flames, and the echoing crashes of collapsing debris formed an auditory tapestry of nihilistic terror. And at the epicenter, atop the remnants of the old courthouse, Rachel Lawrence stood, her face illuminated by firelight, surveying the annihilation with a calculated, almost reverential detachment. Jonah knew that the word had reached its full potential. Nothing would ever be the same. Humanity had been redefined by absolute fearlessness and psychopathy. A living testament to chaos, evolution, and violence without bounds. The night air was thick with smoke and the metallic tang of blood, drifting over the shattered remnants of the town like a suffocating blanket. Fires raged unchecked, consuming what was left of buildings, homes, and makeshift shelters. The screams of the dying and the terrified punctuated the crackle of collapsing walls, but the cultists moved through it all with absolute indifference, their movements fluid, predatory, and unnervingly precise. Each one acted as if guided by a single, ruthless intelligence, a hive mind tuned to destruction and unflinching in its violence. Rachel Lorne stood atop a partially collapsed roof, her silhouette outlined by the inferno behind her, surveying the scene with eyes that reflected no fear, no hesitation, no trace of humanity. Every member around her mirrored that same emptiness, walking through chaos as if it were nothing but a game, manipulating the world around them with deliberate cruelty. Jonah ducked behind a twisted metal beam, his chest tight with the knowledge that one misstep could end him instantly. Yet he couldn't look away. He had to witness it, the culmination of the word's influence. The way it had turned ordinary humans into hyper-intelligent psychopaths, unbound by conscience or morality. Some of the cultists had taken to improvisation with terrifying skill. A man dragged a burning carcass across the street, sending it toppling into a group of terrified survivors. Flames leapt instantly, igniting debris that sent shards of splintered wood and glass flying in unpredictable arcs. Another cultist swung a makeshift flail, its chain wrapping around a streetlight, and with a single, fluid motion, sent a steel girder crashing into a barricade of terrified people. Each act of violence was immediate, creative, and horrifyingly efficient. There was no hesitation, no miscalculation, only calculated chaos amplified by fearlessness. Jonah observed a cluster of survivors attempting to barricade themselves in what had once been a small grocery store. The cultists approached methodically, assessing weaknesses in the improvised defenses. One swung a chain into the doorway, knocking it inward, while another followed, hurling debris through shattered windows. The survivors panicked, screaming and scrambling over one another, inadvertently feeding the attack as improvisation. Bodies collided, walls splintered, and a fire that had already begun in the back room roared through the building, trapping some and forcing others into the street, only to be met by yet another wave of relentless aggression. In the chaos, Jonah noticed a particularly grotesque pattern forming. Cultists weren't just killing, they were experimenting. One took a survivor, tied them to a swinging hook attached to a rooftop beam, and propelled them into a pile of burning debris like a pendulum. The screams that followed weren't just terror. They were raw, chaotic music in the mind of the attackers, a feedback loop that further fueled their psychopathic creativity. Another cultist set a series of tripwires that launched bodies into each other with perfect timing, creating a deadly kinetic sequence that functioned like a mechanical trap. Fearlessness had removed hesitation. Intelligence, instinct, and sheer psychopathy had replaced it. A man, once mild-mannered, now wielded a hatchet with terrifying efficiency, hacking through barricades and smashing the heads of those who tried to flee. Another, laughing with a hollow, joyless glee, set fire to a gas tank, sending a fiery explosion rolling through the street, her face illuminated with the glow of complete detachment. Jonah ducked low, scribbling frantic notes in his notebook, documenting every sequence, every improvisation, every act that defied conventional morality. The word's effect was now total. These people were no longer humans in the conventional sense. They were agents of chaos, capable of inventing death in real time. Some of the more extreme improvisations were almost ritualistic, blending the cult's previous ceremonial obsession with newfound psychopathic freedom. A rooftop cultist swung a rope to launch a corpse into the center of a gathering, and the reactions of the survivors were immediately studied and exploited by others in the group. They had become hunters, strategists, and torturers, combining intelligence with absolute disregard for consequences. Jonah noted a surreal pattern. The word had not just removed fear, it had amplified creativity and violence. Each kill, each gruesome improvisation, each scream became part of a learning system, a networked intelligence fueled by instinct and nihilism. Rachel's presence was central, magnetic, and terrifying. She moved with the precision of a conductor, orchestrating carnage with gestures so subtle they seemed meaningless to an outsider, but to the cultists, they were commands. A flick of her wrist, a tilt of her head, a glance toward a burning street corner, and a dozen lethal improvisations would follow. Bodies were thrown, fires redirected, debris hurled, each act reinforcing the next in a continuous cycle of escalating chaos. Jonah realized with growing horror that she had become more than a leader. She was the central node of this living, evolving machine of destruction. As Jonah crouched in the shadows, he witnessed a sequence that defied his ability to process. Two cultists took a series of corpses and stacked them strategically, creating a ramp. They propelled themselves and survivors across burning rubble, improvising deadly collisions midair. The survivors who made it to the other side were met by sharp chains swinging from above. It was a calculated, multi-layered sequence of violence that required intelligence, instinct, and an utter lack of empathy, a combination the word had produced with horrifying perfection. In the midst of the destruction, Jonah caught sight of a surreal detail. Some survivors had begun to move instinctively in ways that fed the killer's improvisation. Fear had guided them before, but now hesitation, flinching, and instinctive reactions only refined the attacker's precision. The chaos was not random. It was being shaped in real time by an evolving psychopathic intelligence that observed, learned, and adapted. The town itself had become a living, breathing death machine. Even Jonah's own presence felt perilous. He ducked behind a collapsed wall as cultists reconfigured the streets around him, improvising with every opportunity the ruins presented. A swinging beam narrowly missed his head, its momentum caught by a chain in perfect synchronization with another cultist throwing a flaming piece of debris. He realized then that survival depended on becoming part of this system, or remaining completely invisible, which was nearly impossible. Every movement, every sound, every instinctive reaction could trigger lethal innovation. By the time the first light of dawn began to filter through the smoke, the scale of destruction was incomprehensible. The streets were filled with fire, smoke, gore, and corpses used as tools of improvisation. The few remaining survivors moved like shadows, constantly forced to adapt to the evolving psychopathy around them. Jonah's notes were chaotic, filled with sketches, sequences, and observations of human behavior turned into weaponized data. The word had created more than fearless humans. It had produced an adaptive, psychopathic intelligence that fed on instinct, observation, and the chaos it generated. And through it all, Rachel Lorne remained the nucleus, her face calm, unyielding, and terrifyingly aware. Her eyes scanned the ruined streets, noting patterns, evaluating improvisation, and guiding her followers with invisible threads of command. The chaos was complete, the fearlessness total, and the town was now a laboratory for psychopathy perfected. Jonah knew the climax was approaching, the moment when the culmination of all this violence would reach a singular, unimaginable apex. The town, if it could still be called that, had descended into a surreal, nightmarish wasteland. Smoke twisted across broken streets, carrying the scent of charred wood, iron, and human flesh. Fires flickered and died only to flare again as embers caught new debris, creating a landscape that shifted in constant, unpredictable motion. Shadows of twisted metal and fallen structures moved with the dancing flames, like the limbs of some monstrous, unseen entity. Each shadow seemed alive, a specter of violence poised to strike at any misstep. The cultists had no rhythm, no restraint, only instinct and the amplified intelligence born of the word. They moved with fluid precision, a terrifying amalgam of improvisation and methodical brutality. One pushed a survivor into a heap of smoldering rubble. Then, as the victim scrambled to escape, another swung a metal chain that snapped through the air like a whip, propelling him back into the flames. The sequence was continuous, evolving with each reaction. Every human impulse, fear, hesitation, struggle, fed the attacker's efficiency, creating lethal patterns Jonah could barely comprehend, let alone record. Rachel Lorne emerged atop a fractured overpass, her silhouette rigid, unwavering, almost regal in her terror-inducing calm. She gestured imperceptibly with a tilt of her head, and a wave of violence rippled through her followers. One cultist grabbed a survivor attempting to climb a nearby building, slamming him into the rubble with the force of sheer anticipation. Another released a swinging beam rigged above a street corner, its trajectory perfectly calculated to intercept a fleeing group. The attackers were not simply reacting. They were predicting, calculating, and refining their own psychopathy with each instant of bloodshed. Jonah forced himself to stay low, pressed against the rubble of what had once been a municipal building, notebook clutched tightly, fingers trembling. Every instinct screamed at him to flee, to hide, to escape, but escape alone was no guarantee. The town itself had been weaponized by the cult. Collapsed structures became traps. Fires were not random, but choreographed barriers. Debris became both tools and weapons. Improvisation had merged with psychopathy to create a living battlefield, where even the smallest movement could trigger cascading death. A grotesque scene unfolded near the remnants of the town square. Two cultists had strung together corpses with ropes and chains, creating an improvised pendulum that swung back and forth, smashing into survivors who attempted to navigate the square. Jonah counted 4 victims pinned, impaled, or flung into burning debris before he realized the pattern was deliberate. Each swing, each collision, was designed to channel movement, to funnel human instinct into predictable, lethal zones. The killings were both ritualistic and entirely improvisational, the borders between calculated cruelty and psychopathic spontaneity dissolving entirely. Elsewhere, another grotesque tableau formed. A group of cultists had orchestrated a multi-layered trap across a collapsed street. One unleashed a barrage of flaming debris, while another triggered swinging metal spikes timed to intersect with the natural flight patterns of the terrified survivors. The screams were constant, overlapping, creating a disorienting chorus that further destabilized the victims. Jonah ducked behind a splintered wall as a survivor crashed into the debris near him, moaning, bloodied, a warning of how thin the margin for survival now was. The improvisational violence was now escalating beyond what Jonah had witnessed before. Cultists had begun experimenting with vertical attacks. Bodies were suspended from beams, ropes, and twisted metal. Chains swung downward in arcs calculated to crush or impale. Makeshift projectiles were hurled through collapsing structures. Each kill, each violent improvisation, was documented and noted by the attackers in a feedback loop of psychopathic evolution. The word had created not just fearless killers, but an adaptive, self-learning system of death. Jonah caught sight of Rachel orchestrating a particularly grotesque improvisation. She had positioned herself on the highest roof still standing and signaled with a flick of her wrist. One cultist responded by flinging a burning barrel over a barricade, while another manipulated a rope trap to send a survivor hurtling into the flames. The synchronization was instantaneous, the precision terrifying. The feedback loop of chaos was now conscious, guided by Rachel, who had become a living conductor of psychopathic symphony. Amid the chaos, Jonah realized that even attempts at hiding were futile. The attackers were constantly observing, adjusting, and predicting. Every instinctive movement, ducking, twisting, fleeing, or flinching, was anticipated and weaponized. Survivors who thought they were evading death were in fact feeding the system, providing data for the next kill. Each act of human survival inadvertently enhanced the cultists' improvisational genius. Then, a bizarre escalation occurred. Cultists began using improvised catapults to launch debris and corpses into the streets, targeting clusters of survivors. Fires were redirected mid-motion using chains and pulleys. One survivor tried to climb a staircase to gain higher ground, only to trigger a trap. A swinging beam knocked him into a flaming barricade, while another cultist swung from a rope, delivering a finishing strike. The chaos was no longer just killing. It had become an art form, monstrous and terrifying, with each act building upon the previous, creating a crescendo of psychopathic ingenuity. Jonah's mind raced. He realized the word had done more than erase fear. It had created an evolutionary leap in violence. The cultists had fused instinct, intelligence, and the absence of conscience into a single, terrifying capability. Each survivor was a target, each movement a potential refinement in lethal creativity, and each kill a lesson that improved the next. Jonah could feel the intelligence of the system pressing in on him, a network of psychopathy that extended beyond any single individual, yet was centralized through Rachel's command. In the distance, the remnants of a hospital had been transformed into a death machine. Cultists rigged operating tables and wheelchairs with chains and pulleys, swinging bodies and debris with horrific accuracy. Flames ignited medical supplies, creating unpredictable explosions that forced survivors into deadly trajectories. Jonah observed a cat-like precision in the chaos. Every action, every scream, every flinch guided the system, turning the landscape itself into an instrument of improvised violence. Finally, the climax of Section 3 began to take shape. Jonah witnessed Rachel orchestrating a grotesque ritual, blending symbolic violence with improvisational cruelty. Survivors were forced into sequences that twisted instinctive movement into predictable outcomes, resulting in collisions, impalements, and immolation. The boundaries between ritual and psychopathy had completely dissolved. The town had become a laboratory, a stage, a weapon, and a feedback loop of destruction all at once. Jonah realized that the ultimate apex of the word's influence was now visible: intelligence and creativity entirely in service of absolute, adaptive violence. By the time the first light of dawn edged over the horizon, the destruction had reached incomprehensible proportions. Fires still roared in pockets. Corpses had been transformed into traps and weapons, and the few remaining survivors moved only through instinctive compliance with the killer's improvisations. Jonah's own awareness of the danger was sharpened to an unbearable degree. Every instinct told him one wrong move could end him instantly. And through it all, Rachel Lorne, the nucleus of psychopathic adaptation, remained calm, evaluating, orchestrating, and perfecting the chaos she had unleashed. The streets were silent in a way that made the blood and ruin scream louder than any living voice. Jonah crept through the shattered remnants of the town, every broken window, every scorched wall a silent witness to the carnage the cult had wrought. Fires still smoldered, casting a sickly orange glow over bodies strewn like broken dolls across cracked pavement. The air was thick with the smell of burnt flesh, iron, and ozone from sparks that had danced through twisted wires. Jonah's notebook, once a simple record, had become a ledger of horrors, each page heavier than the last. From the shadows, movement flickered. Not human, or not entirely. Rachel Lorne appeared, her clothes torn and stained, her face lit by the dancing fires, eyes wide and feral. She wasn't running, wasn't hiding. She was hunting. Jonah froze, calculating the impossible odds of escape, but she moved like she could anticipate every thought, every twitch, every instinct. Her mouth curled into a grin that was more predator than human, and the chaos around her seemed to obey her will. Fires flared brighter as she passed, walls cracked further, and the echoes of distant screams seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. Jonah tried to run, but instinct betrayed him. He stumbled over a body, a twisted form of what had once been a cultist who had turned against another. The chain of violence had long since escaped any structure of reason. Friends killed friends. The fearless killed the cautious. And now, even those who were not part of the cult became part of the theater of death. Rachel's laughter, high, shrill, impossible, cut across the night, and the fires themselves seemed to dance to its rhythm. Jonah realized, with a chill that froze his spine, that the world around him was no longer merely collapsing. It was alive, reacting, feeding off the fearlessness that had consumed everything. From the ruins of a collapsed house, a figure launched itself, not human, but human-shaped, a hybrid of fearlessness and mutation, the result of extreme psychopathy pushed to its physical limit. It landed with a sickening crunch against a wall, pinning a survivor beneath its weight before hurling the body through a window into a flaming alley. Jonah's stomach turned as he watched, but he couldn't look away. Every action, every motion, had a precision that no human could truly achieve. It was as if the absence of fear had rewritten the laws of motion, of instinct, of survival itself. Rachel advanced, and Jonah knew confrontation was inevitable. The fires cast grotesque, stretching shadows across her face. She spoke without preamble. "You've watched too long, seen too much. You could be like us, you know." Her words, silky yet deadly, carried a suggestion that was both terrifying and seductive. She extended a hand, scarred and burned, her eyes glittering with the madness of someone who had completely divorced herself from caution, empathy, and reason. Jonah felt the pull of survival instinct clashing with moral instinct, the temptation of the word simmering at the edge of consciousness. Then chaos erupted around him. From the corners of the street, survivors and cultists collided in an unscripted battle, bodies slamming, cracking, and exploding with improvised weapons. One man swung a burning beam into a cultist's chest, sending sparks flying as ribs fractured. Another survivor, terrified yet fearless in desperation, lifted a corpse like a battering ram and hurled it through a barricade of shattered windows, crushing anyone caught in its path. Jonah ducked behind a charred car, his heart hammering, as he realized that this was not just battle. It was entropy incarnate. a living experiment in the annihilation of human instinct. The air was alive with flying debris, shards of metal, the hiss of flames consuming everything, and the screams of the living mixed with the gurgles of the dying. Jonah, notebook still clutched, realized the scale of psychopathy he was witnessing. It was recursive. Every act of violence generated a new, faster, deadlier reaction. Fearlessness had become a self-amplifying system of destruction. One wrong glance, one split-second miscalculation, and you didn't just die. You became part of the mechanics, the feedback loop, the living engine of chaos. Rachel lunged. Jonah rolled, narrowly avoiding a swing of a jagged piece of pipe, which caught the ground and sent sparks flying into his hair. He scrambled to his feet and ran into a collapsed building, the floors beneath groaning under weight he could barely trust. Inside, the walls were scorched, mirrors shattered, and pools of blood reflected the flickering light in impossible geometries. Shadows twisted unnaturally, and Jonah had the sense he was moving through a space that was both real and something else, an extension of the psychopathy itself. In the deepest corner, something moved that was not Rachel, not a cultist, not fully human. It whispered without a voice, a presence that invaded his mind, threading through his memories, his fears, and the ethical codes he had clung to. The word, the cursed word, hovered at the edge of awareness, a temptation to utter, to release, to understand. And Jonah understood, finally, that speaking it would not bring power. It would annihilate all restraint. Anyone hearing it would become an extension of the terror, and the world outside this town would drown in the same chaos. Rachel appeared above him, eyes wild, a grin slicing across her face. Behind her, the last few cultists, shapes twisted by fire and violence, advanced, not in formation, not in strategy, but as living expressions of psychopathy. Jonah realized there was no victory, no escape that didn't risk the unleashing of horror on a global scale. And yet, the world demanded a decision. Witness or act. In a final, unimaginable act, Rachel pressed a finger to her lips and whispered the word, not to Jonah, but aloud into the night. The effect was instantaneous. The surviving cultists and even some nearby survivors convulsed, their eyes glazing over. Fear evaporated, restraint disintegrated. They turned on each other with mechanical precision, tearing, crushing, mutilating, and dismembering without hesitation. Jonah barely avoided being caught in the torrent as walls collapsed and the street became a river of writhing bodies and fire. The bizarre crescendo unfolded further. Structures began to collapse spontaneously as psychopathic energy radiated outward. The town itself seemed to obey the violence, splitting, twisting, burning in patterns that were almost sentient. Jonah realized the ending was not just human, not just individual. It was a fusion of mindless adaptation, fearless psychopathy, and urban architecture responding as a lethal organism. Debris acted like guided missiles, walls became impromptu battering rams, and fire leapt across streets as if driven by malevolent intent. Jonah scrambled toward the outskirts, clinging to the tattered remains of what was once a fence. Behind him, the screams, the crashes, and the grotesque symphony of destruction reached a peak so unnatural it felt unreal. Bodies were thrown, mangled, and repurposed. The world seemed to fold in on itself, driven not by physics, not by reason, but by the relentless, adaptive psychopathy unleashed by the word. Finally, in a clearing beyond the ruins, Jonah stopped. Breathing ragged, covered in soot, blood, and the stench of decay, he turned to look back. The town was no longer a town. It was a pulsating, chaotic organism of fire, rubble, and screaming, its inhabitants transformed into perfect engines of fearless violence. And at the center, like the apex predator of a nightmare ecosystem, Rachel Lawrence stood, surveying the ruin, eyes alight with ecstatic madness, whispering the word again and again, until the entire horizon seemed to vibrate with the psychic resonance of absolute psychopathy. Jonah understood, with a final, bone-deep clarity, that nothing could undo this. The word had transcended morality, civilization, and humanity. He could escape, survive, even tell the story, but the ending of this town, this experiment, this spiral of violence would ripple outward indefinitely. And somewhere, far beyond his comprehension, the word waited for the next voice, the next mind to fall into the same fearless, destructive abyss. The last sight Jonah carried was Rachel, hair singed, eyes wild, standing atop the smoldering rubble of the world she had created. Then, without warning, the ground beneath him quaked, a final wave of collapse sending fire and debris in every direction. Jonah dove, disappearing into shadows, the echo of chaos and the whisper of the word following him as the nightmare continued to grow, unseen, Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook and show your support.